Good evening and welcome to the Littleton Board of Selectmen meeting for Monday, March 11th, 2019. I'll take a moment to read through our proposed agenda and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and get to business. We're going to actually probably take an item out of order, but I'll read the agenda as it was posted in any event. 6:30, we'll do the organization, Pledge of Allegiance, read mail. 6:35, we'll get into some department updates, specifically fiscal year 20 operating capital budget. I see we have school committee and finance committee representation. 6:50, what's that? PMBC, a man of many hats, Steve Moore. 6:50, public input, member updates. 7 o'clock, public hearing entertainment license for Littleton VFW Post. 7:10, all alcohol license change of beneficial interest, Anthony's Coal Fire Pizza. 7:15, we begin a number of reviews and insertions of articles to the annual and special town meeting warrants, including articles placed by, and we may have representation and dialogue with, the Neshoba Valley Technical High School, petitioners on a couple of articles, Littleton Common Sewer Project, water commissioners, planning board articles, library trustees, community preservation committee, personnel board, trust fund commissioners, board of assessors, town moderator, and not least of all, administration and finance for several articles. 9 o'clock, we're scheduled to meet with the members of the agricultural committee and the agricultural working group regarding the Church Meadows property. 9:20, town administrator search update. We actually will be taking that item out of cycle. And 9:30, we will, interim town administrator Anthony Ansaldi has some updates for us on the Green Communities grant application, dedication of the annual town report, and town accountant update. 9:45, we will deal with minutes and followed by adjournment. Okay, so with that, I would ask Madam Clerk to lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Why don't we go through the mail first then, Anthony, and then we'll...
Sure, there's only two quick items, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The first one is we received a letter from MassDOT about our annual Chapter 90 distribution. This year it was slightly decreased by a few $1,000s, but we're scheduled to get $394,825. And the last thing is the Community Housing Fair, which is Thursday, April 4th, between the hours of 4 and 7. We are one of the sponsored communities. Good opportunity to hear about some affordable housing, 55 plus. From 4:30 to 4:45, they're going to talk about 55 plus. Are you ready to make the move? 5 to 5:15 is deed restricted home the right move for you? Not for you, Mr. Chairman, of course. 5:30 to 5:45. What is affordable housing? So that's a great opportunity for folks to learn more about housing.
Put that right in my calendar. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to ask the board to indulge me in taking the next item out of order, and that would be our 9:20 item for the town administrator search update. Many folks in the town, especially folks who work in the town hall, are I think just as anxious as members of this board that we see this process come to an end, although I think I speak for all board members, it's been a very thorough and a good process, and I want to thank again our chairman of the Town Administrative Search Committee, Chase Gerbig, for leading that effort, and there are others who were involved. Gary Wilson's here as well, and I'm sure I'm forgetting others, but it's brought us to a place where we are in a position to propose and make an announcement tonight. I believe board members have been in receipt of a proposed contract, and I would ask if you had any reasons that you thought the board might want to go into executive session to discuss anything there. Don't hesitate, we can do that. If you don't, we'll deal with it in open session. anything you,
I think I mentioned it to some of you, but not all of you, the version that I handed out, all of you have right here, it's the one with the date highlighted in yellow at the top, represents minor revisions. I circulated a version yesterday, minor revisions between that version and tonight based on council's input.
let's start with the highlighted yellow.
Yeah, this is one, and it's not the dates that are highlighted yellow, but rather a couple bits of language in section 5. But they were clarifying comments, they were not substantive in any way.
Great. All right. With that, I would, I guess I'll turn it back over to Chase and Chuck DeCoste, represented the board, is what, with the assistance of Gary Wilson in negotiations. And I think they're happy to report back their recommendation. Well, we might as well make it formal, Mr. Chairman, and ask you if you have a recommendation for the full board.
I think all three of us very much recommend that the board adopt the contract that you have in front of you, subject to a discussion with Ms. Nazarian about timing and start dates. So we've got some, yesterday when Chuck, Gary, and I met with Nina, we came up with essentially a proposed timeline that seemed to make sense for everybody, but that's not the only course forward. And so the contract that you guys have utilizes those dates, and I can go through them, we can chat with Nina about them, and sort of discuss it. But the essence of the start date is that, as a contractual matter, Nina has to notify her current employer 45 days before she leaves. She requested 60 days because what that allows her to do is take Princeton through their town meeting. And as much as that deprives Littleton of her services for a couple of weeks, I think the three of us very much felt like we wanted a candidate who was invested enough in their current position to want to see their community through that. And then, and Nina, step in at any point if I'm mischaracterizing your perspective. Then it incorporates essentially a couple of weeks for some time off in that transition period. And then Nina would start with us the week of Memorial Day. And that week of Memorial Day, there's, the back half of that week is a Mass Municipal Managers Conference on Thursday and Friday. So essentially, she would be in the office Tuesday, Wednesday. I would anticipate Anthony would probably be going to the Mass Municipal Managers Conference as well.
That's correct.
Which frankly, we thought could be a good opportunity for the two of them to, utilize your time, just the two of you guys, sort of get going there as well. So that's the timeline that you have in front of you in terms of this contract. That's what Nina is comfortable with. The one piece of that we talked about is that Nina very much would begin to get up to speed before she starts formally in Littleton. The corollary to that is that she's also leaving the community without a town administrator and has asked our leave to sort of be able to wind certain things down even after she starts here. The one specific request we made of her is that with that timeline, it would allow her to be at our town meeting on May 6th. And she's agreed to do that if we adopt that timeline as well. Not obviously in a formal capacity, but as an informal capacity.
Anything unclear there? Any other comments on that or the process? Because I'd like to see if you can reduce some of that to a motion that we can act on.
Yep,
And then
no,
I'll
absolutely. I
invite
just
Nina
want to
come
explain all
forward.
the pieces because that's the one open component.
All right. Well, you want to wing it on a motion?
Sure. Any other comments, questions? Nina, anything to add
Chuck, you
here?
were party to it?
No, thank you. I thought you did a
Oh.
perfect job in summarizing.
Don't get used to that.
We're going to haul you up here in a moment anyway. Just want to formally do the vote, just in case there was a problem.
Absent any other comments, Gary, anything that I'm leaving out here?
Just about the liaison piece, but I don't know if you're gonna save that. You were going.
Oh, yeah, one piece that we had wanted to talk about, once we get the contract sort of handled and the agreement set, is I think we should take up tonight briefly the board establishing a liaison for Nina's transition, so that she has both a political and then obviously a professional staff
Yeah.
to assist in that transition,
Okay.
so.
Well,
But
we
that's
we
apart
can,
from
we can
this.
deal with that part later on, and, you know, without further delaying the agenda here, later on in the meeting.
Then I would move that the Board of Selectmen adopt the employment agreement between the town of Littleton and Nina Nazarian that would be entered into on this 11th day of March 2019, as approved by town council.
Second.
Okay, then the motion has been made by Selectman Gerbig, seconded by Selectman DeCoste. Any further discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Welcome aboard.
Thank you so very
Some
much.
things are worth waiting for. So, again, these are
Quick, somebody
these
give her
are
a
your
pen.
people, so if you want, we know you had a chance to introduce yourself to us in the session of the interview, but if you'd like to introduce yourself again to the town through the magic of cable television and the crowd assembled, here's an opportunity. You'll get plenty of chances to see everybody on a one-on-one basis down the road.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I'm so delighted to be here in front of you all again, and to have this opportunity to step into being the town administrator for Littleton in the near term, it seems, with the timeline that was discussed. And I think that, just for those who are in the audience today, as well as those watching at home, you know, I am just, I find Littleton to be a wonderful community that is one that's very attractive to not only myself as a professional in this field, but also as somebody who would love the opportunity to live here if I ever had the chance. I'm not sure if that's going to add up, but I am not a far distance away, just on Route 2 for those of you who are watching from home. And, you know, I'm really looking forward to working with Anthony, someone who I've gotten to know over the last couple of years in the Municipal Managers Association, and with all of you, some of you who I've had the opportunity to spend with a little bit more time than others, but looking forward to catching up with all of you, and the members of the public, and Finance Committee, and other boards and committees, School Department and School Committee. Lots, I could name all your committees if I went through the list, but the reality is...
It's okay, you've hit most of the big ones in the room right now.
The reality is that I'm sure I'll get to know a number of different stakeholders over a period of time, and I'm sure we'll all build very good relationships together and continue the wonderful work that Littleton has been doing over the years. So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, if you want a photo op, I'm ready to sign if you're ready to sign.
Sure, I'm glad to sign.
Okay, terrific. In fact, I'll take the leap of faith first.
I won't leave you here.
That's still raw. Yep, terrific. Actually, I forgot to date it.
I've got other copies, do we need multiple copies?
Probably. Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you so very
All
much.
right.
Thanks, Nina.
Did I lose it? Not the original? Or should we use it?
I mean, if we need another original, there's a...
There's another original.
And if for some reason we need more than that, figure it out.
We can always recreate them later.
Terrific. All right. You're not obligated to, but you're welcome to hang around. Know you got a bit of a drive.
I will, thank you.
Okay. All right. Back on schedule, our department head updates. Anthony, this is the next whack at getting toward consensus on FY operating and capital budget. And actually, for this board, it's really a first independent opportunity to take a look at some of the capitalist considerations that we had. Is there anything you want to say in terms of setup for this?
Yeah, Steve Venuti's here, and first thing, he really worked on reviewing the budget. I think he had an opportunity to do so with Bonnie when she got back from vacation. They were able to close the budget deficit into a slight positive, in the positive, which is great news. That's one half of the challenge met. Now, the next half tonight is for the Board of Selectmen to go through the capital items. So with that,
Can I just ask in
Yeah.
terms of a setup here? We have where is it, the total number of dollar requests versus the dollars available, at least funded out of the budget, where is it?
The 2.2 million?
Right. 2.2 million is which number? That's the,
The available,
2 is the budget, 18 million is total requests. That
Okay.
includes the-
all right. And to follow up on a line of thinking that's been before, I just want to remind the board that if we're looking to provide for future funding for any of the capital projects, either the specific ones that we've talked about, the senior center beyond the $3 million that's being provided for in the article, or anticipating a borrowing for either additional spending there or for the library, that what we would need to do is achieve more borrowing space under the levy, Steve, that essentially most easily comes at consideration of any of these, essentially in competition with some of these items? Okay, and we wouldn't be likely going out for a borrowing until next year, right?
For something like the library, we'd be going out this year, paying the
Okay.
debt service next year.
Okay,
That was one of the adjustments we had to do.
okay, but the debt service payments wouldn't begin until next
It's
year.
already set for the library.
Okay, all right. And my point in saying that, folks, is based on math we've done earlier, is if we assumed a borrowing number as a, for instance, of $7 million, then a 20-year borrowing at 5% would be about $567,000 in debt per year. And if we have the opportunity of working that in over 2 years, then effectively we could put in half or create space for half of that amount this year, half next year. And in that case, it could be in consideration on the table at the same time of these capital items. So, you following that? Pretend it's a truck. It's a $300,000 truck. Put it in there. Next year, we'll add another $300,000 truck. It comes at the expense of an actual truck. That's kind of the thinking. So the same dollar amount. If we're looking to address proactively savings for capital, and what we could do before the money gets spent is just put it in one of our capital accounts to make sure it's there. And then the space would be there to cover principal and interest if we choose to go down that road.
The only thing I think you need to be a little careful of is on the short term, cutting, saving for a big project, but in effect ignoring the fact that the fire chief is making a pitch to, every 6 or 7 years, roll up a ambulance, or you saw your highway superintendent say, he wants to get rid of a 1992 truck, and he's got a 1993 right behind it. So there are a few big ticket items that are in the mill. So don't ignore those with what you're doing. But if you don't spend it all, you can put it into a stabilization. You can earmark it. And I'd urge you to earmark it if you want to put it in.
Right.
Could we, to the extent that we put it in and earmark it, is it possible to earmark it in a way that anything unused then comes back? What I would hate to do is let's say we put $2 million into some bucket and then go, well, it turns out we only need $1.8 million, but whatever, we got $2 million, let's spend the whole $2 million. I want to make sure whatever we do in that regard doesn't incentivize us to spend more than we have to achieve our spending or our objectives.
You won't get close to the 7 or 8 million for the library over the next couple of years. I mean, the math just, you're not.
Not in terms of the saving part, by creating the space, by taking it out of the expenditure flow, we're creating the debt capacity, so it's, almost the savings is a secondary amount, it might reduce the amount we have to borrow. But if we get up to, over 2 years' time, about 600,000, that should cover a 20-year borrowing for $7 million.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
To
And-
put the money aside, you'd have to put it into a stabilization account.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
which
To take it
requires a
out,
two-thirds vote.
Two-thirds vote to take it out, so
Right.
in your, scenario.
So it would still be accessible.
It's accessible with the town
Ish.
meeting vote. Yes.
Okay.
not to get hung up on that point, but I didn't want to introduce it later into the discussion, because we still have to go through the exercise of going through the capital items. I assume that's probably the most important task, members here, that we have yet to do, weigh in with what our preferences are and prioritize them.
If you'll allow a digression here,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
In terms of prioritizing items on the capital budget, have all of the department heads taken a look at this prioritization and we're comfortable that this is their priority?
This is their priority, according to the sheet that we had last meeting.
Actually, can I say something?
Yeah, there were some discrepancies last week, so I don't know if they've been cleared up or not. But
Well, I would say that under PMBC, the $73,000 for the ADA lift at Shaker Lane would be the priority. And then it would be, see, the school items are listed first, and then we've got Houghton Building, and we've got
Right.
the, so Houghton Building has to be done, and the police station has to be done. So those are priorities.
Under the
They-
PMBC column, unfortunately, it's got it segregated by the actual buildings as opposed to a
Right.
priority, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, what was the priority there, Steve?
$73,000 for the lift at Shaker Lane.
Okay.
73,000, Colin.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, our appropriation to PMBC is essentially a lump sum anyway, right? So,
But if you're gonna prioritize them and knock out some of them, you know, that's just a concern of mine.
Yeah, and then you want Houghton Building and police station water, which would be 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Okay. We can go across column by column and do it that way. We can go by member by member. Does anyone have any preference?
I think call by calls rather than.
Okay, column by column, we'll start with the Selectmen column and move to the right and then on to the second page. Selectmen, there are just two items under there. One is the space needs. You guys got $100,000 for the, I assume that's for, what, the architects you've got on board? Or Cindy?
Chuck.
It's adding $100,000 to the
yeah.
existing $200,000 that we have.
Right.
Is that for professional services
Professional
primarily?
services, or it's selectmen's discretion.
Yeah.
All right,
So it would, in all likelihood, come back to us for a vote to say, hey, this is.
Right,
how it's
right, right. Okay, just wasn't sure if there was any more detailed, or any presentation on that. All right, and how about the MS4? That's probably federally required, correct?
I actually pinged Chris on that just because I wanted to understand. We've had $100,000 there for a while. I wanted to make sure that that wasn't just an anachronism, and he assured me that this year, $100,000 is real. Essentially, we need to do a bunch of mapping work that really is going to cost us $100,000 to comply with federal requirements. One thing that I think may make sense, though, is probably transferring that to Chris's authority rather than under the selectmen. In that Chris is gonna be the one that's gonna execute this anyway, and whether we do that as part of this budget or not, I think the fact of the matter is, he's responsible for it.
He may not want it in his budget.
Well, I actually asked him, can we move this to the DPW as a responsible department? And he said, in his opinion, that made the most sense.
Okay.
His words.
All right.
This makes the most sense.
All right, so I guess for future record keeping, we can do that.
We'll clarify that in the warrant.
All right.
Then there was some colorful language about how it's difficult to do it under ours.
Okay. Unless anyone wants to speak to either of those items here, we can move over to the planning board column, which is substantially less than what they had on here before, right? They did indeed cut out something. Ed, step into the plate.
Lauren, she's doing all the hard work, she just tells us what we need to do.
Okay, all right. And the two articles you do have here, they're both for $12,000. Do you want to say a word about those, Myron?
Yeah, I would update the descriptions. For $12,000, we don't completely update the housing production plan, but we can get an answer to the question, how much age-appropriate housing do we need for the next 5 to 10 years? It's not really material if we let the housing production plan expire. At this point, because of where we are with our subsidized housing inventory, we're well over the 10% So we have a little bit of time before we need to update that. A few years is, the best time frame I can come up with.
Right.
And then for the master plan implementation request for $12,000, we won't get the Great Road Corridor study, but the request is to set aside funding for work between open space and housing groups, just as, it's been several years since the open space implementation plan has been completed, and we've yet to take the next step of better coordination. What did it,
So this wouldn't be for the Great Road Corridor study, that's probably a year off,
at least.
at least, because we're already got 2 area studies going on, but,
Yeah, but it would accomplish a lot of the similar goals, well, not a lot, some of the similar goals. It looks at land use, townwide, and not specifically on Great Road, but it gets us to some of the issues, the open space and the housing.
zoning work, or,
No.
Is it the implementation of the open space and recreation plan, Maren, the implementation plan under that report?
Not the complete implementation plan, no.
Okay.
But it really is feathering that together with
Right.
the other aspects, the housing aspect of,
Right.
rather than looking at these things as housing is one thing and open space is another and ag is another.
Right.
Looking at them more completely as a single unit, and how do we move all of them forward and implement them
Right,
effectively?
But we had talked about that report being part of the
Exactly.
funding.
Yeah, we have a good baseline to start
Yep.
with, that's for sure.
Okay.
yeah. And that's an anticipated $12,000 article. All right, on to the PMBC, and again by buildings, the first buildings or the first category of buildings are school-related buildings. Within this, Steve, you say those, the 73,000 is the top priority?
It's the ADA lift
Yep.
over Shaker Lane that needs to be replaced.
And is there a order of prioritization other than that for the other 5 items there?
Yeah, I'd say that the Houghton building roof, we've got a lot of leakage inside and deteriorated drywall and mold, which is a result of that, so we need to take care of that. Next would be the police station facade. I think, Mr. Chairman, you were the subject of some falling debris, weren't you?
No.
No, well, somebody,
They did hit somebody, but not me.
yeah.
Was it Alan McCray?
Oh, was it Alan? Okay. So that really needs to be addressed. And then, the highway roof replacement phase 2, that's, they've got some water infiltration over there and some mold issues, so that needs to be addressed.
Oh, that's expensive, huh? 190,000?
Yeah. That's the second phase. First phase was about 180,000, I believe.
I don't hear you mentioning the others, that's
Well,
fine.
these are the top 4 priorities.
Right, okay. And does anyone not understand the others? High school interior finish painting is the first item, 50,000. Second is high school windows, 100 windows times $300. Part 2 of 2, that's 30,000. High school doors, second half to complete FY19 funding, 32,000. Schools HVAC, duct and insulation, part 2 of 3 for 30,000.
Well, the duct insulation was supposed to be deferred, as well as the last 2 on the list that say N.
Okay, so those are to be, those should be put off to a future year, is that?
Yes.
Which
Okay.
one, Steve? Which one?
30,000.
The 30,000 looks like it's duplicated.
Line item,
Go up further, there's a second entry for the same.
line item 5,
All right.
Windows and HVAC.
11 and 12 are deferred.
Gotcha.
That's where the $73,000 came from.
What?
Well, one of them was complete, yeah. That's what it was, yeah.
Okay, so those 3, the HVAC for 30,000, and then the 2 at the bottom of the list, 30,000, 13, collectively, there's your 73,000, so it's duplicative.
Yep.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, everyone see that? So we'll be Xing out, items 5, and then after 10, the 2 line items after 10. I'm sorry, Anthony, did you have something?
Just from the top, just so I know.
Oh, all right.
Yes or no?
Well, I would, let's walk through it first, and then let's see what people offer for, we're making progress here.
So at any rate, the school department items were in priority until we inserted the Shaker Lane lift.
Right.
So the school department, the top 3 items for the school department are in their priority.
And just put the 73 on top of them, and you'd have the order, okay,
Correct.
gotcha. All right.
Just jump
Sure.
in. Steve, I don't know if you're the right person, Darrell would be the right person. Relative to painting at the high school, I brought up the possibility of engaging with the president.
I talked with the superintendent about that, and the issues come in terms of the quarry requirements, and the fact that the school is not empty all the time, that we would have to either empty the school and ensure it's empty the entire time that they're there. So there's a whole bunch of additional logistical issues that I think get in the way of that, that being a very viable option for use on the schools versus other town properties.
I'm gonna push back a little. It's my understanding that the quarry laws, first of all, if we're going to do it during the summertime, we can ensure that the building is secured and empty. And if the quarry laws say supervised, have to be supervised at all times. Our law, our bylaw, our policy, I think says that as well. So I think that I mean, we know that the president has done work in town before, done work in a bunch of communities. If we can save $50,000, which I'm not even sure should be under capital, should be more under, that's a maintenance item, not necessarily a capital item, in my opinion. I'd like to see how we can talk to other communities and see how they've gotten it done. I'm happy to reach out to some of the communities that I know that work has been done. So I think we can, versus immediately saying, no, we can't have the prisoners do the work. If there's some real savings, $50,000 to me is real savings. If there's an opportunity for us to realize that somewhere else, put that towards the $73,000 lift, put that towards the curbing at the high school, I'd rather find a way to make it work.
I appreciate your input on that, but like I said, at this point, I can only go by the recommendation of our superintendent,
Understood.
which is not to have that because of the other usages during the time here. So we'd have to ensure, I can talk to him again about it, but that will also mean all activities at the high school would be shut down during that period.
Okay, so that's
We
a
have the
choice.
superintendent who is responsible for our school district.
Absolutely.
And the safety of the students and other people in the facility at the time.
Right.
I have to go on his recommendations here also.
I appreciate that, and I think it's not gonna be a fruitful conversation, you and I having this
Yeah.
conversation. I'm happy to reach out to Kelly on that and see if there is some opportunity for us to
Sure.
further that.
Oh, yeah, sorry. As much fun as this has been, we are under legal obligation to suspend things for the moment because we do have to open a public hearing. And we actually have 2 of those back to back, so we'll try to do that as quickly as possible, and hopefully there aren't any outstanding issues. I will read the hearing notice for the first one. Legal notice, Board of Selectmen, public hearing, entertainment license application, Littleton VFW, Post 6556. Board of Selectmen will conduct a public hearing on Monday, March 11, 2019, at 7 p.m. in room 103 of the town offices located at 37 Shattuck Street, Littleton, Mass., to act on the application of Littleton VFW Post 6556. Gail Van Tassel, manager, doing business as VFW Post 6556 at 21 Taylor Street, Littleton, Mass., for an entertainment license pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 183A, to allow live band performances and recorded music and dancing by patrons on premises as following, with the operating hours of Monday through Sunday, 3 p.m. to 1 a.m., 95-person capacity. Comments thereon may be submitted in writing to the Selectmen, Town Administrator's Office, 37 Shattuck Street, Room 306, Littleton, Mass. 01460 by noon on Wednesday, March 6, 2019, or in person at the hearing. Littleton Board of Selectmen, Paul Glavy, Chairman. And this has been posted in the newspaper and duly posted, correct, Anthony?
It has been.
Okay, then I will declare the hearing open, and I assume we have petitioners in front of us I don't know if Gail is here or not, I know. Okay, we gave Gail the pass that she didn't have to show if, board, yeah, we get some of the, officers from the club available. Are you the commander, Hal?
I am the commander.
Wow, all right,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
can I make a correction to the
sure,
hours?
and since this is a public hearing,
Yes.
for the record, just identify yourselves too in your capacity.
John Borowski, quartermaster of the club.
Okay.
On my notice, my application, I put down to 1 AM on all nights. We're not open past midnight on Saturday and Sunday.
Right,
So I just want to make that correction.
okay,
on
And
that.
I'm Henry Baker, commander of the post.
welcome both.
Thank you.
All right. I believe this was, the purpose of this license is to cover up, it's kind of an oversight on everybody's part that we didn't have one in place. Isn't that,
Yes,
sorry?
that's the way I understood it.
Okay, yeah, no harm, no foul. I don't think anyone told you you needed it, and.
Right.
Correct.
But you're here willingly.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's been 5 years since I took over, but and just found out just recently, believe it or not. I mean, it's been overlooked for 5 years.
Okay. Let me see, anything from council or police chief, fire chief?
Police, fire have reviewed the request, have no comments. They're both here now if they wanted to add anything, but there's no comments. Council has reviewed everything seems appropriate.
Okay. Chiefs, did you want to offer anything?
No issue on the fire side?
Okay. Police are fine. Police are fine, okay. You've been behaving yourselves then?
We try.
Yeah, okay. And you maybe want to describe the sort of entertainment that would be there? They might be interested neighbors that are not sure what you've got up your sleeves, but,
On the rare occasions, we will have fundraisers there where we have a live band. Our plan, based on feedback from the local area, has been that we strive to keep the doors closed while the band's playing, cut down on the noise complaints we've had. I've never been directly contacted since I've been in charge about it. I've been told by the manager, Gail, that there's been issues, and, I mean, as far as I know, I've been there the last 3. There have been no issues with noise to relate to me from any time when the event's going on, because we try to keep the doors closed, to keep it quiet from spreading elsewhere. There has been an issue with parking on Whitcomb Ave, but we tell everybody that rents the place there and people that come to avoid it, so it doesn't become an issue. Just recently, the town put up a no parking sign, so hopefully that will convey that message a little more forcefully. Apparently, somebody had put up a privately, belay that. So anyways, I mean, it's to raise money to keep the post going, so that we are now responsible for Acton, Boxborough, and Harvard, as well as Littleton. So we're trying to expand our activities and do more of the how could you say, the veteran services, the charity aspects of the post. You know, the canteen right now, as it's officially described, is basically our source of revenue. And we're trying to keep that going. We're starting to get more people to come in now. And we're getting more people renting the halls for things like collations after funerals, community activities and various.
the town's very early into its relationship with you folks too. We hope to use that space more and more. It's a great spot that is unlike anything else the town has to offer.
As you know, we've offered it to the town boards and stuff to use it whenever they want to, or any nonprofit that wants to use it for meetings. So.
Okay. All right, I'll start with any questions from the board, and then I'll open it up to the public, see if there are any questions or comments.
I just
Yeah.
have one.
Yeah.
Going back to the hours, are you
Yes.
gonna cut back, will the hours be midnight all the time?
No, just on weekends.
Uh,
It's always been that way.
But have you utilized it past midnight?
Normally not, that I know
Not that
of. Not very often.
And frequently, truth be told,
Most of the time, it's between 9 and 10 o'clock at night
And most
that
of-
that it's closed during the week.
and most of the weeknights we close early because there's no.
If there's
pattern.
nobody there, we don't keep it open.
I think, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're getting at is it specifically states 1 AM on the license.
Yeah, it's just my viewpoint, I think the license should say 3 to midnight on all days. Alleviate that last hour, but that's my personal viewpoint.
What do we do for other other establishments in town? In terms of time?
Some of them, a couple go to one, don't
Yeah,
they,
I
chief?
think the Tavern go to one, and the
Most of them deal.
Anthony's.
Mark on.
Most of them go to one?
It's,
You know, I might take that back. I thought we were in town all at midnight, so I was wrong.
A lot of this is driven by activity. If you know,
Right.
self-regulate, then we don't have to come back and address it and change it.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So we had, I had asked the Post to put together a list of events that have taken place at the VFW throughout 2017 and 2018, which they did, they keep a calendar. So it basically lists the dates of the events, the time of the events, the nature of the events, the number of people in most instances that attended the events. And so, just to recap, if we wanted to start with the time first, according to the calendar, and I can speak to many of these events, if there is a band, and there's been, I think, 4 occasions that there's been live music at the Post over the past 2 years, the band ends at 11, everybody pretty much vacates the premises by midnight. And I know the Post has been used steadily throughout the past 2 years for many community events. The high school teams have been using it for pasta parties. There was a town employee party there. There's been post-funeral receptions like Hal mentioned. But on the weekend, the weekday events, they're usually over by 8 or 9. The Post does close at 9. On the weekend evening, like I said, no events go past 11, and the Post is certainly closed by midnight. No one wants to, certainly the staff doesn't want to be there later than that. And the events that did take place on the weekends during 2018 would be when you would expect an event, like on St. Patrick's Day, around the holidays, a Halloween party. And those are the only events that happened on the weekend when there was a band playing. Other than that, there might be a DJ, there was a PTA trivia night, there was a class reunion. But there is certainly, and like John mentioned, no one's there past 1 o'clock. So even if we amended the application to say midnight, it's not going to interfere, I think, with anything going on there. There's no need for it to extend to 1. And then during the week specifically, the Post closes at 10 a.m. and oftentimes there's no one there.
10 p.m.
10 to p.m.
10 p.m. Oftentimes there's no one there after 8 or 9 at night. So I just wanted to say that they did put this list together if anyone has any questions about the events that have been going on. So the year 2017, there's 365 days in the year. There was 19 events there that year. 2018, there's 365 days in the year. There were 28 events there at the Post. So they're not few and far between, but it's not like it's every night. There's big gatherings there.
Okay.
Twice a month.
Yep. I'll turn it then to the public. If you're in a butter, I believe butters were notified, but if you're a butter or a resident and have a question, just raise your hand and state your name.
So is it a question, or do I have an opportunity to rebut?
Well, you can say it through the board, and if you have a question for them, we can direct it to them.
My name's Francis B. McGurn. I go by Frank. Some people here know me as Barry. Some people know me as General. I've lived on Whitcomb Ave for 28 years, and I recently retired with 37 years and 8 months in the United States Army. I made it from private to brigadier general, and I've been a member of the Post since 2008 when they moved to Whitcomb Avenue. Currently, I'm the Assistant Adjutant General to the Military Division. It's part of the Executive Office of Public Safety, if you're not familiar with it. So even though I retired, I still serve as a Brigadier General for the Commonwealth. I co-chair a quarterly symposium of 29 nonprofit military support groups. I'm a partner in the Department of Defense 50th commemoration of the Vietnam War. You may have seen one of the bigger events last year at Fenway. We did another one that was on the Constitution, and we're doing another one And I know from the license plates, there's a Vietnam veteran in here somewhere with a silver star. And I'd like to invite you, sir, have you been recognized through the 50th commemoration of Department of Defense?
No, sir.
We're doing a U.S. Constitution.
Mr. McGurn, we really gotta keep this on topic. Sir?
Well, this is on topic because I told John 2 years in a row about this event, and here's a member here supporting the VFW who's never heard of it. So, my point isn't to grandstand or blow my own horn. My point is to drive home that I am a deeply engaged member of the veterans community. I have 2 sons in uniform, and I chair a thing called the Mass Medal of Merit, Liberty, for the Massachusetts Commonwealth. It's a recognition for survivors of families who've lost people in combat. I've chaired that for several years. Those 2 things, that DOD celebration and that Medal of Liberty, are 2 of the most meaningful things I do in my job for the Commonwealth. But I'll get to my point. So my first question is did the Water Department actually, were they directed by this board to include the parking in the proposed,
This is not the issue before us. This is,
That's the issue.
this is about liquor license.
the issue is about the conduct of the board, though, I believe.
No, the issue is about, we have a license request here for entertainment for the
So
town.
we can't talk about that at all?
Not in this context. You're happy to, happy to have you back again.
Because I think it may be a violation of 268A Mass General.
Okay, well, that's fine, but it's not, we entertain all comers, but get on the schedule and we're happy to hear from you.
All right, well, then let me get on with my remarks. So I was a member of the 181 Infantry when we returned in 2004 on deployment, and we were literally met at the gate, right at the plane, by VFW members who wanted to sign us up before we even entered the terminal. And I dropped my bags and I signed up right that minute. In 2008, when 6556 moved across the street from me, I figured I should be a member. They were right there in my front yard. Since then, I've had to contend with cars parked on Whitcomb, unreasonably noisy events, one of which Ms. Napoli advertised on her Twitter account, people congregating in the parking lot to do all the things that people do in parking lots of bars: smoke, argue, fight, shout their farewells, and all at the volume you would expect from people who just left a loud night spot. My biggest and most persistent complaint is that the beer delivery trucks and the trucks from the St. Pauli Textile Company of Farmington, New York, which is a business partner of the club's, drives on my lawn. I've addressed this with Dick Taylor and Doug Wood in the past. I don't see Dick here, Doug's certainly here.
Again, these gotta be particular to the actual license that's
So the
being,
license is covered by a Massachusetts General Law 183, and these are violations of Mass General Law 183A that I'm describing. So I got no luck with the club. I ended up calling St. Pauli after I watched the driver drive over the reflective stakes I put up to prevent this kind of stuff. I think he did it intentionally. They were very contrite. They said they'd fix my lawn. 2 weeks ago, my wife had to go out and stand in front of the truck again to keep him from doing that. So, you know, I'm a little bit aggravated. I was gonna come in a civil mood, but I made the mistake of looking at the Littleton Friends of Littleton Veterans page and see myself get attacked for just being a property owner. The post should just be begging to keep the license they have. They don't need to expand. They fail to protect us from members of the public, inside and outside the premises, disruptive conduct, fire hazards. 2 years ago, they had a mulch fire in the front that smoldered all day. They specifically failed to prevent an unreasonable increase in the level of noise in the area caused by the licensed activity or caused by patrons entering or leaving the premises. And they failed to prevent an unreasonable increase in the level of pedestrian or vehicular traffic in the area of the premises and an unreasonable increase in the number of vehicles to be parked in the area of the premises. Ironically, last June, incoming Massachusetts State VFW Commander Keith Jackson, Doug works with him, they're on the same department. He was quoted in the Worcester Telegram saying, "I want to get away from the bars." But now we're talking about making this thing a nightclub. The latest last call in Littleton, Chief, you refuted that. There's other bars that are open until 1 o'clock in the town. I retract that. So I'll finish with this. As the father of 2 Army vets, I get it out, thanks. The father of 2 young men in the Army, and as a veteran, I sincerely appreciate the motivations to help the VFW raise money. I honestly do. But their problem isn't money, it's membership. In my letter, which I think you probably have all seen, I cited an article from 2017 in the Lowell newspaper with some facts and figures about the decline of traditional veterans organizations. And interestingly, the Friends of Littleton Veterans Facebook page actually refers to the Post as a dying institution. The bad news is that they're in decline. The good news is that new organizations have formed to deliver services and fill needs that arose out of 2 decades of war. As I said before, I co-chair a quarterly that deals with 29 of these organizations. They range from employment support, PTS, traumatic brain injury, emergency financial need, suicide prevention, survivor benefits, and more. None of them rely on running a bar to raise money. Many raise money through galas, fundraising events like fun runs, rucks. Mass Fallen Heroes has made a spectacular monument without running any bars. The USO, Home Base, Massachusetts Military Friends Foundation, the Red Cross, they've been supporting veterans for decades. I'm a member of the Military Officers Association of America, the National Guard Association of the United States, and the National Guard Association of Massachusetts. All 3 doing great advocacy on the Hill, like the national level VFW. In short, if you know a military family with a problem, I can get them the help they need with this phone right here. Post 5665 did not turn out to be the quiet little private club the Board of Selectmen assured my wife it would be in 2008. Expanding their hours of operation will further the damage to the character of the depot area, do nothing to support veterans in need, and be a detriment to this veteran's family and property. And it pains me to stand in here with a room full of fellow veterans and have to say that about my own VFW. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments for the record? Ma'am, just identify yourself.
Joanne Coleman, 6 Whitcomb Ave. So in 2008, I stood right here in front of this board. I don't know if you remember back at that or not. When the plan to move into this residential area was taking place, this bar, I was actually chastised for calling it a bar. It was told to me to be a small private club, very quiet, maybe 1 function a year, would not hurt the neighborhood at all. In the first couple of years, it actually was like that. But then, the last 5 years or so, they've increased the number of events, the noise, those wholesome sounding little, girls, whatever team events, actually set up events in the parking lot with screaming. I have teenage girls, screaming girls in the parking lot until it rained, thankfully, and they had to go inside. The public is welcome, as per the sign out in front. I don't know legally what the difference is between this and a nightclub. It's a public welcome. You don't have to be a military member. You don't have to be a family of a military member. You go, you drink, and now live music till 1 o'clock in the morning in a residential area. This goes against Littleton's master plan that you are all supposed to consider when you make decisions like this of keeping Littleton, quote, the bucolic New England village feel. This town doesn't need a nightclub. It doesn't need a nightclub across the street from residences.
Thank you, ma'am. Other comments? See Mr. Sanders back there, sir?
George
Look at everybody.
72 Great Wood. Mr. Chairman, I would question one thing, and that would be the amount of parking that's available at that facility. And since it's been made known they can't park along Wickham Street there, here on Taylor Street. I would sort of kind of suggest that if you're going to allow them with the entertainment, I'm quite sure they will probably have more participants coming to that on certain occasions there. Maybe the lodge can have some mean of utilizing the school over there for parking, the parking lot over at the high school, and maybe transfer the people over to the lodge there so that you don't have a problem with the neighbors about the parking, and the police won't be down there writing tickets because they're parking somewhere where they shouldn't be parking. I just think that that consideration should be looked at, and I know it's a tight, close quarters in that parking lot there. You can't get too many cars in there, so I think that needs to be addressed if you're going to issue this license.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Yeah, I can speak to the parking and some measures that the post has taken to mitigate those issues. Neshoba Garage, Chuck Bell is a veteran, his son is a veteran, and they are permitting attendees at the post to park at the post office that they recently purchased right adjacent to, I don't know if it's right next to Fallon's or not.
Yes.
Yeah, but they've given the post permission to have attendees at their nightclub, seriously, at the post, at their events, utilize that parking to attend their events. The other thing I wanted to mention with regard to the delivery trucks, is there any way that they could come in through Wickham?
So we actually discussed that with the gentleman who runs operations at the St. Pauli place, and yep, he said we could do that, you know.
There's a question for the.
Oh, I'm sorry, because we thought we had a solution and then that didn't work.
Yeah, that solution didn't work.
Yes, we can do exactly what the general said, but I mean, we have to know about it, I have to know about it. I've been the commander since 2014.
Yeah, they don't come when they're here, they come in the middle of the
They
day.
come in the middle of the day.
I
know that's
understand
right.
that, but I mean, it's a case of, I thought I had called them a couple times beforehand, and when I didn't hear anything for about 8 or 9 months, I
We're not
thought
gonna
it was
devolve
taking,
into back and forth conversation.
Okay, sorry.
but if there's something that can be done.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
and we want to.
People back there, Jerry?
This one isn't really my battle, I live in another part of town, but in terms of noise complaints,
You identify for the record, you're.
Jared Elpiori, New State Road. In terms of noise complaints, I know the town has some very objective noise regulations in terms of sound levels, times of day. Is there a mechanism within the town that if a noise issue comes up and the residents call it in, that measurements can be made to determine whether the VFW is or is not in compliance, and if not, appropriate action be taken?
I believe it's managed by the planning board, and, no,
Zoning enforcement.
zoning enforcement, the building commissioner, threshold's pretty high, I believe, but the building commissioner's office does regulate sound.
The problem is they're not gonna be around at 12 at midnight.
Well, they respond to complaints, so that's how it's done.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to address one other point that was made with respect to the girls that were outside screaming that day. That was a new event. The Post had allowed the cheerleaders to hold a pasta dinner at the Post free of charge. And the girls did take the corner boards outside and were a little rambunctious. Ever since that event took place, I know that it's been made clear to all the other sports teams that comes in that no one is permitted outside. So I apologize for that disruption in the neighborhood, and it was brought, I know, to the commander's attention at the time it happened. And it was just an unfortunate miscommunication between people that were using the hall and not using the hall, so.
Let's see if I get any other residents on record, and then we can.
I'd like to make a brief
close.
statement. My name
Name, sir?
is Jonathan Wales, 8 Wickham Ave. I live directly across the street from the VFW. Here today as a private citizen. At first, I'd like to say I don't have anything against veterans. My father served for over 20 years in the Marines. I've got a grandfather and several uncles, personal friends that are all in the military, so, and my neighbor is also in the military, or was. I submitted a letter to the board ahead of time detailing several ongoing issues that have come about, and I used some strong language referring to it as a blight to the area. In regards to property, blight means dilapidated and unsightly, which this property is. If you're not familiar, I printed some photos out, and I'd be happy to submit these for the record. Right off Google Maps, you can see a white stockade fence, and give you guys they have a PVC fence that's falling down. I've lived across for 4 years. It's been in that condition for the entire 4 years with little to no attempt to repair it or even remove the fallen pieces. They've fallen, and that's where they have laid. And these are right off Google Maps, you can see them. Grass, knee-high dandelions almost all year. So it's just an unsightly property. Operation-wise, most of the events don't run late, I will say that. They are in the evening or daytime hours. So my question or request would be, maybe their license doesn't be permitted till 1 a.m. Maybe it's a 10 p.m. license every night, and that's when they can be closed, so that the private residences in the immediate area aren't disturbed. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, if I may, oh, I'm so,
Maybe a good idea to get people on record.
yeah, no, that's okay, I just wanted to reply to that, but go ahead.
All right.
Okay, Doug Wood, Harwood Ave. To respond to Barry, and Keith Jackson is the state commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. And yes, I do work closely with him. I'm running through the chairs, working my way up there. When Keith Jackson, and it's a VFW statement, to not be a bar if it interferes with doing VFW business. Okay? Littleton VFW Post 6556 does all their VFW stuff. Voice Democracy, Patriot Pen, Teacher of the Year. Beth Morgan from the middle school was Teacher of the Year last year. Okay? They're doing their VFW stuff. Okay? They complain and they say, oh, we don't like it. Well, you do a PTA conference, but you were there. Okay? So, and that's fine. That's fine. Parking on the street, I get it. I don't like people parking in front of my yard either. But I think that we need the entertainment because that's what supports these community-based programs. Okay? I'm not a member of Littleton Post. I belong to Westford for a different reason. But when they donate the hall to the school groups, PTA, whoever, to raise money for their functions, it helps this community. So I think that would just be another feather that oh, you want to do a band to raise money for your function for the community, you'll be good.
Thank you, sir. Others, you can, sir?
Robert Otto, 8 Whitcomb Ave. So my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the current noise ordinance for town just in general is 10 o'clock. And from what I understand, again, if that holds true, generally they are done with their events by 10. Sometimes they go a little bit over. But again, I would question why we would be expanding their license to be able to go to even midnight, let alone the 1 p.m. that they've specifically asked for. And I would say that if you look at the letter that I submitted, I did call into question specifically the fact that, you know, they've been given a certain amount of privilege. I don't feel they've done a good job handling that. And again, back to earlier comments, they assured us that they weren't going to be having lots of events. They weren't going to be open late at night. They weren't going to be making a lot of noise. And those things have definitely happened, certainly in the last few years. I've lived at that property since before they were there. And so I know what it was like before they were there. And I will also stress that the town in general, or that section of town in general, I did say in my letter, proverbially, the streets get rolled up well before 10 p.m. So again, I have a lot of concerns about having a business that's going to be open till midnight, let alone 1. And there is a, for instance, the liquor store down the street, which used to be Johnson's store, I believe that liquor store closes at 9 o'clock. I believe that's their latest hour. So even so, as far as business hours are concerned, they would be one of the latest hours in that area, sans anything else in town, not talking about Route 110, not talking about the Common, anywhere else in town, just focusing on our section of town and what that section of town has historically been like. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure what noise ordinance you reference. I know certain activities with diesel trucks are subject to time limits, but that's on a permit basis. Beyond that, I'm not sure what general
I believe
noise.
in the past, I've been told that they can, I've been told by representatives of the
Nothing
public.
we license.
Yeah, so, but they've told me that they can go till 10 with loud music. Oh, and I will also stress that I'm not just talking about live music, I am talking about recorded music from the DJ systems and things like that.
Okay, fair enough. Good. Any other comments before I close the hearing and the board can deliberate on it?
Mr. Chairman, I just had one other question.
Yeah, Mr. Moore.
21 Taylor Street, I didn't look at it today. Is that, I'm guessing that's not residential, is that commercial or business zoned?
Business.
Okay, that's why, okay, so it's not a residential area. Thank you.
Surrounded by.
Business zone. Okay, very good. Appreciate all your input. I'd like to get a motion then to close the hearing, which will allow us to deliberate on the motion before us. Been moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Selectman DeCoe, seconded by Selectman Knox to close the hearing. So, members, what's your feeling on this?
I have a couple questions first,
Sure.
just about the regulatory history here. So, VFW moves there in 2008, was licensed to some extent or another until approximately 5 years ago, is that right?
See, they,
Been licensed all
what,
along.
what license?
Well,
Which
I
license?
guess that's what I'm trying to
They
understand.
moved from the common to.
Right.
The liquor license, yes, but we have not had an entertainment license.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm trying to understand. So that there's been a liquor license in perpetuity,
Right.
and
Since my father was a member of the Post back in the 50s and 60s.
When it was on King Street.
the entertainment license was held at one time and then lapsed?
No, I don't
Or
think it
it's-
ever
it's
was.
never
We
been
just were made aware of it just recently.
held? Okay. And so this is an initial application for the entertainment license. The liquor license, the timing of that is in,
Annual.
That's
well,
annual.
it's annual, I'm sorry. The day-to-day timing, is that liquor license until 1 AM? How does that match up with the entertainment?
I think it's, on the permit, it says midnight. During the, actually, during the week, it says 1 o'clock, yes, but on weekends, it says midnight. Yes, so what the liquor license allows, but not that, we're open every night
No.
that late, you know, but it allows it that much.
Understand, we have lots of establishments in town that are
Yes.
licensed
And
beyond
it's
their
just
typical hours.
No sense of staying open, there's nobody there.
Okay, thoughts? Yep, I'm just
A couple other questions, if I may
Go
ask
right
the
ahead.
applicants. Well, what's the VFW's procedure policy for handling abutter concerns and complaints?
Depends upon the municipality.
Okay.
I mean, it depends
That's
on
it,
what the town's laws and regulations, really. May I ask one of our state officers just to verify?
Sure.
Doug, there's no direct guideline from the state on.
The state VFW does not have anything to do with post canteens. That's
Right.
strictly a post level.
And so therefore, it's all controlled by the municipality,
It's,
in which they
controlled
reside.
by us.
Well, by us, but I mean, it's a case of it's working with whatever the town requires, or the municipality if it's the city.
Just adhering to the licensing authorities and
Yes,
zoning and
it's
whatnot.
much better put than I just tried.
Perhaps I asked that question poorly. What's your process for, you get a phone call with a complaint. What is the VFW's process for aggregating those complaints, ensuring that they're understood and acknowledged, and addressing them systematically, not just in the evening in which that complaint is lodged?
Specifically post 6556.
Specifically,
Post 6556, the process should be, and what I've been led to believe has been, that if it's a quick issue, the manager or bartender on scene tries to resolve it as quickly as possible. If there's another issue, if somebody wants to, call me or contact me, they have my cell phone number and my name. And they're supposed to call me or the quartermaster, John Borowski, one of the two of us. So the staff there has our names and our cell phone numbers. And if somebody has a real issue, if the actions taken by the people on site don't handle the issue, they're supposed to give us a call. They're supposed to give our information to them, and we're supposed to get a call.
does the VFW keep a log of complaints to identify not just individual instances that are addressed in the night, but rather a systematic, a series of minor complaints?
No, I don't see. Up to this time, we haven't been.
Yeah.
No.
Chief, while you're with us, you just asked, has your department logged many complaints of any sort on the department?
As a
On
matter
the,
of fact, I went through the log today in regards to, back to 2016. I found 8 complaints that were lodged at the VFW. 2 of them were noise complaints since 2016. 2 of them were noise complaints from parking lot issues. The others were across the street, fireworks down the street, but it was an address we used for the VFW. 8 calls since 2016. I don't see it as a bad number. However, that is also going off the log. We do have human error, or it could have been logged to the house next door or the house further down the street. I didn't go in depth in regards to that. If the board would like me to do that, I'm more than glad to.
Okay. Well,
So, Chief, I don't think that's necessary, because I've always just got it informally, that's all.
the hearing.
He's not the commander.
Okay, I just personally think that, there hasn't been a groundswell of complaints, but if there are any complaints of a nature with parking and noise or delivery of, delivery from the wholesale or whoever, and those are things that you can manage, then, maybe a little plan, a written plan, we sometimes have asked the, supplied to the police department just to make sure that folks who are,
We want to work with you.
yeah, I understand that. I'm just, it's, thinking on the fly. We've done this
But
sort
we
of
need
thing.
to be told
We've done
when
this
it
sort of thing
happens.
with applicants before, just ask them to work with the chief on a plan that, addresses. I would say offhand, there are 3 issues. There's a noise issue, there's a traffic issue, and there's a potential delivery issue, all of which sound like they have, solutions to them somewhere. But, let me just go around the board with this.
I'll jump in.
Yeah.
I've attended a number of these events in support of the VFW, and a number of events that were in support of other youth programs, high school programs, that kind of thing, as well as bereavements, retirement parties. Parking is something that has come up, and I know that when I've gone there, I've actually had, whether it was Hal or John or someone from the Post, basically advise me, don't park on Wickham Ave, right? And usually,
I've been told that as
usually
well.
that's planned ahead of time, and oftentimes, if I'm going down with somebody, we'll carpool, and you just try to mitigate the problem as much as possible by being proactive. I do know relative to, I had, a couple of years ago, I had a mulch fire in my front yard, and I guess that's a result of people driving by carelessly throwing a cigarette or whatever out the window, and I had a mulch pile in front of my yard and caught fire. So I don't know that that's necessarily something that we can put on the custodians of the Post, but I do know that they've engaged with some volunteers who have gone down. I know I believe Paul Biagioni has gone down and done some nice work. So to look at some of the pictures that are here, although with the fencing, I think that is something that could certainly be addressed, it should be addressed. I do think that if we took some present day pictures, or even some just before the snow fell this year, Paul had done a nice job of kind of cleaning the place up. Putting my if I were a neighbor hat on, the shed that you have there to collect clothing, as I understand it's to be a fundraiser.
Yes.
I would take a look at how much benefit you're getting out of that, because with limited parking, it is in the parking lot, and
Takes up one spot.
It takes up one spot, but that's one spot now you don't have.
But it's also a spot that has a problem with it,
With the drain.
with the drain.
Right, and but I do feel as though that, I won't call that shed a blight, because I'd love to have that shed in my backyard, frankly, it looks better than mine. But I do think that there's some opportunity there, whether that goes out of that spot into the back near the fenced area and repair the fence. But I think that these events have been going on without incident, according to the logs from the police department. The events that I've been at have not been rowdy or raucous or frankly spilling into the parking lot. And I think that it would serve the Post well if we were to grant the license.
Any thoughts?
And the
Mr.
community, they serve the community well also.
Well, as a resident of town and a person who has been to a lot of these functions, my family has rented the place out. I've been one of the cleanup crews to help pick up the place to make it look better. I went down there because in my viewpoint, that VFW services the town in a lot of ways where there's fundraisers there's different things that they're donating, they're building for. So I'm not a neighbor, I don't get to see anything. All the times that I'm there, the event is over early, maybe because of my age, I don't know. But, yeah, I didn't say it, but once again, I went down there to help out because in my viewpoint, I congratulate them for what they try to do for the town. I think it's an asset. Unfortunately, I hope there is some kind of reporting that can be done, that you guys can take care of these issues so they don't happen again. Whether the bartender or manager is outside or more often to take care of those things. But overall, I've been there many times and I haven't seen what you people are talking about. I just haven't seen it.
That's kind of where I'm coming from, is that I want to be mindful of where we're at here, and that for whatever oversight on the town's part not asking for it, the applicants being unaware, they're basically looking to have, pay the license and get the license for activity that they've been doing for years. So it isn't really a change in activity, although there's been an uptick in activity. A lot of that is good, as we can see from the multiple organizations that benefit from it. However, even though we've never received a complaint as a board, I'm not going to dismiss folks who, come out tonight from neighboring households, and, if they raise just, good neighbor issues in terms of keeping down noise, having a means of contact, directing traffic otherwise, seeing if deliveries can be made in a way that they're not aggravating neighbors. That's the sort of thing that I think can be developed in a plan, and perhaps the police chief could work with you on that. All these licenses are subject to a term and can be reviewed based on performance, but, I'm inclined to support giving the license with that kind of plan in place. Chief, you look like you're looking to
Mr.
jump
Chair,
in.
if I could, please, I'd just like to offer the services of the police department to act as a mediator for this conduit. It's quite obvious there is a neighbor issue that I'm unaware of, and maybe they are aware of it, they're trying to handle it in-house, but maybe it's at the point where we need to step in and assist this so it does happen, and there's more fluid of a resolution.
If you're volunteering.
We'll take it.
Capital's up for review after this, correct? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
This side of the table, any further thoughts? We'd be.
I have a couple to
Sure.
add. So the first is that I'm troubled to know that there isn't a continuous log of ongoing issues. So if we approve this, I would advocate that we only approve it contingent upon the VFW doing a couple of things. The first, commit to putting a plan in place, a written plan in place that you can give to us as well as the abutters, so that everybody knows what the rules are, what the communication structure is to deal with complaints and issues. Frankly, I love the fact that our police chief wants to get involved. I'm not excited by the idea of utilizing town resources to make sure that this entertainment license suits the abutters. I think the onus is on the VFW to ensure that it suits the abutters. So a plan in place to deal with those issues as they come up, a tracking system, and a commitment, written commitment to the abutters about how that communication process goes in. The second is the noise, and that really seems to be the crux of the issue. The other thing that I would like to see the VFW do is commit to acquiring a noise meter. They're not expensive, they're $100. Our zoning ordinance specifically notes nighttime is beyond 9 PM, business district is 45 decibels. I think that's how the VFW ensures that you're meeting your commitments to the abutters.
That's outdoors?
That is maximum sound levels for continuous noise in each district. And, you know, perhaps I'm not
Sure
reading
we'll
it.
know that, because most of the time the doors are
Perhaps
closed.
I'm not reading that correctly, but if, regardless of whether I'm reading this particular statute correctly, or there's another one that's more applicable, I would like to see monitoring of that going on, so that we can, again, everyone is working on the same page and it's not subjective.
You sure? You still have some?
Yeah.
I think that's about it. It's a plan.
I just had,
It's
I think, I mean, we've granted a number of licenses, and we haven't asked any other licensee to create a tracking system, keep a log. If you guys are willing to do that, that's entirely, I'm not gonna get in the way of that. But to put a burden, an unfair burden on the VFW, who's doing this as a, to try to raise money, to purchase a noise meter, where, I mean, if you're down in that parking lot, the train whistle goes by on a regular basis, and that's well beyond our, you know, it's kind of, the more you live near it, the less you hear it, but, you know, it's kind of a planned and expected nuisance, if you will. But I think it's our responsibility as the community to police the noise. If they're willing to self-police, again, I'm not gonna get in the way with that, but I don't wanna set ourselves up for creating a precedent for any other licensee that's gonna come down before us.
We put very specific stipulations in place for the theater's license. We put specific stipulations in place for other licenses that we've addressed. Now, have we addressed noise specifically?
Yeah, I've
No.
only
but-
seen that applied, as I say, in terms of like truck terminals or places that were getting, warehouses getting deliveries in the middle of the night from turning off the.
I understand that, but I'm
I
looking
believe
at section 17380 here that specifies decibel levels at day and night. You know, the abutters have a right to quiet enjoyment of their property, and that is being impinged upon. And,
I don't think it has been.
well,
Allegedly.
fair enough, that's right, I should probably say allegedly being impinged upon, and that's why I'm asking for some consideration to actually measure the noise levels, so everybody's on the same page. And if you guys are within that, you're within that, and that's when the abutters have to understand that you too have a right to utilize your property. But it's gotta be a balance right now, and I'm concerned that if what's being alleged is true, the balance is improperly balanced. So I would only give the license with specific conditions.
Cindy?
Sure, so I just want to make it clear, it's not like there's a band there every weekend, there's not a DJ there every weekend. We're talking about 3 events in 2018 that there was a band. And it was on St. Patrick's Day, Halloween, Cinco de Mayo was a DJ, and there was another fundraiser that was a DJ. So I just don't want to give the perception that there is a nightclub at 21 Taylor Street, because there's not. It is a VFW hall that's providing a service to our community. And part of that service requires funding. And one of the ways that they're acquiring funding is through fundraisers that are few and far between. And the only other thing that I wanted to speak to is the condition of the VFW. I think it's a really unfair depiction. I know that I worked side by side with Joe to do landscaping. Paul Banjoni came in and did landscaping on the property last year. We cleaned it up a lot. We made it look really nice. The only thing I will agree with is the fence is falling down. And Mr. Banjoni was actually nice enough to offer to come back this coming spring, and we're gonna try to fix the fence and make it look nicer, because it is not aesthetically pleasing. So there are efforts, the Post has made efforts to make the place better, and I just,
Questionable as to whether that's germane to the issue.
it's really
before us.
not, but I just need to say it since it was brought up during public meeting.
All right.
It's not, it's not. With regard to the noise meter, you know what? Let's do it, because it's few and far between that these types of events are taking place at the Post, and if it will appease the neighbors and make everybody feel better with Chief Bernard's assistance, it's $100. I say let's just do
I
it.
mean, they already own one. Does the town own one? No, I don't know. I mean, I'd actually,
I just think
I would
it's a-
rather hold that as a, something we can use if there is indeed further complaint, because keep in mind, prior to tonight, we never had a complaint.
Right.
And, so, I don't know, I know that's a route we can go down. I'm not sure anything we've heard tonight rises to that
Okay.
level yet. Just, I think it's something we can always turn to. I do think it's appropriate that the VFW, and it sounds like they're very open to it, address the issues that are on the table. You've got residential neighbors, they deserve peace and quiet, and let's give you a shot to work at it with the plan. And if it doesn't work, then we have to come back here and readdress it. That's what I would suggest.
Okay.
What was the motion?
Well, we're open for motion anytime, although board members, if they want any input before that.
Good.
Good. Move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 183A, to approve the application of Littleton VFW Post number 6556, Gail Van Tessel, Manager, DBA VFW Post 6556 at 21 Taylor Street, Littleton, Mass., for an annual entertainment license expiring on December 31st, 2019, to allow live and recorded music performances and dancing by patrons on the premise within the operating hours of Monday through Saturday, 3 p.m. to, we want to change that to 12? Comfortable with changing that to 12? Board? 12 a.m., 95 person capacity, with a proactive approach to addressing neighbors' concerns.
You said through Saturday, not Sunday, like it was on before?
Did I say Saturday?
You said Saturday.
Said Saturday.
That's just a sick comment, but that's through Sunday, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's a motion made.
Not that we use it on Sunday, but. for that.
You did second, okay. Motion's been made by Selectman DeCoste, seconded by Selectman Knox. Questions, discussion?
With proactive approach.
After 95 capacity.
I know it doesn't sound like we're in consensus, but we may have.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to read what he was writing.
And
After-
I'll tell you, with that motion as phrased, I laid out specific conditions. I don't think I understand the rest of the board may be willing and able to, but I can't vote for this with those soft
To address neighbors' concerns.
Understood.
But I very much expect that the VFW heard what we were saying and hope to see those things implemented anyway.
Neighbors' apostrophe.
Okay.
Neighbors' apostrophe.
Fair enough. Good way to phrase it. All right. Then, that being said, all those in favor of the motion as made, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, and so 4-1. Good luck. You've got a responsibility in addition to
Thank
a
you.
license. And we've heard you, and we hope things will improve.
Well, I appreciate you listening. I know it's all closed and everything, but we actually called them every time and didn't involve the police trying to be good
Well,
neighbors.
you're on our radar now, and hopefully things will improve. If they don't, we can address it again.
Thank you.
Coming out, Joanne.
All right. Should have known from experience, these are the sort of things that always take a lot longer than you ever expect, but if you're the person who lives on that little piece of earth, it's the most important thing on your agenda today, so we'll give them their time. Now we have a almost legally violated hearing we also have to run through. Hopefully this will not be anywhere near as long, but we do need to.
It's contentious.
Okay, so we do have the folks from Anthony's Coal Fire Pizza all alcohol license. I believe I'm required as well to, is there a legal notice here to be read? There's
No,
not a
this is
legal notice?
No, this is
Oh,
just a
okay, that's
change
fine.
of officers.
Yeah, you
and
wanna set it up for
beneficial
us then, Anthony?
Sure. This is actually the third time that Anthony's has been in since they've opened in Littleton for a change of officers and beneficial interest. So it happened again, so they notified us. We worked with town council. Again, the police and fire department, as well as the building inspector, were all notified, had no comments. So they're here tonight to just let us know.
Okay, what do you plan on doing?
So as you know, we operate about soon-to-be 68 restaurants nationwide, number 68 in Natick next month. So the CEO of our company is looking to retire at some point this year. So what we're doing is we're transferring the licenses along the East Coast to our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Rebecca Cooksey. So we're doing that as a preemptive move, so we're not chasing it later, we're not in compliance.
Okay, but the officer on site will remain the same?
Yes, they will.
Well, we like some constancy there.
Eric does a great job. I love this. And I'm the regional manager of Tommy Wayland that we met before, and I live 3 miles down the road in Acton, so we're not going anywhere.
Good. All right, I believe we've had a uneventful year. I know Chief Bernard, Chief Bernard, Anthony's Coal Fire Pizza, we haven't had anything exciting to talk about them in a while. All things are good?
Things are great.
Things are great, good.
Doing
Pizza's
compliance.
great, I had it delivered by DoorDash a couple of
It's
weeks
going
ago.
well,
Yeah. Put one foot out the door, I said, it's cold, I'm going back in. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward then, they're looking for a change of officer and beneficial interest associated with the license, not a manager change. Any further questions from the board? Anybody in the audience have an interest in this topic? Okay, if there aren't any other questions, we can proceed then to a motion.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to approve a change of officer/beneficial interest application for the annual all-alcohol restaurant license under Mass General Laws, Chapter 138 as submitted on January 31st, 2019.
Second.
Motion's made by Selectman Napoli, seconded by Selectman DeCoste. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Continued good luck. All right.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, this question is to the board and to our colleagues. Do we want to pick up where we were at, or since we have a number of committees here, we could go to the annual and special town meeting warrant and allow some of these folks to go through? Oh, good. Would the board mind if we did it that way, rather than pick up the capital
That's fine.
discussion? We'll keep you guys out a little bit late, and we let a lot of other folks go home. You all right with that?
I'm gonna sleep.
Okay, all right.
We'll wake you when you're up.
All right, Anthony, you want to pick up then with our 7:15 agenda item 6, the annual and special town meeting warrant review insert articles. And our first topic is the Neshoba Valley Technical High School, Article 19, the school building project. And I understand that not only Charlie Ellis, our longtime and distinguished representative to the school committee and chairman of the school committee, I understand, this year. Very good.
Mr. Chairman,
Is here with Dr. Pigeon,
I'd
correct?
like to introduce to the board and to the town Denise Pigeon,
Terrific.
Dr. Denise Pigeon, Superintendent of Neshoba Valley Technical High School.
Thank you very much, and thank you
Great.
for the invitation to come before you today. And I also want to thank the members who were able to come to our town officials' breakfast recently. It was wonderful to have so many guests with us that day. Today, we are here to speak specifically to our request for an MSBA accelerated roof repair project. And I believe Jean is going to pass out. Well, they may already have.
Yes, they've
Oh,
had
good,
theirs.
okay. In terms of the books that had previously been passed out to you, on page 30 and 31 of that book, I don't think they have the same book, Jean, I'll give them copies. On page 30 and 31, it provides an overview of the request. So what we are looking to do is to move forward with a repair project that would cover three major sections of the school roof. They are sections that are over 20 years old. In addition, the project would encompass replacement of cal walls, which is the windows above the technical program area garages. They are so old they actually have no insulation value that can be tied to them. And the last piece of the project would be to replace the HVAC heating units that are on the sections of the roof that would be repaired. MSBA does not pay for those rooftop units or reimburse for those rooftop units, but they will pay for the crane that takes them off the roof, puts them on the roof, and then the flashing around it. So it seems to make the most sense to move forward with that part of the project as well. In terms of timing, we worked really hard to time it the way that we have to keep the cost to the town's level. So you may recall that we did have a previous roof project where we replaced other sections of the roof. The debt from that roof project will actually be paid off in the FY20 assessment, and the debt for this particular project, if approved, would then follow during FY21. So you'd have a piece of debt that comes off and a piece of debt that goes on, so that there's not a large increase to the towns. And we timed it that way on purpose. So along with needing the work to be done, we were very cognizant of the way that we were timing the project. In terms of the details of how this plays itself out across the board, just to give you an idea, the final payment of the previous roof project for FY20, the total payment, which was shared by all 8 of our towns, was $154,027, and that's paid off in FY20. And we did go forward with some real rough estimates. At this point, it's a rough estimate, because if we're giving you some bond information, it's on current rates. with current enrollment. So using all of the current information that we have as of today, if we were to put this roof project online, the amount that would be borrowed by the 8 towns and shared by the 8 towns was for a 20-year bond, $161,069, which is an increase, if you compare the two, of $7,000, but that is then spread over the 7 towns. So again, decisions that will have to be made moving forward, 20-year bond, 15-year bond, 10-year bond, but bigger picture, we've worked really hard to make sure this project doesn't cause an undue burden to the towns. And we'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments for Dr. Sidney?
Chairman, just a
Anthony?
point of order, we didn't close the hearing. Was it a motion to close the hearing? Town clerk, just
On what?
on the VFW, the entertainment
VFW,
license.
we did.
We did?
Yeah,
You
we
made a
did.
motion, she says you didn't close the hearing. You didn't make a motion to close the hearing, did you?
No,
You didn't take the
you didn't say
You
all
didn't take the
in
vote.
You didn't take the vote.
favor.
Oh, all right, because the motion been made and seconded, but the vote was never taken. All right, well,
Yeah.
all those in favor of closing the VFW hearing?
Aye.
Madam Clerk will be very happy.
Well, there's a couple of holes in her website too, so we'll have to discuss that too. We'll discuss that later. I hope so.
Oh, boy.
All right, relative to the proposal,
I'm just gonna jump in. I had the good fortune to be able to attend the breakfast, and Dr. Pigeon did a presentation, Joan helped the presentation. Charles has been a wealth of information helping us to understand this project. They've been great stewards of our finances. They've really afforded our students another alternative. And hearing from a couple of the students, we're actually, in the beginning of this book, we'll see that there's 2 students who, like we do, attend and participate in the school committee meetings. And a number of students presented, kind of what Neshoba Valley Tech has been for them. And it was great to hear from them, because we hear it from Charlie all the time. Charlie's a great advocate for the school and the education that provides our students, our children. I think this is smart to try to take advantage of any of the funds that MSBA is putting forward, even if it is only for the cranes, but to take the aging HVAC units, now's the time to do it. Because if you go back and try to do it after the fact, after a brand-new roof has been laid, invariably,
That's not the time you want to do that.
Steve Moore could probably speak to this, when Bill Cole was trying to put rooftop units on this building, we had all kinds of problems with the membranes. So I think it's a responsible approach, and I'm very much in favor of supporting the article and moving this project forward, at least our portion of it.
I'll agree. I think historically, we've both been well-served in the way that the students that have come out of the Neshoba Valley Technical High School have gone on to great success, but it's also just been, at a municipal level, a terrific investment and a well-managed operation, and we benefit from that. And you've got a long line of big shoes to fill,
I know.
but I'm sure you're up to it. Anyway, Jace or Cindy?
I don't have any particular comments, as long as you're not putting on a copper paneled roof.
In place of slate? We're on that list.
All right. Well, I don't think any votes required of this here. We'll be doing votes later on to, probably as a bulk to, support warrant articles, and I don't think you've heard any opposition here, so.
No.
You'd,
And I'm not sure that if I mentioned this previously when I was speaking, but just, I know that when a warrant article of this nature goes before the town, oftentimes it can be confusing because they are voting the full borrowing number.
Yes.
So if they see the $3.7 million project, that is not the cost of the town of Littleton, that is the overall cost of the project. That cost actually includes the reimbursement that we receive from the state, which is estimated at just over $1.5 million. So that then it's the remainder of the project that then is shared between the towns based on enrollment and then shared over time, so.
is Charlie making the presentation at town meeting?
If I have to.
Listen,
I will do my best to make all meetings, but unfortunately, there's 2 town meetings the same night. That always seems to happen with Littleton and Chelmsford. But I will leave Chelmsford and make my way to Littleton, and I'm sure Charlie will tell me.
I'll have Jean with you.
I'll do my best.
We'll be
Do my
fine.
best.
You'll be in good hands.
I will say that the building, some parts of that building are 50 years
Yes.
of age.
On the original then, huh?
Yes.
Yes.
And so we've been very good stewards, and replace that building at today's cost would be astronomical. So, you know, and our bond rating has helped the town immensely. So we have been good stewards, and we are the other public high school for the town
That's
of
right.
Littleton.
Absolutely.
So,
So the building dates back to you.
Yes, Joe, thank you for reminding me. Yes, thank you, buddy.
Doesn't get a lot of shots like that.
I waited a long time.
Charlie's like, roof? Who needs a roof? I didn't have a roof. Just, well, Charlie and Dr. Pigeon and Jane are here. Just for planning purposes going forward, I know that you guys have been great about our portion of the impact to Littleton for the budget has been very well managed, and you've kind of suppressed it a bit. Whether that's good or bad, I'm not really sure, but just for our purposes, moving forward, if you can kind of just not take us all the way behind the curtain, but just give us an idea of what we can expect down the road, just so we can
Of,
start
of
planning.
of our particular budget?
Yes.
Well, we work really hard to manage our costs, as you know.
Right.
I wish I could give you a straight answer on that, but to be quite frank, when you're talking about the assessments to the towns, the biggest factor is enrollment. So it's really connected to enrollment trends moving forward. In terms of our general budget, I can tell you since I've been superintendent and working with Charlie as the chair as well, we've managed to keep our overall budget increases in a reasonable area. So this year, our budget request to the towns is a 2.5% increase over last year, which was not an easy task to make, but we made some difficult decisions to do that because we do recognize the challenges that are going on. We probably won't be able to hold it at 2.5 forever, but we do work very hard to keep a very reasonable budget. And the other piece too is if there's other ways that our school district can help the town. I know oftentimes there's challenging times where there's projects that need to be done and you might not have the full costs in the town to do those projects. Reach out to the tech. We love to do projects like that. We would work with you with our construction program. We work with you with our engineering program, culinary, any project that can give our students an opportunity and also save a town funding is a wonderful partnership, so.
Printing.
Printing, absolutely. Yes, this was all designed in-house by our students. You know, I gave them the information, but they put it together. And I do have a poster for you. I apologize, I left it in my office this evening when I left quickly. But I have a beautiful poster. One of your residents, who is a student at our school, won the statewide poster contest, well, Middlesex Community DA's office poster contest for Be the Change, and it's an absolutely beautiful poster, so my plan is to have it framed for you if you'd like to hang it
We'll
somewhere.
present it to you at a future date.
That's great.
Going forward, and I touched on this just a little bit, you know, we have a very diverse and changing population of students. That will be a factor coming up in the future. And I'm proud to say that the building is well-maintained, and we take pride in that. But some areas are gonna need to have some TLC coming up. Not next year, or the year after, but it is coming, so. But we'll keep you apprised.
Yeah, that's.
No surprises,
Appreciate that.
no surprises.
Still get your tan from being down in Puerto Rico
Yes, I do.
fixing buildings for the hurricane victims. God bless you.
No, I was on the pool deck, actually.
I was trying to make it sound real good, John.
Yeah, that's all right, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was on a pool deck.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. The next warrant article we have here is actually a citizen's petition,
Yep.
which,
Kristen Sloboda's here.
yep, Kristen, you've got a moment or two if you'd like to
Brief.
speak to your petition relative to the sewer quirk sighting. How are you tonight?
Wow, how about yourself?
Good.
Sorry, I'm not as good as I have to read from my
You're
my
fine,
phone
you're
here.
fine.
All right. So first, let me start off by saying thank you all for all the hard work you've done so far in this project. I understand how important this project is for the town and the common. However, I don't feel that any one neighborhood should be negatively impacted so that this project can be completed.
there has to be another area that meets all the town's needs. It is my understanding that there will only be 6 trucks in and out of this area right now, but that is just a starting number. We are going to build on this number, and eventually that number will increase to who knows what. Just because we own the land doesn't necessarily mean it is the right choice. We definitely should be looking at an area so that the project can be expanded and it can and it can increase, and it can handle the increase in traffic. Especially because Littleton continues to grow, the project will need to grow with it. There's no way that this is not going to stink. We want to be able to go out in our backyards and enjoy it with our friends and our families. We want to be able to run up and down our new sidewalks without having the stench of this. The high school has had years of complaints of horrible odors. They have tried to change the filters and have attempted to use other fixes to change but the smell has continued. This project is 10 times larger than the high school. I am worried about the health of all the families. Yes, we do have many systems in our town, but this is far larger than any we have. With the use of the gases, there is chance of an explosion. Given the malfunctioning track record that we have at the high school, that looks more like a when. We do not know what kind of health effects this has, both short and long term. Just as Mass DEP called it, it's an experimental project. This is a lot to ask of your residents when we don't even know what the safety and health risks are. I would like to ask you guys to do something. You don't have to participate, but I would like you to ask it. Close your eyes or don't if you don't want to. But imagine your house. Now imagine less than 2 football fields from there, I place an experimental plant on there. It's never been operated by the person in charge of it. It's not supposed to smell, but it very well could. There's not supposed to be noise, but there might be. Oh, and it generates highly explosive gases. So if it's not operated properly, it could explode. There's absolutely no room for error in a project like this. That's all I have for you.
Okay. All legitimate points, well said, and I will say, as a follow-up to our meeting last week, we have actually, on the commitment we made to either revisit properties that have been looked at before and dismissed, or reconsider new ones. There have been 2, and our working group has a call tomorrow morning that we're exploring a little bit further. But beyond that, we hope that we can satisfy you to the extent we can, and win you over if we can, and in any event, protect you as a citizen.
Thank you. Not
Any
just
board
me,
members
all
have any
your
questions? What's that?
Not just me, all your citizens.
No, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the common sewer articles, Chase, I guess you're the designated.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll present these when we get to town meeting. Right now, we've got a placeholder for bringing construction money forward. I think it's unlikely that we're gonna bring construction money forward to a non-significant extent. That depends overall on where the quirk is located, although I will say that when we do bring construction monies forward, that will probably be phased, so it'll be piping independent of where the system is. That said, I think we should just hold that construction monies piece for yet another meeting. The other aspects related to this.
And it won't likely affect the construction schedules or anticipation.
That's a very important point. It is unlikely to impact the construction schedule. On an outside chance, maybe it slows it down by a matter of weeks. But Weston and Sampson has a lot of design to do anyway. More importantly, it will not impact our ability to utilize the MassWorks funding that we were granted by the state. However, should the town not adopt construction funding in the fall, now we're at a place where we lose that MassWorks money. And so we're still trying to sort out the timing, as Paul alluded to. We have another meeting tomorrow morning to try and hash out the construction piece, but that will almost certainly come in the fall. But the other aspects that you do see are very important administrative components to establish the sewering district. That sewering district is independent of where the quirk is located, so I want you guys to see how it fits in with the citizen petition. So the sewering district is a sewering district regardless of where the quirk is located. The home rule petition, all of that is independent of where the quirk is actually located. Those are related to the area that we're going to sewer. So I would argue that tonight we should put those non-funding articles onto the warrant. Those will come up, and we'll hold the dollars and cents for another meeting.
To add to that, so what we have on the warrant right now is just the home rule petition. We actually took off for right now the
Oh, did we?
borrowing,
Okay,
yes,
sorry.
as well as the establishment of the enterprise fund. So what you'll be voting to insert tonight is just a home rule petition for
Okay.
this town meeting.
Sorry, I was addressing all of the sewer.
That's all right. There was a little change from, a lot happened in a couple of days.
You got a lot to juggle here. But I think that enterprise fund is still open for discussion too, and we as a board may well see that.
And we have placeholder language done for that anyway.
I believe,
Don't we?
do
Anthony,
we have
we-
placeholder language for the enterprise fund done?
We do, but it's really not necessary to bring it for the town meeting because we don't have an enterprise.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the enterprise fund is, that
We're ready.
we're gonna.
That's
we're
in the
gonna need it
operational
eventually.
end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any board member questions? You've been hopefully brought along and up to speed on these topics along the way.
Joe,
Any questions? No? If not, then I guess we can move on to our next articles, and these are those relative to senior center. One is a product of our town Space Needs Committee, but also there's a citizen petition as well first. And is there a spokesman for the citizen petition relative to the senior center? Mr. Sanders, that's you? Would you like to come forward and
No, that's not me, Mr. Chairman, but I want to know when you're going to take public input, because I wanted to speak on Article 20.
Article 20. Well, actually, you can do that right now. If you were gonna do a topic that's not relative to a agended item, we've got
what's item?
member items later on, but I can,
Are you talking about the Littleton Commons Smart Sewer Construction article, Mr. Sanders?
Yeah, it's Article 20 there, Littleton Commons Smart Sewer.
or any other
Borrowing.
sewer applicants, I think.
Construction borrowing.
Yeah,
Construction borrowing.
if you wanna speak to the sewering, here's your chance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. George Sanders, 682 Great Road. When they talk about this smart sewer system, they said that the users are the one that's going to pay for it. If the citizen vote for this smart sewer system, that is a town project.
Yes.
It is no different than the way the water department operates. You got some people that have properties with city water, town water, and you got some people with well. I've been told that if they bring the line down a certain street, certain people will have the opportunity, the properties there, to opt in or opt out.
For residential properties, correct.
My concern is this: can the town assure every taxpayer in this town that if they opt out, they will not be assessed a sewer charge. And the rest of the taxpayers in this town would not be assessed a sewer charge with regard to the sewer system.
Well, that's absolutely the plan, and that's what you're being asked to vote on. It's a opt-in, opt-out for any of the residential properties within the proposed district, and it's mandated largely because we've had, plenty of hearings for opportunities to say otherwise, and we had a 90% plus rate of interest on the commercial property, so that's mandated. But as far as the residential goes, opt-in, opt-out, and as far as the taxpayers go, the taxpayers are obviously being asked to make the borrowing on the town's behalf, but like the water department articles you mentioned, this also would be fully funded, 100% funded by the participants in the district.
I just want to make sure that,
So it doesn't compete with other town projects for money.
I just want to make sure that if you opt out and the line come down your street,
Yeah.
the town will not assess you with a fee for the sewer system.
That, Mr. Sanders, that's actually specifically the focus of Article 22, which is the home rule petition. What we do is, by state law, anybody that's within the district has to participate. So what we do is we're very careful to draw a district that excludes people who don't want to be in the district. So the district actually looks like Swiss cheese, which is a little absurd, but it's what the state requires us to do. So we're actually asking for the town to authorize us to put that district together based on direct input from residents. So we're in short order here actually going out to residents to get their firm contractual commitments on participating. Then we will draw that district. And those within the district, those who have said yes, they will then have to participate. But they've said yes. Those who say no are not going to be in the district. And at that point, whether they want to or not, they're not going to be able to participate. So it actually cuts both ways. We're not going to assess them, but they can't jump in after the fact. And that's the commitment that we're putting forward for the town.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that there's something that comes along later, and, it's one of these fine prints that didn't get read, and all of a sudden now you're getting a bill.
Right. Hey, don't mind you asking the questions.
I'm going to stay on top of it now, thank you.
Never doubted that. Okay. Under the senior center articles, is there someone here who is associated with the home rule petition? Oh, yes.
Is that the seniors' position?
Yes, yes.
But is that the petition? Yes.
Yes, it's the senior petition. Mrs. Levine, and you're doing this on behalf of Mr. Ray?
Anthony, do you have the exact language of something? I'm not sure I've actually seen the language of the.
I'll be
Is it?
I'm Nancy Levine from Bristol Road. I'm Vice President of the Friends of the Council on Aging. And Barbara McCrae and Alan are not available, so you won me.
Yes.
The Friends wrote the citizens petition, I believe it was in December, when we first heard about the DCU building.
Yeah.
We had no idea at the time how the selectmen would be involved and to help us. And so we wrote the petition regarding the DCU building, but then I understand that might not be legal because we said the name of the building we wanted. Is that correct?
I don't know about that. Do you have an opinion on that? Because we do have another article, our own, but as far as the language of their article, have we talked to council on that?
Yeah, we have. It could have been written better. We do have to follow Chapter 30B in procuring a building, so he's still weighing it.
Yeah, the issue, Nancy, is basically this: if that were handed to us legally, our legal charge under Chapter 30B, as Anthony says, we have to go out to bid and open it up to any property owners who would meet a certain set of
That
criteria.
I understand, yes.
So by naming the property, yeah, there is a potential problem. But I was gonna say, the good news here is we have our own article, we're putting $3 million aside for an unnamed site, but specific to a senior center, so.
And just to say that you all know why we need a senior center. We've outgrown nothing, really.
Right.
The Friends were incorporated in 29 years ago, and for 29 years at least, they've been looking for a senior center. I mean, not the couple of rooms we have and have to share. And so I appreciate you paying attention to us, and particularly Cindy and Chuck, who have spent time.
Right. In fact, I'd invite either one of those two who would like to speak to our article, since they're on the same topic, Article 7. Who's prepared? Either one of you to?
I think you just said that there's not much more to it, just that we are essentially putting money aside with the purpose of being able to implement a senior center. In the description of Article 7, it does state community center, but I think we would change that to senior center / elder and human services. or
Yes.
something
Oh,
to
thank
that
you.
effect.
And the
you.
dollar amount anticipated is $3 million now.
Is that 3 million?
Yeah, that's what Cindy.
Right, correct.
And that would be transferred out of our existing capital stabilization account, which will be simultaneously replenishing to a certain extent with other funds. That doesn't mean it's a cap on what the project could cost, but at least it seems to cover what we had heard might be the lowball figure on the cheapest possible option. So hopefully it'll be received as a sign of good faith. It's real money specifically
And not for
For that
particular
purpose.
buildings. So if
Right.
what we were hoping for doesn't go through, there will at least be some money in the budget to perhaps
Yep.
do something.
Exactly.
That's
Okay,
what we're
thank you.
hoping to do.
Thank
Are
you.
we moving on to Article 6? No, is that,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry. Questions, comments? Yes.
Hi, Liz Trudiak, Elder and Human Services Director. Just wanted to clarify, you said 3 million will be,
That's what our ask is, yes.
okay, thank you.
Jerry? Yes.
Jerry Oakberry, New Estate Road. I think I'm almost old enough to be a senior citizen, if not already, but I look at... I'm looking at this as a taxpayer, at $3 million of town money being spent. And I also just happened to pull the tax records on that particular property. It's valued at 1.839 and change million, about 52K plus in tax revenue at current assessment. You take it for a senior citizen, that's off the tax rolls. Plus, you build a senior citizen, you gotta staff it, you gotta maintain it. This particular building is probably about 25 years old, again, based on when it was built. It's gonna need repairs, it's gonna need conversion. I think that instead of having a particular site forced on the town, the selectmen ought to do a proper site assessment, a proper site selection.
That's undergoing right now.
That's what the process is doing, appreciate that.
So like I said, I was very concerned when I saw
That's
citizens.
another reason the language is not specific, in that we're giving funding to whatever the conclusion may come from our committee here that Chuck and Cindy and others are on.
I just wanted to find out, I'm just glad you guys.
Let me remind them again of the expertise you guys have got on board to help us.
So we went out to bid, we did an RF, request for qualifications for, we have an OPM, we did a request for qualifications for an architect. We've got an architect under contract with us now to help us to essentially take the lead report that we had done a couple of years ago and further quantify that and help us to do a better assessment of our current situation and propose solutions to meet the space needs that have been identified.
I just want to make sure this is done in a methodical manner, not ad hoc.
I believe it's been done in such a methodical manner that it's caused some frustration.
You might notice that's a theme. This Sue has been going on forever.
I have a question for the board and to the committee. We put $3 million aside. Next article actually asks for the DCU building. Say that gets passed, does that $3 million get put aside until we do an RFP? Is that?
RF,
I guess my question is, if Article 8 passes, is our first move to go in that direction?
They're actually not they're not attached to each other. Even if both pass, I don't want to speak for council, but I would say if ours passed on its own 2 feet, then we will have funded $3 million along the lines that we described it. And if this other article passed, it doesn't mandate that we use that money for that purpose.
So the citizen's petition could cause us to have to borrow. It's not laid out specifically, right?
Well, I'm just saying, I
Possibility.
don't think the
I
citizen
talked to
petition.
Council briefly today, and the comment he had was that money that you just took for Article 7 could be used for that.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would require another vote, though, I believe.
It would all have to come back to town meeting. Yeah, all of these options are gonna require a subsequent vote at town meeting. Mr. Stetson, I know you had a question.
Bob Stetson, are you doing just 8 or 8 and 7?
8 and 7, since they're related topics.
8 I understand is a citizen's position, so it's gonna go in, if it goes in, as it reads, because it can't be changed. Now, it may go with or without your approval. Article 7 is the one that concerns me, and as a senior, I want to make sure of 2 things. First of all, it states, as it is written, and this you can change, senior center / community center. We had the director of the senior department, State Department, come in and talk to us, and one of the things he emphatically said that every time that has been done, seniors lose. And we would like that changed to strictly appropriation for a senior center.
They took it out.
And I would also, excuse me, Nick, I would also ask that will there be a dollar amount put on that? Because the $3 million is not
Yes.
only the price of the building, it would buy the DCU center, but it would include renovations, but we would need an amount set aside, and I would assume that would also go into that warrant.
The dollar figure in ours is anticipated to be $3 million in there. It hasn't been voted on by this board yet, but it's been anticipated that would change the wording on that.
Correct.
Correct.
Right.
And if you want to give us 10, that's fine.
And they
Okay.
did take out community
But,
center. They
the-
did take it
That's
out.
what I'm suggesting. is
They
to
did.
take out-
The article put forward by,
Take it out completely.
the numbers are a little goof here. The establishment of a senior center article is agnostic with respect to location.
Right.
It would essentially be following the lead of the evaluation and design process, in contrast with the voter petition, which is specific to a particular building.
Address, yeah.
Right.
But don't you have to set aside a certain amount of money if you're gonna put this article in?
Oh, we are.
They are.
Yeah, it's a transfer. I think the language of the article should say specifically that we'll be transferring money from the capital stabilization fund into a senior center stabilization
Now,
fund.
I have a question about the vote threshold required to do that. Are we appropriating money out of a stabilization account, and therefore we
2/3
require a
vote.
two-thirds vote to
Two-thirds
achieve that? Okay.
Yep. Good
So
point.
that article will be a 2/3 vote.
Right. Alicia?
Okay, Alicia Day, I'm the Parks, Recreation, and Community Education Director. So the question that I have about removing the community center portion of the article is specifically, that was mentioned in both the town report, or the master plan, as well as the open space and recreation plan. So I'm curious as to why we're taking that out.
The reason, do you want me to answer that,
Well,
Mr. Chair?
it's actually referencing to our article, but I think it was in deference to the principal advocates for the senior center from the senior community, Mr. Stetson or whoever can speak to it.
It was an error.
The reason we're arguing that it should be taken out is because we're looking for the appropriation to be for a senior center, which the human, which our elder and human services would be in control of completely. The problem is that in every place that it has been done in this state, whether it has gone both, it's ended up with the community portion pretty much taking over and the seniors being pushed to the side again. That's just a fact. We don't like it or not like it, but that's what's been the case, and we do not want that to happen here. In this case, right here where we are now, we have a situation where we're sharing with the community, and in many cases, senior programs have been stopped, have been changed because of the and other needs of the community. It's a very difficult problem, and so what we're looking for is for this warrant to allow us to get a senior center.
Yeah.
So, if I may, although I appreciate Bob's input, there has been a lot of information that has stated that in many cases, when seniors and, let's just say Park and Rec, because that's what we have, when seniors in Park and Rec or community center have been engaged, in many cases, we've got a lot of evidence where, to put it your way, the senior's been left out. There are a number of cases where it's worked quite harmoniously, and, you know, we could argue the details. Specifically, as far as we're concerned, we're looking to address all of the problems. So
Yes.
this is specific to Elder and Human Services. So, but to address Alicia's concerns, we are looking at what can be done to help Park Rec community education as well.
Emmett Marzal, who's the director of all Council on Agings and seniors, he said that it basically doesn't work. And he gave an example, a good example, where it does work. And it works in Natick. It works in Natick because they have a lot of money, they have a huge building, they have a lot of staff, so it's working there. I mean, we're starting out slow, very slow, and we have to look to the future to make sure that we have enough room, because I believe the designated date is 2030, 35. The senior population from about 2,000 now will be 4,000. Well, the next 10 years will tell a lot. I mean, and maybe in 10 years, we'll need something more. Or maybe Park and Rec can take over, and then you can give us something big and beautiful. All right?
All right, I'm not so sure how much farther we can go on this topic, but I will recognize a couple more. We have a long, thank you. And we'll get to
Just
Liz, but
one
also George, too.
suggestion is, can you switch number 7 to make 7-8 and 8-7?
We'll deal with all that stuff later on. I hate sitting into that.
Thank you very much.
I think we ought to just draw lots and.
That's not a bad idea. Mr. Sanders and then Ms. Tretiak, we'll wrap it up after.
Mr. Chairman, George Sanders, 672. I talked to Al and Barbara McCray before they left, and Al had said that there was concern about the fact that this community center was attached on to this, and that there was concern about that, and they wanted, if it was all possible, to be dropped, because they're in for the senior center. And to go back to talk about the master plan, at some of the meetings at the master plan there, the seniors brought up about the senior center, but if you go back and look at the master plan, it does not say senior center in that. And this is something that I brought up before, that we was asking for that senior center. Why wasn't the senior center identified like everything else that was identified in there? It should have stood alone, but it did not stand alone. And you can check the master plan.
Right, yeah, somebody got to write that when they wanted it written. Okay.
But I suggested the seniors again got pushed aside.
Well, you can read it that way, certainly. Ms. Tretiak, get the final word of this subject at this moment, anyway. Yes.
Hi. I would like to say that I do hold the somewhat unpopular opinion that I do think community centers can work when done properly. And I think it's under the charge of the staff of the municipality to make sure it does work properly. And just in our town alone, I know that we have great communication and we could make something work. Now, that being said, we do need a senior center. We do need space for the seniors in particular. If it were done properly, we could share. That being said too, I think that either route we go, a community center or a senior center is an asset to the community, whichever direction we take. And I'm fully in favor of any plan that is well thought out and well planned.
There you go.
As
Good.
are we all.
I promised that we'd wrap things up, but I'm not gonna say no to Marge. I'll let Marge get final word on this one.
Thank you, Marge Payne. I just wanted to let the board know that the Council on Aging did discuss at our February meeting the potential for DCU, and several of us toured the building. And it's a beautiful building, and it has a lot of potential for being an appropriate building, but there's still so many unanswered questions. And with that in mind, we could not come to a decision because we feel we don't have enough information yet to know. And I think that's when Liz is saying it's thoughtful and worked out. We just need more information to make a wise decision.
That's what
And to be good,
That's why, I mean,
stewards of our
Chuck and
town's money.
Cindy are heading that effort, and now they've got both a
Marge is on that too.
OPM and an architect
I'm on
on
that
board.
too,
That's
so-
right, you're involved
And
as
that's
well.
why we're waiting,
Yeah.
I'm
And the way
anxiously-
the town's article written anyway, it would fund whatever conclusion you are able to come up with.
That's good, right? Because I think there are a lot of unanswered questions, and we need those answers.
All right, is it new, Bob?
Question on
Yeah,
Article
yeah.
8. If the town council decides that the old DCU building is stated in that petition, would the petition be removed? And because it's illegal, because it doesn't allow...
I don't know. It's up to the moderator more than anything to rule on that. But even if it got voted, if it's deemed to be invalid after the fact, it just wouldn't have any effect. Okay, terrific.
The next article.
Next
Can I
article.
just clarify the next one?
Certainly, Anthony.
So the article to amend borrowing for the new well field and water treatment plant of Whitcomb Ave has been withdrawn. So the only article for the water department today is their enterprise fund,
Yeah.
of which Dave Ketchin's here to,
Yeah.
you there?
Dave, how are you?
Speak of that. Kevin, you want to welcome?
Thank you. One other thing I want to mention before we get into this, the description of the article, the wording, let's see, where is this? The wording said to see if the town hall will vote to appropriate $3,800,993,936, which doesn't match the most recent budget that we sent to you guys.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
Okay. Just
So
make sure.
the most recent number is the 4 million?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
So
aware
in
that-
the hard copies that Anthony gave us, we've got.
Those are the latest ones,
Oh,
so
yeah,
those are
okay.
different numbers than what's in your packet. That's,
It's a moving target.
it's a moving target. We can go over that later.
You're moving the wrong way, though.
I know. It happens, right?
Yeah. So a few key points to touch upon before we get into any of your questions. Let's see, the salaries and wages are increasing. We're adding another employee, or we'd like to this coming year. User charges are just about the same. A few capital projects that we have include the takedown of the highway building, so that's in our capital budget as well. I don't know if you have anything to add, Kevin, or?
The only, there is, on the distribution side, as part of the Whitcomb Ave treatment plant project, we're going to be installing, the Littleton Water Department is undertaking some of that work. That's somewhat of how we were able to trim the money out of the borrowing, is to undertake work to install water main on Sanderson Road into the treatment plant. It's about 1,500 feet of water main, but that also is part of the reason, that's covered in our operating budget for next year.
So you're gonna come up and around Sanderson?
Right now, our plan is, just a real quick, brief conversation regarding the treatment plant. As part of the treatment process, and getting what the DEP refers to as for-log removal, we're gonna run the main from the treatment plant without any connections to our system or any services, house services. Fallon's Liquors, for example, is probably the closest. We'll run it the 1,500 feet, which allows essentially the contact time to allow the treatment process to work before it gets to what is our 12-inch main at the depot intersection. So we're trying to accomplish two things: get the treated water right into the distribution main, but where that's something that we felt we could undertake and install it ourselves.
So you actually have to run, sorry, I think
So
we're
we'll run-
digressing
what
just a
we'll
touch.
do is-
So you have to actually run up around Sanderson to get
We're
the
gonna run up
the pipe
Sanderson
miles
about
and contact
400, 500 feet
Oh,
up
nice.
Sanderson, and then we're gonna cut across the field that we own, because we own a parcel on Sanderson, which then also ties into the parcel on Whitcomb, where the treatment plant will be located. So about 1,000, almost 1,000 feet of that run will be through virgin ground material, no structures, no utilities in our way. So, but again, that is a fairly large project for us to undertake, and it does increase our budget this year to put that in there.
Any other questions, by the Board of Commissioners? All right, thank you folks for coming out.
Thank you.
Hope Nick's comfy at home.
He's at, where's he tonight, Georgetown? He's got the kids tonight, so.
Yeah.
You guys hang around for the next, for the next article?
Water Resource District.
Yeah, Lowry?
All right, Planning Board in Myron, Articles 16, 17, Aquifer and Water
So
Resource.
there's just one.
Oh,
To clarify on that one too, we deleted one, it didn't need to be two separate articles, so.
Doesn't need to be two separate.
So, yeah,
okay.
so.
Same topics are now part of a
Yes,
single.
so,
Well, maybe that's what Marin's gonna tell
You
us.
know what? Let's let Myron.
yeah, there you go.
Okay.
So, there is one zoning article
Folks, keep
proposed.
chatting back down to a bit. Okay, right, thank you.
Okay, anyway, Marin Two Hill, Town Planner. There's one zoning amendment proposed, and it comes through the Water Department. In order to pump the Beaver Brook wells at the higher level, DEP needs the town to adopt a broader aquifer district near the Beaver Brook wells. It'll extend a little more into the Littleton Common area. So the proposed bylaw amendment is just to expand that area and to clean up a couple of the definitions that DEP was not happy with. We were looking at a second amendment, but it's not ripe yet, so we're just going with the one.
It's kind of an uneventful town meeting for the planning board this spring, huh?
At last.
Okay. Board members, any questions, comments?
Frankly, just a digression with respect to the sewer. To the extent that this essentially expands our zone two, it brings in more of the footprint of the common, which then further argues for zone two being area that could contribute to our drinking water.
Right.
Further argues for sewering the common.
Support, right.
And the zoning that goes with, you know, all of the development within a zone two.
All right, we do have planning board members here. I see Ms. Houston and Mr. Mullen. Anything to add?
The only thing we did when they came before us is they had just drawn a line, and we asked them to move the line to the, include any line that cut through a property, to include the whole property.
Okay.
Now, will that be, that's the zoning aspect of it, but as far as the water department is concerned, the zone two is still the hydrologically defined zone two?
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yeah,
Thanks, Mark.
I was kind of hoping the water department would say, no, 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 that.
We have that power.
Library trustees.
Demetra and
Yeah,
Mark.
Nature's here, Mark was here somewhere.
Mark had to leave.
Oh, Mark had to leave?
Yeah.
Okay. Jenna was here too, wasn't she?
Yes, Jenna's here.
I'll come up there, so she's not by herself.
Right.
So she's not all alone in front of the scary board.
Hello.
Hello.
Demetra Taylor, 115 Taylor Street, member of the Reuben Hoare Library Board of Trustees.
Jenna Brownson, trustee.
So this article discusses the designated slope site area, which is, if you walk out the doors and you go to your right, on your far right is going to be where the designated library is. And that was approved at the May town meeting of 2017. Also, the article addresses what else was approved on that May 2017 town meeting was to allow the library to pursue a grant of $5.8 million for a $13.1 million library building project that is expected to be awarded in July of 2019. So what we are asking in this article is May of 2019 for the town to borrow or transfer available funds of the sum of $1.5 million so we can hire an OPM and an architect and get design schematics made so we can find out the cost of the construction of the building, which we will address in the October 2019 town meeting. I also want to point out that we have allocated $100,000 of our own funds to get the process going. We are going to stay with the original architect that did the original schematics. That's going to be Johnson Roberts. They'll be meeting with PMBC tomorrow at 1:30 and members of the trustee board.
Okay. I don't know if you were present earlier, but when we were at the beginning of our meeting discussing actually the capital budget, I had brought up the topic of the ways to fund the full cost of both the prospective senior center and library projects, yours being at least anticipated a differential of $7 million, and whether or not we could, exploring whether or not we could pay for that under the levy limit. And it's very much identified a doable. It would translate on a 20-year borrowing at 5%, which are two variables that could change, but 20 years usually what we borrow at. A $576,000 payment, which basically in our budget structure, that would have to come as an addition in the payment, debt payment, capital and interest. And to grow that, there's only a few places we have space in the capital projects that we were considering earlier in conversation with our former finance director, Bonnie Holston, without endorsing that, said that that's where it should come, as in competition there. So our borrowing, the borrowing that you're asking for, while the vote could come this spring, the actual physical borrowing probably wouldn't happen for a year. Steve, I'm just trying to confirm back there.
We'd have to short-term borrow to cover it.
Short, okay.
Well, some of the borrowing would happen right out of the gate. I mean, isn't...
The 1.5, yeah.
Right, the 1.5 would happen.
But that would be short term.
Mhm.
Yeah, the bigger borrowing. But anyway, to get up to that $560,000, I was just looking at it in terms of, we have like two budget cycles to try to get up to that speed. So I was hoping to accomplish $300,000 worth of space in this year's budget, essentially putting $300,000 into capital stabilization, effectively saving that space in the budget for future debt payments, adding to that amount next year by the same, getting it up to the $600,000. So the space has been created in the budget to cover the debt, and you can use that money to pay down the initial payments. What it comes at the expenses, other capital requests in the pipeline. So that's the discussion the board's been having. The finance committee's been very much involved in other committees. But if you're interested in how the mechanics might work as to paying for it under the levy limit, it's doable, but it's right there in the whole spectrum of choices. It can happen depending upon what choices we make elsewhere.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you're saying that there is room to finance the library, the big portion of the ask, and the senior center, their ask, within the levy limit, if there is some elegant way of financing it, which would be helped out through the guidance of
It's not even all that, it's not even elegant,
Yeah.
it's pretty straightforward. The $3 million for the, it just kind of matched up. We've got $3 million, we've got more than that, $3.5 million capital stabilization right now.
Okay.
So earmarking $3 million of that for the seniors, which is what they're looking for at this point. They may well have greater needs.
Right.
But at least for what's in front of us, that's what take care of that. A borrowing of the $7 million translates to 20 years of $560,000. So you're basically going to find $560,000 to augment your debt payment schedule. So
Okay.
2 years to get there, I just looked at it as $300,000 the first year, and then building an additional $300,000 the second year.
Okay, so that, as far as the financial health of the town, the board and potentially the finance committee would argue that that is a thoughtful way about going about funding both
They may not,
items.
that may not be their preference, but
Okay.
it doesn't throw us outside of our range of healthy borrowing limits as a percentage of budget. But it does come at, if we choose that route, it comes at the expense of other items that are looking for funding under capital, and capital is usually rolling stock,
Sure.
technology,
Right.
building repairs, that kind of stuff. And we've got a couple $1 million worth of those requests in front of us right now.
Okay then. So my only question would be, is it a potential that a portion of that capital stabilization money could be used for both the library and the senior center, and then the rest, let's say it's $2 million between the two projects, could be voted as an override at fall town meeting? If in fact we wanted to say, listen, we don't want to hamstring all of the departments, that you can't have any of the things you want because the library really needs to happen and the seniors really want the senior center to happen, is it appropriate or even possible to have most of the funding be done within the levy and still have a reserve for the others?
You can do anything you want as far as that goes. You can put it all outside of the levy, you can put it all inside the levy.
Okay. So it's not an
There's some
either,
hybrid.
it's not an
No.
either or.
No.
And
I just want people to know, because we've never put it on departments whose primary job is to provide for your mission, to be,
Right.
to know how the financing works. So somebody's gotta, and put
Right.
it on the table. So, I just knew or felt instinctively that that could happen, and I want to make sure that that option's viable. So people who want a library but don't want to have a tax increase, that option's there. But
Okay.
I know there are plenty of people who say, I'm willing to pay a tax increase for a library.
Sure, of
I know there's
course.
also plenty of people who say, I ain't voting for a library, period. So that's
Right.
different people, different
Yep.
opinions.
Yep. So what we're looking at then for Maytown meeting is a 2/3 vote on a short-term borrowing of 1.5 million. And thereafter, there will be no ballot vote on the 11th of May. There will just be the May 6th town meeting 2/3 vote. And if that passes, then we will get the 1.5, we have the design, we'll do the construction, and then we'll come back in the fall and we'll say, here's how much we've raised in money, here's how much we have in pledges, here's how much the project costs, and here's what we'd be asking for the town. That can all be done within the levy, so far as what you've predicted
Yeah,
as
I was
of
gonna say,
today.
the only thing else that would happen on May 11th, if we're entertaining that route, was that we would need to put that $300,000 thereabouts into capital stabilization as a space saver, not just for its actual dollar amount, but to have created space in our annual budget so that it's there to be replaced by debt payments down the
Partly
road.
to convince ourselves that there is in fact that available.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
And
it's a
partly
model
for
we used
dollars.
before in the high school. When we did the high school, we first built up the space under the levy by making savings payments, and then we turned around and spent that initially to knock down the initial cost and used the space we created to pay off the debt principal and interest.
So you just stated May 11th would be the $300,000, May 6th would be the 300,000.
Oh.
At the annual town meeting would be the $300,000.
Yes, no May 11th payment. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
and so the May 11th is not happening the way that we're talking about funding the 1.5 million as a short-term borrowing.
I don't think that's been on the table at all.
Okay. And is there going to be an asterisk that says $300,000 is going to be put into this, or a separate warrant article?
Just trying to inject that into the discussion right now, and, it's, at the moment, it lives only as an idea and a proposal, all right? It has to be endorsed and adopted.
Okay, so it's not a precondition to
No,
what we're
not at all,
talking
not at all.
about with respect to Article
No,
6 here?
no, your article stands alone.
Okay.
Much in the same way that tech has to answer to the totality of their project and how it actually comes to bear for the Littleton taxpayer. Senior Center is going to have to answer for the totality of their project. The library is going to have to answer for the
Sure.
totality of the project. And, that $13 million number is scary, right? So it's on you guys
Sounds
to
cheap
break
to
it
me,
down.
especially when $5.8 million is being given to offset that 13.1.
That may be a matter of
Huge
perspective,
present.
but the onus will be on the presenter to break that down. and
Of
help
course, of course.
The voters understand how.
The only language issue that I have with the article is the use of so-called in quotes. It makes it sound like it was haphazard and not at all planned. I'd like either designated or agreed upon to replace so-called in the first
I'm sure Anthony
First
did,
full
did you write this,
paragraph.
Anthony? He didn't mean a thing if he did.
and in the very last paragraph. It sounds sort of shoddy and
I think that actually
slapped
caught my
together.
ear too. I forgot where I saw it.
So-called slope site. Sounds kind of shady at the same time.
1.5-ish.
So I don't know,
That
designated,
book thing they want to do.
curated, agreed upon, I don't know, something that, where the language is reflective of thoughtfulness and not shoddiness.
Stop by and we'll go through it, all right?
We can change language.
Demetra.
Okay.
Let Demetra stop.
Jenna, You
You
go get coffee. Demetra, you come on by.
We'll let him
We're
stop by.
You can always stop.
Yeah, I have a pin, I should be able to stop by.
You can, anytime. You know the rules, anytime.
Are we all set?
Well, if there's questions for you, again, the actual, this article is for the $1.5 million for design. And everybody understands that, it's a short-term borrowing. All
But
right.
the way you laid it out is exactly how it is right now.
So we understand each other.
I think so.
That's so good. It's so good to have clarity between us
Sure.
and them.
We're in
And y'all.
we're in a kind of a general kumbaya moment.
We're kumbaya right now, yeah. Okay, very good, thank you.
You don't want an entertainment license, right?
Not yet.
Thank you. Community Preservation Committee, I saw Mitt out there somewhere. How are you, sir?
There he is.
Good, you've been out sprinkling your good deeds across the landscape, I understand. Giving away your money.
Nicely put. You asked if, or through Anthony and Saldi, by the way, Mitt Wanzer, 39 Mill Road, Community Preservation Chair. There's two other members present tonight. And also, I'll be speaking to some parks, recreation, community education stuff. And if Alicia Day's here too, I'll invite her to comment if you have questions. I have just 4 notes for you that Mr. Ansaldi asked me to touch upon. One is our Community Preservation Committee has a spending and savings policy that each year we vote on our following a little deliberation and usually following precedents from previous years, how we would like to spend our money or have it be saved. Community Preservation Act asks that 10% be saved in 3 categories, but we establish a policy so that if anything that's not spent stays in that category, and so we respect 4 different categories and have assigned for fiscal year 2020 40% of our revenue to be directed to open space, 15% to historic resources, 20% to community housing, and 20% to recreation. That leaves 5% undesignated, and so our spending won't follow those in any given year exactly, and we don't always spend all our revenue in a given year. So, for instance, the undesignated pool of money will wax and wane. Even though it's 5% now, it may be greater at some point in the future.
May I interject real quick? Sure. You mentioned percentages, and if I'm reading this correctly, the percentages and the dollar values don't line up quite right. I don't think we need to resolve it right now. Just if you and Anthony could get together and make sure that the percentages that you just discussed align with the dollar values that we've got in the warrant article. Something, my back of the envelope math
I may
doesn't
have
square.
gotten that wrong.
We can go through it. The version that the selectmen got literally just came in at 5:15, so.
Yeah, I completely understand, just flag it and note it, because I
Yep.
don't want it to get propagated. I'm sorry, Matt, I interrupted you.
No,
while
it's
you were
okay. Although I'm pretty confident in that you might be looking at a previous year, or we can clarify that.
Okay.
The numbers are in flux, and our town meeting article has blank lines in it currently, so. Pushing on then to the three.
Hold on a second, Steve wanted to
To
interject.
answer your question, Chase, it's the money going into the fund that has to follow those percentages. They don't need to spend to that level.
Gotcha. Okay, so those are the, now I understand.
Yeah,
So those are the
that would be our
expenditures, not
revenue.
in the contributions. Okay.
And our bookkeeping follows this policy.
Okay.
Okay. The first project that we'd ask to be included in our budget this year is the Littleton Affordable Housing Trust. And what they propose is the Littleton Affordable Housing Trust has been set up recently and would operate to make all the decisions relevant to the housing money that's generated through community preservation. So pretty much the balance of savings in that category, community housing, will be assigned to them through town meeting vote. The number is $525,000, $545.80. So that would represent a pool of money that they could do their work through. They would, as a housing trust, they would intend to model their work on what other towns do in following this type of work. Given that it's $500,000 in this year, typically the flow of money, the revenue that we would generate and contribute annually, if every year we subsequently said we're going to contribute more to the housing trust, it wouldn't always be $500,000. It would be on the order of $50,000, and we would say, and so in the relationship between the Housing Trust and the Community Preservation Committee, we would just ask that they annually report on how they use their money. We don't expect in the first year that $500,000 will be spent on their program. They're just getting up and running. They may spend not even 10% of that.
Do you have some sort of agreement with them written to memorialize that?
Yeah, in awarding this grant, we ask that they come back annually and report on how they spend it. Once town meeting votes this money, there's liberal discretion for the trust to spend it how they want, because the Community Preservation Act allows for support to community housing. So it's a very loose, open standard support. Actually, it's a good thing in one way, in that because I think what the Housing Trust would like to do is use this money, at least in the short term, while their program is getting up and running, to pay for housing vouchers, so that individuals or families in need within Littleton who are having a hard time making payments for their housing could petition the Housing Trust, and then through a hearing and some deliberation, the Housing Trust could award them a voucher to pay for their housing.
Fred?
I just have one question. The CPC state regulations are pretty rigid as to what you can use the money for, what you can't use the money for. And the only thing I would caution is to make sure that whatever the trust uses the money for, because it came through CPC, that it stands the test of the CPC guidelines. We don't want to run afoul of the state saying, we took CPC money, the housing trust did something that's outside of the CPC umbrella. So, and I have no reason to believe you would, but I just make sure that that's tight, because we wouldn't want to get ourselves in a...
Does that mean for the housing trust, then it couldn't essentially, if the housing trust had a general fund, the CPC money shouldn't go into the general?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. I'm one of the
I don't
trustees.
know, it's just, and this is really the first I've heard of it.
That's okay.
Well,
So I'm
Cindy
one
is
of
on
the
the trust.
trustees of the
Housing trust.
Affordable Housing Trust. I'm one of the trustees.
Bartlett is
Bartlett's here
here
as
too,
well.
yeah.
If we receive this money from the CPC, we need to earmark it as CPC funds. So it needs to be used in compliance with the CPC.
And you're able to document that?
We have to document that under state regulations. If we receive donations from a grant or an outside party, those funds are held separately, and we have a broader use. Yeah, so it's very strict, the way the reporting guidelines are very strict that we need to follow. So we're working on that, we're aware of that, those requirements, so.
Who's managing the funds for the trust? Is that, it's no longer town funds, as I understand it. It's a trust's funds, so who's managing?
We need to,
those funds?
yeah, so the trust, we need to assign a managing agent and get all those pieces in
Which is
place.
gonna be totally outside of the town.
I don't know, Bartlett, do you know the answer to that?
Steve?
I don't know that it has to be totally outside the town. Yeah,
You know,
it's a good question, Fred, and we're,
I mean, it's basically taxpayers' money.
Right.
Taxpayers are turning
Right.
over to the trust.
right,
So I think the taxpayers need to know who's gonna be managing the money. And, you know, if it's CPC funds, they're being managed within the CPC regulations.
Right.
And, you know,
Right.
that's fine. I could just see those questions coming up at town meeting. That's
Right,
all. So
yeah,
we
so
should be-
we're working with Lisa Larrabee from the Housing Authority. So it depends on the program, like one of our first initiatives is we want to start a voucher program like Mitt mentioned. So that will be managed through the Housing Authority, that voucher program. But you're talking about the general funds, the funds as a whole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're gonna have
Book-
$500,000,
who's our bookkeeper,
you're
essentially, yeah.
probably not gonna have it in the bank account. I hope.
Right, no,
Who's gonna be managing it?
right.
Steve, how is the scholarship trust? How is that, how are those funds managed? It's in a town bank account, but it's just,
Those are trust funds that people have left to the town that the commissioners manage.
Right.
This is a little different.
We have that information and that answer, I just don't have it in front of me.
That's fine, that's just
Yeah,
questions.
because we're
that
working with the
can't
Mass
pop up,
Housing
so.
Partnership. We have that answer, I just don't have it
Okay.
right now.
And presumably, we're not conceiving of this idea uniquely,
No.
right? So there's plenty of templates out
Yeah,
there to follow
exactly.
that the state has blessed.
Right, right, exactly.
So this is a 501c3 and all that, or?
No. Oh, sorry, Bartlett, do you,
Well, my impression was that this is a town organization. I mean, we're appointed by the selectmen, and we work for the town with town money, and we are legally obliged to report to the state every
Right.
year what we do. So I think that there's still, there's a level of town control over the money
yeah.
as it goes through us.
Yeah, I think the trust has the control, so just.
We'll get all that
Make sure you
information for
understand
you.
before we jump off a cliff, that's all.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well, you continue to be on the CPC board, correct? You're not? Oh, who is, Gary took your place, did he? Or somebody?
Betsy.
Betsy did?
Yeah.
Well, she'll be vigilant.
One final note on that is that, as I mentioned earlier, there would be an annual reporting to us, and also hopefully for the benefit of the trust, re-upping. But if there were ever a shift, if the people of Littleton wanted to spend their money in different ways, because it'll dribble out, it'll be put to good use, but it's not a huge amount of money. If people wanted to do bigger projects, for instance, building, housing, and stuff like that, the CPC dollars won't contribute greatly to that. We would need to, if that was a real goal of the town, it might be smart to consider becoming a 3% community, for instance. That's the only way that I could imagine the housing dollars effectively being spent by another, through another mode, if you will. Because the Littleton Housing Authority will be, in the short term, happy to start initiating this project, it sounds like. And enough there. We just, let me move on. So our second project is the Parks and Recreation Community Education. Brought us two projects. The first is 300 King Street. The project is to provide parking. It's an expansion of their current site that we helped develop with them maybe 5 years ago. And it was in the presentation that Alicia Day brought to us. She reported how popular the site was, and that it's used for both active recreation and through the sports that happen there and a playground, but it's also a common place for people to spill over from other activities in that part of the town. So the expansion of the parking lot will benefit daily activities, weekly activities, and big events. The CPA funding requested for this is $250,000. We'd be the only funder for this project, and we approved it by vote at a recent meeting, so that would be something else we'd bring to town meeting.
Just to add to that, the land that they're looking to expand the parking on at 300 King Street is under the Board of Selectmen's control.
Right.
The third project is the renovation of the Long Lake Bathhouse and other beachfront amenities, including a boardwalk, fencing, a concession stand, a floating dock for fishing, and a new boat dock. So this is not a replacement of the bathhouse, and it's not the drawings that we saw at some former meetings, for better or worse, but what it really does is it's a comprehensive upgrade of a lot of the amenities there. And again, this is a place that's receiving a lot of increased use, and the project is certified by us, and this is full funding of their ideas. We ask for a town meeting to give $120,000 through the CPC budget for this recreation project.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Jump right in.
Does this, and perhaps this is as much for Alicia in Parks and Rec as it is for, does this obviate the other bathhouse designs and concepts that we've seen, or does this eventually feather in with some down the road improvements that we're contemplating?
So no, this does not replace the bathhouse build. I think we realize with where we're at with the finances of the town, that project, even though it's been on the capital fund for the last 10 years, we know that that's not realistically gonna happen anytime soon. We've also run into the snag of the septic or sewer option as well. So until we can come up with a verified plan for that, we really can't do anything to that building to either increase the footprint. So what we can do in the time being, because the facility itself is so far behind where it should be, to meet the requirements that, are expected of patrons, this would allow us to put in certain amenities like LED lights, low flow toilets and sinks, that will also help with the tight tank as well. There are some safety concerns, so we talked, or Mitt had mentioned some fencing. We would change the location of the snack shack and put fencing up to make sure that kids aren't running through the parking lot as they always currently do. So that's one of the pieces. Another is at the playground, there's a retention wall that's there. And we've seen a couple people taking some photos and taking a diver backwards. So to prevent that from happening, we would install some play panels, interactive play panels for kids. So not only does that upgrade the playground that's there, but it also will deal and manage in a creative way with that, hazard that we have. So the one thing that's in the request for this is the dock. So that's also on CPC. So to clarify if that's something that, capital, my apologies. If that's something that would get approved through capital, then we would not request that of CPC.
But they're the same dock.
It's the same dock, yeah.
Okay.
So we would just take that 25,000 out of the request and leave that in CPC, if we were to receive that. But that is essentially the dock that was where the boat ramp is. We would replace that with a very specific modular type of dock that we could set up that would have a structure for the sailing program, which has increased over this last year, as well as the rescue safety boats that are there, and also to provide mooring for individuals from the town or visitors to put their boats while they're actually trying to get in and out of the state boat ramp, which currently does not exist. And sometimes that can be a safety issue as well. And then we would take the old dock that was there, move it over at the intersection of Lakeshore Drive and Beach Drive, and we would actually create a separate dock to allow fishing, because that's something, again, we want to encourage people to be out there, we want to use that, have to be at the lake, but we do have to ask that people don't fish at the beach because of, having hooks and things like that in the sand. So for those purposes, we really do want to create that separate location for individuals to be there and fish.
Thank you.
One comment about this pool of money. The Recreation Fund got a big influx from mitigation funds through recent negotiated settlements with developers in town, and some of them were targeted specifically for recreation. And so the rate at which we're paying isn't sustainable. With these two projects, we're taking about 2/3 of the money that's been built up in this category, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but there are other projects that Parks, Recreation, and Community Education would like to ask us about. I know of one at least, and that, so if we wanted to guarantee the rate at which we're doing these projects, it needs to be planned in other means rather than CPC, because we'll run out of money shortly. It gets renewed every year, but not at the rate that we did with mitigation funds. I have one other question for the board. In former years, for at least 5 years, Keith Bergman, as a member of MAGIC, the regional council, has asked us for a Regional Housing Services Office grant so that we could pay membership fee for that. The Regional Housing Services is helps preserve, monitor, and support Littleton's subsidized housing inventory through research and advocacy, and the $5,000 that our contribution annually was paid through the Community Preservation Committee is not being re-upped. And I wonder if the Board of Selectmen would ask us for that in this year, in which case we could hurry up and do something, or is it going to lapse?
I don't know, we had some discussion on this topic. This is the,
With Keith?
trying to determine what we're getting for that money.
Okay.
Right.
And
It was 5,000,
Yes.
5,000 annually.
maybe if we go a year without it, we'll figure out whether we were worse off or better off. You know?
Good, okay. We'll
Just a
talk
thought, I don't
again.
know.
No, yeah, we did have that discussion.
Why don't I talk to Keith and see the appointments before,
So, yeah.
before the baby
Right.
out with the bathwater?
All right, but, doesn't, I mean, nobody can sit here
They
and tell us.
monitor,
Huh?
they monitor to make sure that we stay above.
But a lot of people monitor that for free. I mean,
Right.
Why don't I talk to Keith, because I can't give you an answer, and then you can make a decision.
All right. Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for the, clarity in your presentation too, and the way you've been helping out various departments and the town as a whole. Terrific work. Yeah. Oh, questions of the board members?
No, I have I guess the agriculture commission, if they want to hold on, because at the rate that's going, they're not going to be here.
We only have a few others left, and I don't think these are long ones. Personnel Board, Trust Fund Commissioners, Board of Assessors, those are all perfunctory, right?
Mine's fast.
Fast. Yeah, I mean,
But are you going back to capital?
I don't think so. I would, that we can keep in-house, don't torture everybody, but I was intending to go through this list and then have the AgCom in here.
Just our erstwhile school committee members. Just our school committee
Right, and
members.
FinCom, remember, they used to it. Yeah, it looks like the rest of this list that we're going through here is gonna go by pretty quick, so I would ask our AgCom friends to hang in there for a minute. These are just some other of your colleagues in government that are also hanging around late at night. But, we'll get to you real quick. Anita, Personnel Board?
Yes. Last Thursday, Personnel Board voted on Article 10. Excuse me, I've got a case of laryngitis. And what it basically does is, it gives a 2%.
All these article numbers have changed, correct? Because she's saying 10 and it's 9, okay.
It's
fine,
9,
fine,
okay.
yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, no, you were right, we
You're
may
right
be
at
wrong.
10.
And the only difference from what Anthony sent me the other day is the Schedule A, B, B1, B2, and D are supposed to become effective July 1, 2019. However, Schedule C is supposed to become effective May 1st, 2019, because Alicia's employees start early, and they have to get their money before July 1st, so it's, when we vote it every year at town meeting, we
Yep.
vote it to retro it back to May 1st, so her employees are getting it. And you may see a significant change in that article's Schedule C, but Alicia needed to do that to come to terms with lifeguard situation. And rather,
Right, the state's paying a lot more than we are, is that what it came down to essentially?
well, even local towns around here are paying more. Is that right, Alicia?
Yeah, can I? Yep, sure.
Yeah, so as of last year, the DCR had raised their minimum wage for lifeguards at $15 an hour. They don't have a step grade system the way that we do. They do kind of like a 15-cent, 25-cent increase like every year that they come back. So that is partially, yes, to make us competitive. And yes, last year, there were some local facilities that were paying a higher rate. So we still have wonderful lifeguards. They love to stay here at Long Lake, but some of them did take part-time hours at other locations so that they could make more.
And so basically, that's all this article says. It's put forward every year at town meeting. There are no other real changes in the wording. And our actual bylaw itself, the wording, hasn't had any updates this year. So if there are any, it would be in September.
Okay, Fred?
I guess the question maybe for the administrator, should the part of that article that addresses Alicia's need, should that be in the special? So that she could start paying them without, technically.
We've never done that in the
Well,
past.
I know we've never done it in the past, but
It's
technically,
worded to be effective May 1st.
you can, yes.
Yeah.
Even though it's in the annual, you can start before the annual
We've done it
begins?
2 of the past 3 times.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. Okay. It's just,
that's a new one to me too, I didn't know.
so how do you pay them if you don't have the money?
Yeah.
If
If it works, it works.
If it works, it works, but, okay, that's fine.
Or do they start receiving their money May 1st?
Yeah, they get paychecks.
They get their pay,
Yeah.
yeah, but do they get the raise on May
Put my
1st?
hands over my
They
head
do,
and say,
right?
just go.
Yeah, so when we give them the offer letters,
It's with the new amount.
that this is your potential rate depending on if this passes at town meeting. Yeah.
Maybe it's partly because you're in an enterprise fund, which
That is
probably
my-
operates on a, you know, you're on a floating account anyway, right?
Let's go with that.
Sure, okay.
To get this out.
Want to make sure we're more or less legal, that's our goal here, to be more or less legal.
Some quotes around it, you're all good.
We're not gonna make any changes if it works.
Supposed.
All right,
So-
anything further from the personnel board?
No, not at all.
All right, thank you. Any questions for personnel board? No? All right.
Thanks, Anita.
Thank you, Anita.
Thank you.
Okay, trust fund commissioners, I saw Andrew Samaco back there. Got a tie on and everything. Hey, look, come on down, you got an article up here.
Do it, just slam it.
I thought people were mad.
Yeah,
Huh?
it's just, he did just that hinge.
Trust fund commissioners have voted $24,000 in total for 2 projects this year. The first is the shared studios portal to the world for the school department for $20,000. And then the $4,000 to the Department of Elder and Human Services for a animal care program that they do to help people vet. That's the 3rd year for that $4,000. The shared studios portal, it's a very interesting project, and I think you'll all be amazed when you see it.
Terrific. Are we gonna see it?
Oh, you won't miss it.
All right, any other questions for the commissioners of trust funds? All right, thank you. Board of Assessors.
Just procedurally, the Board of Assessors do this article. It's under the direction of the Elder and Human Services Director, the Senior Citizen and Veterans. I asked Liz to hang around if there's any questions.
So this is the senior and veteran
Yeah,
tax
this is a
write-off program.
annual-
You guys administer it?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been steadily growing over the past 3 years.
Yeah. Well, we've been trying to keep up with that too, with increased funding too. Not this year though. Hmm?
The TRED program as well?
Yes. Yeah, this TRED program,
TRED is a separate program.
separate.
Yeah.
Right, that's part of our
Treads in the operating budget.
budget.
Right, okay. All right, any questions on Article, whatever it is, 14?
Just a quick recap on how it's evolved over time, how these numbers compare to previous years. Do we have a sense?
Is that To me?
If you've got an answer.
Yeah, whoever could answer it.
The number of participants?
Number of participants and dollar value involved.
Sure. The number of participants for fiscal year 2017 was about 94. The following year was 111. This past fiscal year 2019 is 134 participants. For fiscal year 2018, they completed close to $72,000 worth of work for the town.
Okay.
Many departments rely solely on these workers.
We get so few opportunities sometimes to check in on relatively, well-functioning things that we don't get to see, that this is my one chance to understand some things like that, so thank you.
It's working so well that people want to put a cap on it, so they can get more hours.
Terrific. Okay, any further questions, Board of Assessors? And through that, the Elder and Human Services Department, thank you. Anthony, Town Moderator's article, he's got his own meeting tonight in Carlisle, doesn't he?
He does, so Tim couldn't be here. What he's looking for here is to change the term of the town moderator from an annual election to 3 years. A lot of communities do that.
Some do two.
Some do 2. So Tim asked for, to switch it from 1 to 3.
Are we still friends with Tim?
I say it's every 6 months he has to run.
Might be whether he's still friends with us.
There's a lot of presumption on that question.
That's right,
It's an innocent question.
yes.
No such thing.
Freighted, it was a freighted question.
No.
Yes. Okay, well, he can fend for himself on that one. Okay. All right, moving on to the Department of Administration and Finance. Steve, you've got a bunch of articles here.
Steve, these are just the routine articles, correct?
The Park and Rec
Park and
operating
Rec.
budget is.
Oh, yeah,
capital
that-
items to discuss.
Well, with that, well, before you get off that, what's that?
Enterprise.
Yeah, the enterprise fund, is anything additionally you guys wanted to speak to on that?
The only thing Bonnie did fix, this, was it today, this afternoon, was there, when I come to the budget meeting, I talked about transferring 25,000 from a revenue line into the special events line so that Tim can actually properly fund special events. Because it's at no cost to the community for most cases, but usually it's at great cost to the department. So we want to properly fund that line item for next year. So that was the one piece, but it has to be voted on at town meeting because you're moving money from enterprise. So I wanted to clarify and make sure that that was in there.
Those numbers have been updated, probably not in your packet, but we have been updated.
Now, one thing I noticed in here is salaries are jumping about 25%. Help me
So-
understand what the basis of that is.
Right, so, and again, this was at budget hearing when we had this discussion. So we did a cost analysis, what was it, 2016? And in that, they said that we were about 70% sustainable, right? So there was still 30%. So over the past 5 years that I've been here, kind of clawed us out of the hole for, financial purposes. So one of the things that will help this, and this was part of the report, was that if they were able, the town was able to put some funds into paying for positions that can't necessarily sustain themselves. So for example, the recreation coordinator, that's a full sustaining position because of Camp Tehadawon. Community education and our administrative assistant, those are 2 positions where there's not direct fund correlation. There is with community ed, but realistically, we don't make as much money from community ed as we do in other areas that we offer programming. So that's an area where if we receive that sum to be able to help pay for those salaries, so that is what those funds are for.
Okay.
So that's an operating cost that then, I'm sorry, I guess I'm having trouble here. So it looks like that's a cost against the enterprise fund. So we're going from 392 a year to 476 a year out of the enterprise fund.
No, that would be believe the general fund input into the enterprise.
Okay, that's coming in from the general.
Correct,
fund.
yeah.
Okay. Now it makes more sense. Thank you.
No worries.
Any further questions?
Sorry.
All right, Steve, you wanna roll along?
The other capital items you still need to go through. Stabilization fund, we'll be making the deposit into the stabilization fund to get us up to the 5%. Capital stabilization, currently there's only the 22,000 or so policy limitation that we have to put in there. There's no additional dollars that are earmarked for capital stabilization unless you take it out of the capital.
It's just,
plan.
seeing these two funds side by side, capital stabilization fund and debt exclusion stabilization fund, is one of those more appropriate than the other if we were saving toward effectively, well, it wouldn't be debt exclusion, would it? It's just a levy limit debt, right?
Correct.
Right, so the
Stabilization
capital
fund.
stabilization fund would be the place to park any money we were putting toward the
Yes.
capital projects.
Yes.
Right, the debt exclusion fund is what keeps that, with 17 or 18 cents off the tax rate.
Right.
So that's why you want to maintain that, as long as you want to try to fund that.
Yep, we're kind of,
So there's money in that fund right now to get us out to that same level as we did last year, 2024, I believe. This year does not currently put any funds into the account. So unless it changes with the capital planning and you put some in capital stabilization, some into debt exclusion, we may not even need this article.
okay. But there's no real reason to put anything into the debt exclusion fund this year, right?
Unless we want to draw it
Unless you
Draw it
wanna
out.
draw
We're
it
going to be
down.
drawing it down,
I mean,
and there's already an article.
I
for
don't
that.
know what's in there, but you've been basically paying that 17 or 18 cent override out of that fund each year. So if you let that drain down, and I don't know how long it's gonna go. I don't know
We
what
have
the,
enough there for
schedule is.
2025, so it'll be a
2025, right.
level, a level thing. Each year, we've been kind of pushing that bogey out a year.
Yeah.
So that we're taking
What
more
kind of
out
money
fund.
would it require to sustain that another year, put it out a further year?
We could defer it, but what you need to put up there will be greater as we go along, as we get closer to
But what,
that.
if you were looking for a number now to continue past practice?
The next piece is pretty large. So to get that down is, I believe it was a couple $100,000 that we would have to sustain for the next 4 years to get us to that same level, so.
Just do it with open eyes, because if you let that drain down too low, then you're gonna have a big nut of 2, 3, 4 years if you want to maintain that benefit to the taxpayer.
Right.
That's
Or
all.
we have to
Just
start
be-
eating into that
Yes,
incrementally. and-
Absolutely, just understand the numbers before you
Yeah.
do that.
Right now, we'd be no worse off. The taxpayers would not see, they would still see a decrease from what we're doing, from what was scheduled to be done, put it that way. They wouldn't see an increase of that amount from last year.
Okay.
So it's stable right now.
Traditionally, we've used some excess snow and ice money to do that, is that right, to the extent that,
No, it's been generally out of the extra free cash that we've
it's coming out of
allocated.
free cash.
So do you expect to deal with this article again in the fall if we don't do anything with it now?
We certainly could,
Okay.
to deposit. We're
Right,
taking the
deposit,
money
yes,
out
yes. No,
in
yeah.
this town meeting to fund for the tax rate in 2020
Right.
already, so.
Okay, gotcha.
Rescind unused borrowings, that's just the excess borrowings that we've had, for example, in the
Do we have
fire
much
station.
out there? So, yeah.
For the fire station, we appropriated more than we actually borrowed, so we have to rescind that extra piece.
How big?
Fire station, find it.
It can be right, 349?
349,000,
Not bad.
million for alumni. That's a combination of using the premium that we received plus internal funds that we put towards the
Yeah.
debt service. And the water betterment for the water department. Those are the three borrowings that we have unused. And Anthony for the next one.
I think we discussed putting that off to the fall, right? Doing something on the town administrator hiring process article.
I'd really, yeah.
We haven't
I-
discussed
I-
it enough.
I think we gotta spend some time thinking about it a little
We
bit.
definitely want to do something while it's hot, before we forget, but it's too hot. We haven't thought it through. Is that, am I speaking for the board on saying that? Yes.
I think
Right.
we had that conversation.
Yeah. Okay. So what's that? Oh, Mr. Sanders, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, you moved quite fast there off Article 6 there on the enterprise. How much money is the town putting into that enterprise?
This is the Park and Rec Enterprise?
Yeah, yes.
Who knows that offhand?
230,000.
230,000.
And that covers how many positions?
So technically, it would cover mine, it would cover Tim, and it would cover 30% of our admin assistant, as well as 30% of the community education and team coordinator.
And the rest of it is being,
All the rest of the money is us completely.
being filled with the enterprise itself?
Yeah, we have to pay for all of that, yep.
About
That
$750,000 in user charges and.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. What's that? Yeah, unless the board objects, we can make our opinions known on that at a later point, either today or at a subsequent meeting, when we've got some other colleagues in town government than tired waiting at the back of the room.
Gotta be up
But it's
early.
finally your turn, AgCom, agricultural working group members, come on down. Looking tonight to talk primarily about Church Meadows, is that right? Okay, who's gonna set this up first? Joe, you've had some
I had some
conversations.
conversations with Jamie on this, and this parcel of land was bought by the town a number of years ago, and it's been in the same state that it's, for all those years. And the churches use a small portion up front, tell me if I'm wrong, a well-managed part up front, but the land behind that, and I took some pictures, it's just turned into this monstrosity that could be farmed. So I know the Agricultural Commission did a lot of work on setting up a couple of different plans that I looked at. I should have brought them here, but they haven't gone any
Is
further.
this stuff new that's been dumped in there, or it's been there all along?
In recent years, yes.
I just I want them to give us the advice of what could we do with that land so it just doesn't turn into that and have a decent use for farming, and that's what it was there for, and it's not being used in the proper manner.
I mean, so far in the past, both groups that were using it prior to it getting transferred to the town. And there hasn't really been an updated RFR, RFP process so that it could go out to collect the proposals of what, interested parties would be interested in growing there. So we're looking to get going with some kind of a RFP process so that we can find out who locally is interested in the parcel. They're probably gonna know best what would grow well. But there's also some access points that need to be reopened. There's a back section that's kind of a meadowland. It would be, a late season growing opportunity.
Where the access was between two of the new homes that was built?
No, it's down over the hill.
You can't even, when you get down to the back, you can't even, I couldn't get into that back field.
Yeah, that's been pretty well grown up. And we're looking for somebody that's gonna use the parcel and completely use the parcel. I think there's 7 acres and there's maybe 2 or 3 that are being used. It's probably gonna take at least a growing season at this point to get it back under control where it can be, put back under cultivation.
Do you think this, I was just gonna say, 7 acres, do you think that's the potential it has, if it's properly cleaned up and put into use?
Just about.
Yeah.
Wow.
When the AgCom was involved, when we as a town had the opportunity to purchase it, the back portion of the property that we talked, there's like a high ground, and then it drops way down. That was farmable and it was being hayed. It is a later season parcel than the upper ground. You can't walk down there. When the AgCom did a site visit before the snowfall, we had to jump the stone wall and go in through Cooper's side, where we met up with Colby Field, and he showed us through there, and he mentioned that he would be willing to clean it up. It's all grown up in brambles. It would be nice hay ground or potential pasture ground. I know that years ago there was a young farmer that was interested in putting sheep back there. I think the amount of debris and trash, water bottles, styrofoam, containers, there's a huge pile of trash. It's really a shame that it's being kept like that. Just recently, Colby Field brush cut the stone wall because the stone wall was all overgrown. You can't really see in there, but we're always talking about the gateways to our town, and there isn't much farmland left along 119, and the fact that the town owns this and we're allowing it to be kept in this condition is it's a disgrace. And you know, the town purchased it for about $400,000, and the current leasee of the property is renting it for $1 a year.
The property just needs a structure to set some expectations for a tenant and kind of what we're looking for. We're looking for it to be a, useful working landscape, and that's what it was bought for. But there's just no framework to select somebody to lease it out to and kind of convey what we're looking for.
So is it just something as simple as going out to an RFP, and you think if you find people out there, or you need money too to?
At this point, it may take some money to create an access down to the lower section so that somebody'd be interested in, getting in there to see what it is that they're bidding on. I don't know about the leftover debris and stuff, if the current tenant, that can get resolved with them to have that cleaned up. The church group that's doing the hunger relief project in the front part is, I think they're more or less guaranteed that, our preference would be to have them more or less guaranteed that garden section, yeah.
Is that 2 acres? Is that the 2 acres you were
No,
talking about?
that's-
Not even that?
no.
It's tiny.
Tiny?
Are you guys gently and diplomatically saying that we're the bottleneck, the Board of Selectmen, in terms of managing this? Right now, the Board of Selectmen has care, custody, and control, right?
My understanding would be that the Conservation Commission was to hold the CR on it, and I don't think that's been followed through, so that's something that needs to be followed through on.
Andrew's here.
So that's what I was going to bring up. So prior to any RFPs or anything being put together, the town really has to look into putting a CR on the property because it was bought with CPA funding 5 years ago, and you're supposed to put a CR right on the property.
Anthony, could you put that on the list of things to talk to council about?
Yeah, and also Joyce Williams property.
Yes.
And the surplus MassDOT land needs restrictions.
Which is over by the Joyce Williams property, right?
Yeah.
Whatever we do, I just don't want it to get put off. So next year, we're back here doing the exact same thing. It seems like it's this time every year that we're talking about the property, nothing gets done.
So say we get the restriction on there, then how quick do you want to move on a RFP?
We typically have the family that's been renting it from the town come in front of the Agricultural Commission for a vote of support before they go in front of you, for you to accept them as a renter of the property. The crop ground that has been farmed is got a significant invasive weed problem at this point, and there's a lot of plastic, trash, debris intertwined in the soil. I do think that it's going to need some cleanup, and I don't know if that's something that the Conservation Trust would be willing to participate in. I do think that we should, as a town, I personally think that we should clean it up and then then open the doors for folks to check it out. It's got some great soils. It's a prime piece of soil by what we understand. There's a huge demand for small plots like that, and you have the two fields, so you could have your stereotypical New England diversified little farm there. And it could easily, whatever goes in there could easily work with the church. The only issue for farmland where we are now is there's no housing. So, that it's easy to find somebody that might be doing it on the side or looking to access more ground. So, and as for the water access, there's no well on site for irrigation. By what we were chatting with, they could tap into town water and they can just put a meter on it.
I think that has been made, and there's whatever the fee is, that I think the church pays for the irrigation.
The water does come to the property.
Yes.
Alicia wanted to say something.
I just wanted to check, I can't really tell with the photos how bad the trash and stuff is, but we do have a community cleanup. Park and Rec is having one on April 27th, so I don't know if that's something we can coordinate with you guys and do like a team or some way to be able to help out at least. I mean, we can't fix the soil clearly, but there's something, we could try to remove some of that stuff.
The group
Thank
that's
you.
there has expressed an interest in continuing on, but there needs to be some guidelines set out. I don't know if they would be willing to work, with, there's equipment there that's theirs. If they'd be interested in cleaning some of it up, when kind of in good faith that they're interested in at least having the opportunity to bid on the property. I do think that going along with the community cleanup is probably a good option also. As far as Chase, as far as the bottleneck, I don't think it's the select board necessarily. It's trying to get the CR on it and figuring out, there's other properties that the conservation, handles the arrangements with, and then, AgCom doesn't have any properties that we're currently, putting together a lease for or anything like that.
Would you argue that this property has suffered because no single party is actually responsible for it, that it's kind of spread around? Is that part of the issue?
Well, it's kind of
why
it's
it's
come
a-
about as there was the inception of the Agricultural Commission, then the property was purchased, and it was purchased for agriculture, so it's kind of a little bit of a gray area thing, where, there isn't really anybody that's completely responsible for it, and the property was used, but it was underutilized, and it's become very apparent that we need to get, maybe some other interested people in there to.
The reason I ask that is that, a couple of town meetings ago, we adopted the ability to give the AgCom care, custody, and control of land. I wonder if this is not the test case to transfer care, custody, and control of this to AgCom and essentially see how well that's going to work for us. I think the Board of Selectmen we've been a little anxious about doing that, but this could be our opportunity to see how that shakes out.
I think the good avenue to take is it's not being utilized.
Right, what are they supposed to be doing?
The bar's set low.
What was the?
They were at one point, the family that's been in there and was in there before the transfer to the town, was growing specialty crops, and they were entering commerce. At this point, it's, by what we understand, those doors have closed, and it's more of like a home garden. It's not being farmed commercially anymore, and the amount of land that they were farming has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk, and I don't know if that's because they have another career path, and this is kind of a side project.
Right, and they're not taking care of it, clearly. So you think it's 7, what'd you say, 7 acres?
It's about 7 acres.
Yeah.
And pretty much all of it is completely usable from wall to wall. It needs like the stone, the brambles and everything that have grown up, the pucker brush down below. It's, you let farmland sit for more than 2 years and you've got a problem.
Right. So say hypothetically we did transfer it to AgCom, what would AgCom do? Do you have any idea, any plan?
There's other towns that have jumped in and pushed for the AgComs to handle ag land rather than conservation land. So
Right.
there's certainly, a template for us to follow.
Yeah, just go ahead with an RFP and put it out, see what we get for responses. If the responses, consist of the people that are there, we've got to have guidelines of what we're looking for as
Right.
far as care and upkeep of
I
the
would
property.
think the
I
lesson
think
off
you-
of this property is you need to work into it measurements, and benchmarks along the way, so if it starts to fall into disrepair, you have a mechanism to get out, or to force them to either act to keep it up, or, we gotta move on.
Well, it could also be structured to dangle a carrot in front of whoever wants to utilize this. The first year, this is yours to clean up, to control, to bring to an agriculturally usable state, and that's your fee for some number of years.
True.
We've got a carrot we can dangle.
I mean,
Solve the problem.
that carrot too can be for the first year, since they're cleaning up, we lease it for $1, or they lease it for $1, so that person can clean it up and then have a lease that would be more advantageous.
And we're strong advocates for putting a figure on it, a fee on it, that that is more reasonable and
Right.
appropriate, because right now, $1 a year puts them at an advantage over other farmers in the area that are, and we don't want to end up in a situation like the town of Westford has their orchard, Hill Orchard, and they actually pay somebody to farm it, and then that farmer runs it as a business, so the farmer's getting paid to operate and save that land, but is running like a business and profiting on it on top of it. That's another route that we could go, and I don't think we want to.
Well, hopefully you've got enough network of contacts that you can find people that you wouldn't have to get to that level. I mean, as you say, there's people out there that if they're in the business, a 7-acre parcel with a couple of viable fields, that should be very attractive. Even the location's great too.
Absolutely.
Right.
I will say though, that even if what we did have to do is lease it for $1, because of its physical location, the view shed, the connection to our history, so on and so forth, I have no skin off my back, but certainly it'd be better to show the town that we spend money and now we're charging a fair price for it.
Well, why don't we may not solve all of it tonight, but I think we owe you the courtesy of staying in more frequent touch with you. And I think we can, between now and when we next meet, at least get on the issue of getting the CR put on the property, and leave the ball in your court to come up with a plan for doing things next. Whether you want to, if you guys want to discuss amongst yourselves whether or not you think you want to take over care, custody, and control, I think we're open to that discussion. If you just want to pursue an RFP through the traditional process with us, we're open to that too.
Straight to them for.
'Cause right now, it's kind of set up with the Ag Lands Working Group and that has members of the Agricultural Commission on it. Is that request of the Agricultural Commission, or are we still?
Well, I think the Agricultural Commission has standing, whereas the Ag Working Group is kind of, creation of us, They're not you can continue to use that vehicle as a practical thing, but I think any contract or any between our board and you folks would probably have to be through the Ag Commission.
Okay, and we would then put together a RFP and pass it to select board, and then find out if we can.
Well, again, it depends on which model you're under. Under the current model, I guess that's what you do. But if you were to ask for permission to get care, custody, and control of the property we granted to you, well, then it's really in your hands. You guys, with the assistance of the administrative people that are available, do your own RFP.
Would it
In the
require an
meantime,
action
if
of
the
town
farmer
meeting
comes forward for a
to
renewed
transfer
lease,
that?
what do we do?
We already had that, didn't we?
That's
That's something that
subsequent to that
AgCom
date.
voted to deny
And
it.
leases that we entered into.
And that's
Yeah,
the
no.
most important
Property
piece
that we
of
took
this.
possession of from that date forward
Could be,
could be assigned to us.
and it wouldn't require a
Oh,
further
right.
town meeting.
Town meeting has already authorized our
Right.
broad ability to do that.
Yeah.
I think you'd need a
Because
vote of town meeting to
if they know
transfer
that we
from
don't
Concom
support
to
them, they're gonna come
AgCom.
straight to
If
town.
you, do you guys,
Make sure
well,
that
if you
they're
had
on the
the
same
care
page.
custody and control,
I think as of right now, we do.
I thought it
I thought we did.
I thought it
No,
was
the Board of Selectmen has it.
Does the Board of Selectmen?
Yeah, we have control of that lane.
I'm the lawyer up, Andrew.
So the other question is, we're approaching the growing season where we're gonna need to get something moving. The group that's there has expressed an interest in continuing on, and we just need to check ourselves that we're all on the same page as far as we wanna put something together, and we wanna put it out for consideration to everybody, and that we're not going to be renewing the lease with the group that's currently using it.
Why would you want to do it with the current group when this is what it turned into?
Right.
Right.
You're just giving yourselves 1 year away from facing a bigger mess.
Well, we want to make sure, so they're going to, they know that the AgCom has great concern, but we don't have say in who gets to rent it, so they're gonna come to you. So we want to make sure that the Board of Selectmen are on the same page
Okay.
as the
Right.
Agricultural
You
Commission.
think they're gonna come independent of you, they're gonna come to us? Because I don't,
I would say proactively, we can send them a notification that we're disappointed. And we've visited the site, we want to change what's happened there. And right now,
I want to see you guys
their
put it
lease, their lease term expired December 31st of 18.
Right, and yes, and we're surprised that we haven't heard from them with Spring Fast approaching. But they usually come in like blowing it sideways before the plow needs to hit the ground. So we want to make sure that the board is on the same page as the
I'd say
AgCom.
you have a blessing to go forward and let them know it's not our intention to re-up with them.
So if I can make a recommendation,
Anthony? Yeah.
maybe at the next agricultural committee, we have town council, Jenny Merrill, go, and she can talk to them about working with them on directly with the RFP and any of their concerns, and then Jenny can jump right on it.
I think that for now, that has to come from us until we do the transfer of care, custody, and control.
But we can
No,
authorize council.
we can authorize you can authorize town council to work on your behalf with the AgCom.
Yeah, in the short term, just to make sure this gets cut
Right.
cleanly
Right.
without a
But-
problem.
So a letter's gonna come from the Board of Selectmen in the interim, though, to this group?
To the town.
I'd rather it come from town council, because
That's probably the thing to
we
do.
really don't have much of an office staff right
No,
now,
we have.
so town council
So
makes
we'll
the
have
most.
town
little bit of a
council draft a
stopgap,
letter.
Well, we guess we're gonna be the heavy.
And
Okay.
can we get,
Stephen,
I just want to put this little caveat out there. Whatever we do decide to do with this parcel, we need to run anything past bond council with this also, because we do have debt on this parcel.
for how long?
I believe we went out 10 years on this.
Can't be that much left then, right?
It doesn't matter, it's still
Well, I
debt
know,
that's in
it's just,
service on it, so.
But if we're not changing the use,
If we're gonna
We
enter
just can't
into
transfer ownership?
We're entering into a different contract with people. They just need to review it to make sure that
Okay.
it fits all the IRS guidelines. Usually, it's just little
Good
words
job.
to go into
good
the.
catch.
What'd you say?
What a job.
Yeah.
But if we're just getting out of a contract, they wouldn't have much interest in that, would they?
We just want to assume another contract, because in their eyes, regardless if it's $1 or $10,000, we've got to.
Just to advise them.
Okay.
Somebody that's working.
Whatever
working.
change.
Well, in any event, if we change it, we've gotta go through bond council.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
okay.
All right.
Right.
a deadline for getting that letter out? I mean, is it gonna be something before
Do it
spring
next,
or?
couple of weeks?
When's your next meeting? I'll have Jenny Merrill at your next meeting.
Let's get the letter out from town council this week.
We
Okay, well,
we
we're
are
gonna get the
blessedly
details
at
of
the end
letters.
of a brutal period where our next two meetings actually look fairly normal.
We're gonna do the letter first,
Jinx
right?
myself, yes.
I think we need to get the letter out regardless of, I don't think the content of the letter is anything other than we have no intention.
All
of
right, so you want to
continuing
shoot me
with
some
you,
kind of
Mr.
draft notes or something on the letter? Do you have, somebody
Okay,
have
that's
something?
fine, Chuck, sure.
Sure, because what am I drafting a letter?
Well, council sends it out, right?
Well, I just need to know the specifics of which
Just to the-
possible.
We don't intend to re-up with you. Thank you.
To extend the lease.
And we're probably gonna tell them somewhere in there when they have to
A notice of intent.
get off the property. Pick a date. I don't know what kind of terms there are in the existing lease, but whatever it says, you know. We don't want them hanging around on it after we send them the letter.
Yeah, I agree.
But I'm just wondering whether we have language that says,
Do you want me to work with council on that, Anthony?
I can do it, Chuck.
Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
And then just keep our chair, Will, in
Yeah,
the loop, so.
yeah, I'll do
we-
it.
okay,
Yeah.
all right, everybody wants to talk on this one.
Yeah.
We're never going home. Julie, what do you got?
And if there's a CR, then we have the Conservation Commission would have a mechanism to do some sort of enforcement order for the cleanup.
We don't
Or
have to.
furthermore, if any of this is in a buffer zone of a wet area, that would be another mechanism. I'm not familiar enough with the property to know what's there. It's just a thought, but I was just thinking those are two mechanisms for making them responsible for, just putting that out there.
Good thoughts.
But compelling somebody to clean it up legally who wouldn't do it in their own interest, that might be a challenge. But we might have that legal right. I'm sorry, Mr. Sanders?
George Sanders, 672 Great Road. Maybe the town would consider having Middlesex Sheriff Department work detail, get a couple of dumps, 2 or 3 out there, and have those personnel come over there and fill those dumpsters up. That's one way of getting it done without any cost other than the dumpster. Damn.
Dr. Jimmy Carr, we'll find him somewhere. We have to get prisoners back in call.
Picatucci, right?
Yeah.
On their way back from painting the schools, they can just.
It's right on the way.
Right.
Yeah.
From Concord.
Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna get the letter out, we'll get the council over to meet with you, and we'll get the CR going, and we're on it.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Oh, all right, back to the capital.
No, we gotta go back to, you have to go back to the warrant articles, because you got to vote to insert them, or we have no town meeting. So, if we can just go back to 6.
Okay.
So the list up there, that's the latest list with the warrant articles. So, again, this came in at 5:30 from Keith. So, what I did is just created this chart on articles that you already voted to insert, and then tonight, your motion is, oh, sorry, going the wrong way. So that would be your motion.
One
take it-
question with the numbers here, we've had some, as things have evolved, we've got to be clear about which numbers we're referring to against which
Articles.
schedule and all that stuff.
And there are a couple articles that were pulled out. If you square up a number with an article, then we can be clear that we haven't lost track of it.
So we can do, if you want to let us get this cleaned up, and you want to do it before the 19th, before FinCom meeting, and we do another quick little BOS meeting from 6 to 6:30.
Just as a quick administrative thing.
Just
to
a
add
quick
these guys.
administrative to
But that
vote.
presumes we're even gonna be there. At the moment, we may or may not be if we're all, on the same page.
So-
On the budget. I mean, why don't we just do it right now? I mean,
Yeah.
while we're discussing something else, if you can match those numbers up to, just find the list of the articles, Anthony, and just put the number next to it. On another sheet.
Do you want to jump on capital while he's working on that?
I could, except I'm sure he wants to keep up in that too. We could go through capital, Anthony, while you're working on that, but at least in terms of descriptions, chief's long gone, are they? I think we're up to the police department, huh? All right, well, the police department, as we can see, we have The tires, the maintenance, those are the usuals. What's that?
Radio contract?
Yeah. And the administrative vehicle, one cruiser, and the new carpet in the EOC.
That's the community one.
Yes, yep. Fire, again, it's 15,000, collective, clothing replacement, major repair, 25,000, hose replacement, 15,000. Those are all recurring articles. Utility trailer, I think, is new. And then the ambulance, again, this was on the cycle of replacing them after every 6 or 7 years.
But I think that there were statements made last week that we can get by without the $350 this year.
Yeah, I
An
mean,
argument that we don't necessarily need to spend the $5,000 on the utility trailer either.
talking to the converted, without any cruelty, I can see a lot of these items that I could hold on. What I would not want to hold on is anything that's gonna throw back our maintenance plans or anything like that, and that's pretty much already been, or we haven't seen much resistance to that.
Yeah, I have a similar question with respect to the $65,000 for the police cruiser. Is that I trust the chief not to put it on here if it's not a need, but is it skew more towards need/want, or is that
Part of his
Mission
maintenance
critical.
schedule.
Yeah.
It's the same thing Matt was bringing before
Yeah.
us. It was on a
Yeah,
regular.
I actually, of the two, that one I'm more comfortable as part of a regular rotation. I don't know about the administrative vehicle, though, whether that definitely needs replacement.
I actually asked the chief about that, so if we forego the admin vehicle, then next year it's gonna get added on with the other vehicles he already has in the queue to be replaced
And next year's what, a 2-vehicle year, is that what it is?
Yeah, so then it would be 3 vehicles next
Right.
year.
My recollection of the admin vehicles is, it's just, I don't know the condition, I haven't looked at these, but it's not that old and it's got less than 100,000 miles on it, and I'm sure they're hard miles, but when you're looking at,
Which one are you talking about?
The admin vehicle for,
I thought that had over 100,000 on
I
it.
thought it was 120.
yeah.
Oh, is
And
that
there's
about
certain issues with that vehicle specifically that the chief had pointed out, which is why it was in the queue. to begin with.
I wouldn't drop the vehicles out this year.
You're strictly in the police right now?
Yeah, 'cause on the fire, I would look at a little differently. I'm not as sold on the ambulance being.
I'm a hard no on the ambulance this year.
Yeah. Not opposed to the rotation, I just don't know that it's been established, this is 2012, whether it's,
I agree.
I'm not seeing anything as easy to question on the police side. I think it's legitimate to question the cruisers, but again, it is part of, what we're looking at is pretty much the, like FinCom or whoever, this is kind of the rotation we've been accustomed to for a while.
I think it might have been $62,000 last time Matt put a vehicle out.
Yeah.
They're fully equipped, fully.
Yeah.
Crazy expensive, all the stuff they put in.
Yeah.
yeah, right. This isn't your grandmother's Crown Vic, right?
I mean, then DPW, I can get out the happy knife on that one too. I mean, I don't know, the replacing the 2004 truck, which is his second truck that he's asking, we're gonna get three trucks in a row. I don't know, at least the $72,000 one I think could come out of there, and you're still running a 2004.
Well, the thing with the DPW budget is it's field maintenance and it's 2 different budgets under one
It's
umbrella.
park services
The
as well
parks,
as.
right.
as,
So it looks a little
Highway.
deceiving.
But which one's a park?
That's broken.
No,
up.
they are broken now.
Oh, they are broken up?
It's a
Okay.
separate column,
All
yeah,
right,
it's been
good.
done, thank you.
All right, never mind.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's on the next page.
And then the highway department bill, I don't think we've had anywhere near the discussion we need to. I'm surprised that's still on here, that $800,000. And I talked to Nick, they're not expecting us immediately to build space to accommodate the material. That can happen with time, as far as the light department goes. And if that's why we're doing it, I mean, that's a big cost for a small building.
Anthony, did we talk about that 650, isn't that 250?
Yeah,
So-
it can be broken, right, the
So
650?
he would need 250 to do
The
the
safety
areas of the
stuff, right?
sidewalks that need to be
To
addressed.
do a minimum meaningful amount of it.
On the really severe, destroyed, ADA necessary repairs.
And I don't think that was in your numbers. I don't think it's on your,
Which one?
the 250.
No, the breakout just shows the 650.
Oh, okay,
650.
650, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't think the 250 was in the recommended number before. We talked about it the other
Right,
night.
the 650 was not included in the recommended number, therefore 250 wasn't recommended.
Right. So,
Right.
you know, if you're seriously considering that, then.
That has to be found
Has to
from
be fed
somewhere.
back
That's
into
an
it,
adder,
right.
and you gotta
Yep.
do some gazettes.
Wish there was an easier way to keep track. Who's got the calculator going here? Where's Bob Wall when you need him, right?
Well, we can go back.
Fred
There's just
remembers, it's the only other guy in the room who remember the days before, we had these computer things. You had Bob Wall and an adding machine in the corner.
I can still hear it.
So
Yeah,
that's, if you put the yes or no into this, Steve has this spreadsheet set up, so it'll do a running tally.
oh, okay. I don't have that in front of me, that's the downside.
So if we did
of
250 there, we gotta find 250 someplace else. And the number we had before didn't have the 350 for the ambulance in it?
Oh, it did,
No, I
that was
thought we
in
had
there.
chopped that the other night.
I thought we had cut that, but
Right. I think we determined that we weren't gonna do the ambulance last week.
Anthony, if you
At the
drop a
joint
no
meeting,
on
we
the
had eliminated
ambulance?
the 350 for the ambulance.
Well, that's why I was
this year.
asking earlier if we went by every column, yes or no, then we could go back and see what you had left over,
Right.
but, yeah, I can just jump to that, but it's not gonna,
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna force him to take it.
Well, and again, I think that it begs the discussion, if in fact you believe you should get into a rotation on those vehicles, the way we get into on the police vehicles. When is that cycle? I mean, you can put the cycle off for a couple of years or a year, but then 5 or 6 years out, you get another one, you know, when is the next
Yeah,
one?
I mean,
So-
I buy into the notion of having that kind of plan, but hasn't been fully
Right.
advanced.
I think with the chief and also with highway, because you've got, you know, Jimmy kept that fleet together with bubble gum and baling wire. So,
I think the cruisers are a little different. They can be put on a cycle because you know.
Right.
There's a history of exactly, you know how many miles you're on these.
Oh, yeah,
But
they run
It's a little
24
different
hours a
when
day.
you're talking the ambulances and trucks that plow, you know, the wear and tear.
Specialty trucks too, they can only use for this or that.
Some of them are gonna last a
but
while.
just be aware of it, because if you're thinking about putting more inside 2.5, you're gonna have less on the capital budget each year. You'll have, you know, you'll have the half million deduction basically, because you'll move that.
Well, the hit's initial, but every year as the budget grows, so will the piece. I mean, it's not gonna be recovered instantly, but over a
No,
few
that's
years'
fair.
time.
No, that's absolutely fair. But you're gonna have a gap between now and when that happens,
Yeah.
that it's gonna be tight.
Say, looking at this list, I remember years gone by when we were looking at a lot longer list of people waiting a lot longer for vehicles to be replaced. You know, it just, in my memory anyways, it almost looks like, boy, we must have done a pretty good job of restocking fleets if this is what we're at, you know, replacing, everything here we're replacing is relatively new. Depends on what your standards are.
And we're replacing windows on the high school we built, right? We're still paying on the high school.
Right. Parks, we're looking for what, two mowers?
But he had mentioned
Yeah,
he could drop I think the $42,000 truck with a plow from the highway as long as he get the mower to mow.
Had that batwing mower.
Yeah, the big
I
one.
think that was one of his high priorities.
Which is the big mower? The 65?
65,000 wide wing, yeah.
Well, but it's below the other one in priority.
I think they're both priorities, both mowers. Because
In
it cuts
particular,
down on
because-
labor.
Yeah, they have a benefit elsewhere.
Right.
Right.
Anthony, you've got the dynamic sheet here. Would it, I guess I'm not excited about finalizing this tonight. I wouldn't mind to have the dynamic sheet to be able to actually play with the numbers a little bit
Plug some
myself.
yes and no's in.
Doesn't mean we shouldn't go through
But we
this
don't have another
discussion, but-
meeting before the finance committee's looking to settle on the 19th, right?
That's right.
So that's next Tuesday.
Yeah. Is somebody running this here? I mean, I'm just going through different
So
options.
Chris said he could do without the replacement of the 2011.
The foreman truck.
Yeah, what I heard was a foreman truck would be nice, but it's,
Well, how about the one above that there, the 2004? It's not awfully
I don't see
expensive.
One truck.
Above that, that one's $250,000. Whoa. What's that get?
It's the full-size Mac,
Yeah,
and that's the one
yeah.
that he said that next year he'd step that down. Because they don't put as much, they don't put the sand and salt on.
Right.
it's also almost 30 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
But they,
Fred's
I mean,
point,
when we're
we've gotten
replacing something
use
that's
of
4 years
that
old.
truck.
So yay or nay on the 2020 Mac, he said,
Yeah, I think that's a yay.
okay.
Yeah, I think you gotta do, yeah, on the 2012
Okay.
Mac.
And then the 2004 one-ton?
Say yes. If we're gonna slash something, it would be the 42,000 for the,
Yeah, I wanna see what the numbers
For
look
the
like.
Chevy, okay, I gotcha.
If we have to
And,
go up over.
right, and then, so the sidewalk curb, we're down to 250, he said he just needs initially?
Yeah, I'm phased that one in.
Yeah.
You keeping track of all this, Anthony, and got a
No,
running
no,
total?
I'm not, to be honest with you, no. You guys are jumping all over the place, I can't keep track of it.
All right, we'll go back and revisit it.
We'll go back and revisit, let's just finish this column. And then major repairs, 20,000, right?
That's nothing, yeah.
Okay.
We have the sidewalks are.
Yeah, I
we've
see
cut,
the major repairs
And
is
the
costing.
building is out too, right?
And the building's out. Okay.
Well, back to the, before we turn the page, can we go back to the PMBC? I thought Steve did a great job, Steve Moore, of outlining the priorities for us here. Is there anything there that is, I mean, he's got the number one priority is the 73,000, and then the paint, but Chuck, you were making the case that maybe we ought to hold that.
his number two is actually the Houghton
The
building.
Houghton building.
Houghton building, right, I'm sorry,
The
that's,
3 was the highway roof.
I had 3 as the police
Station.
station.
Four was the highway roof.
4 is the highway roof, yeah.
What was number 3 then?
The police station water infiltration.
At the perimeter, 38,750.
Yeah, the painting, I don't think is the number one priority within the school. It's the windows, doors, the other projects. I think that one is down more on the list.
Painting's down on the list?
Yeah.
Why don't we do just the opposite then?
No, just in terms of, I mean, as I'm
Darryl said,
looking at it.
go with the windows and the doors and leave off the painting.
So call them 5 and 6 respectively.
Well, no, I mean, in terms of making sure they're ordered right, I need
Yeah.
that before I need the, I need the doors and the windows before the painting.
Okay,
Right.
well, that would make sense.
Yeah.
This police station seal coat and restripe, any idea, or anybody from how priority that is?
That was something that I
Which
thought
one?
we could defer.
Police station?
Yeah,
There's two.
seal coat and restripe. That's a,
The seal coat the garage?
Yeah.
He had dropped that.
he did?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, yeah, he took that off.
So that's the epoxy in the garage.
No, the epoxy of the garage, the PMBC discussion that was higher priority than seal coat.
Okay, and that's how it's reflected here, so.
Oh, all right,
All right, well,
so
let's cut out the seal coat.
think I'm
then.
gonna go
seal coat's
the
off
chief.
and
I almost
epoxy's
thought
on?
The chief said
Yes.
to put off the epoxy.
Yeah, we talked about that.
With the chief, or just the
No, well, we
PMC?
talked to the PMBC and somebody was gonna talk to the chief and he's not here anymore.
Right. So right now, we're looking at, if if I hear everybody correctly, 1, the 73,000, go with that. 2, the Houghton Building. 3, the police station water infiltration. 4, the highway roof replacement. 5, the high school windows. 6, the high school doors, and stopping there.
And what about the police station?
Seal code and restrict.
Oh, that's 7. Right. No, that's out, right? Oh, the epoxy, you mean?
Epoxies
Yeah,
in.
okay, that'd be like 7, and pay $8,700.
I think it's unfortunate not to have these folks here, just, I mean, they
Yeah.
they did give us their opinion last week, but
Yeah, I mean, we did hear it. It's, I don't feel like I'm missing so much of their message, but. You want to turn the page, folks?
Okay.
Parks, there's 2 mowers.
I think he needs them both.
Yeah, I'd like to see
Yeah,
what it
he
looks
said-
like with both, although that second mower is probably one of my.
The second mower is more of a priority than the first mower.
Yeah, the
Then
bigger
why is it
mower
number
was
2?
the higher priority.
It's not his priority, that's not what he said last week.
God damn it. Yeah. This is exactly what I asked when we initially started. Is this organized based on priority list?
All right. Schools, Darrell, are you able to speak to the relative prioritization of these?
Let me just look.
Actually, I have an email from him.
So, yeah, that order looks good. Down till you get to, I think we were internally drawing the line at, after the phone. We think we might be able to find alternate funding for the AED.
So the first 5 are the highest priorities?
2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Yeah, those are in order.
Okay. If we were to start entertaining options that did not include the bottom ones, you gonna get shocked?
When you say not including the bottom ones.
From 6 down?
Yeah, no, I think we're okay without 6 down.
Okay.
I mean, we were realistic in terms of where we thought the line would be.
Okay.
Or willing to put up a line,
Yeah,
how's that?
I get you. Hey, you're stepping forward. That's, not everybody does that.
I see the high school phone systems on there. Is Shaker Lane on there someplace too? I know they've struggled a bunch with that phone system. Is that coming?
I thought it was replaced last year.
Oh, was it?
Wasn't Shaker Lane replaced last year?
I lose track of which one.
No worries. Don't worry about it.
That wasn't
It's an
identified, the high
irrelevant
school was
digression.
identified as the one that they wanted to address next.
Cemetery, the mower, yes, and I'm not so sure that storage building is really that, they have other ways of doing the same sort of protection. That's the word I'm hearing. And if we got a column for the library again, I'd say the way to represent that is a $300,000 contribution to capital stabilization, if we want to have that number in play, and that effectively covers the anticipated differential. PRCC, what do we got here? New field, $1 million, love to, but I'm good, should be on our radar screen, but,
That's why it's on there. I
Yes.
know we're not gonna get it.
okay.
I think we'll
Yeah,
allow
put the line
CPC
right
funds to cover the dock maybe?
Yeah, was that already in the works, the dock, the CP funds for the, is that already in the works?
That was already in the works.
So that was, we put in that CPC request because we were under the impression that we probably would not get the funding from capital,
Okay.
though we would prefer to get it from capital to save money for CPC,
Well,
honestly, yeah. And the 60 for parking, we're gonna, realistically, that's off, or pressed off for the next year or so. Because if we can create that additional space at 300 King, then people theoretically can park there. Part of that CPC request was that we want to, it's at the behest of the state, but we would like to install those pedestrian crossing lights like you see at Kimball's.
Yeah.
At 300 King so that people can cross there because it is very dangerous. But again, I gotta have to work with Chris Stoddard, go through the state, that's a bit of a process,
So
but.
that's not for this year then?
So that, yes, that would be, but that process will take whatever that process takes, but
10
the
years.
part of, the funding, could be, but part of the funding
That's what it
for
was
the.
for the high school.
Yeah.
So part of the funding for the CPC though is to pay for the pedestrian, the lights to go in, so.
And that's how much?
So those are 15,000 apiece, those pedestrian crosswalks. So that's what I'm saying, you can put a no on the 60,000 request for Bay Park.
Yeah.
At some point in time, we do need to address that,
Right,
because
okay.
it is a ADA, AAB access
I
issue.
gotcha.
Which again, that is on the town master plan to.
Yep.
Did you get that email I sent you, Alicia, with the grant?
Yes, I did. So, go ahead.
Is that grant the same grant that the chief has used to get the flashing?
No, it's
school
one
zones?
it's one I learned about at the, I went to the Westford Business Association meeting last week, and it was presentations by town managers from Acton, Chelmsford, Westford, and Tingsboro. And that grant was mentioned during that meeting.
Are you working on
So
it
that's,
already?
I mean, that's something we can definitely look into, but right now, the priority is definitely to use,
Okay, with funding.
to update 300 King
Let's
if
try
we
to see
can get
what- are you
approval.
working
Right,
on
but I
it,
was
yeah.
thinking just in general, maybe
Yeah,
that
I'm
grant
trying
would be
to,
great
I
for
got PRC again.
Fay
Huh?
Park.
Yeah,
and
I don't
Possibly, yes.
Yeah, right?
Yep, absolutely.
All right.
And one thing I did want to clarify really quick about the operational budget. In my mind, I was dreaming and thinking of Mission, which I know was not getting funded. So when Chase was asking the question about that for, what was it, salary and wages for 476,000, that is what we have to bring in due to all our programming. That's going to pay for our Camp T staff, our lifeguards. So just to clarify, that 476,000 that you're referring to, Chase, is funds that we have to create.
Okay. And so the general fund transfer is going up from 211 last year to 230 this year.
Correct.
But it's not the 25% increase in salaries and
It is
wages.
not.
You're covering that with enterprise returns.
Correct.
Okay.
Anthony, why don't we try a running exercise, see where we're at,
So how's PRCE okay?
well, let's go right back to the selectmen and the planning board, there's nothing there we can really play with,
Go
those
back to
two
the first
columns.
page.
No.
Yeah,
Those
so
two.
the PMBC, if we left off the painting,
Yep.
and then we funded the next three,
Yep.
then the one after that should be gone anyways, right? The 30,000?
Yeah. Correct.
And we're gonna do the roof replacement, that's a yes. Number 6. Houghton Building, yes is a 40. Water filtration's a yes. Next one's a yes. And then the remaining 3 are no's.
So which one are you saying is a yes, the epoxy on the floor?
Yes.
So the chief
I thought it was the other way
specifically said
around.
he wanted the
Oh.
striping and the seal coating.
I think PMBC at their meeting,
Yeah, Ed was gonna go talk to the chief.
yeah, Ed thought that the floor,
It's high priority.
the striping and the seal coating was done just 2 years ago. And the floor in the Sally Port that they were talking about is, really needs some protection now, or we're gonna be spending a lot more money down the road.
Ed,
Mullen.
That's the way I had heard it. I thought that was
the
the,
chief specifically said seal coating and striping, it's the face of the
For-
police station to the public.
How about
and it
this,
needs to
for
be-
right now, let's go with the worst-case scenario, which is seal coating, yes. Well, we know one is yes and one is no. So seal coating, yes, epoxy floor, no, and see how the numbers shake out, and then,
okay,
Go-
fine,
go from there.
reverse those then, yeah. And then the,
so that would be, put a no in the epoxy.
Seal coating's his
No,
priority.
in the
So
epoxy.
let me
I
just,
just
and I'm just gonna
messaged
push back,
Yeah.
Darryl, just on the windows and the doors, for the $62,000. Absolutely positively has to be done this year, or, I mean, it's a priority for you, but it's coming in around 5, 6, or 7, somewhere in that range on this overall list.
Yeah, those are continuation projects to continue the work on updating those. I don't think we want to do them. I mean, not to pass on them there, so.
What if we did one, not another? What would you put, the higher priority is the windows?
I wouldn't seal coat the police station.
Okay, but if you had to choose between the windows and
I'm
the doors.
telling you what my opinion is.
But that's not on the table. If you had to
I
choose
need
between the
both of those
windows and the
projects
doors.
done.
You need, okay, thank you.
Fair enough for this run-through. I don't think we had anything on the police specific budget that we were knocking out, were we, or were we?
No.
The carpet. Did you mention we could drop the carpet?
He pulled out,
He pulled out the detectives area.
yeah.
Right, so
it's
this is,
$2,500.
yeah, right.
Or 29.
This is for the main meeting room, right?
All right.
All right, well, let's leave it in for this version. Then the fire, I think the only thing we were knocking out of there was the ambulance, correct?
Knock out the utility trailer
The
too.
utility
Oh, utility trailer, thank you. All right. DPW, we were at least gonna drop out the $42,000 truck, right?
Yep.
And the $800,000 building, and we were gonna make the sidewalks, do it at stage 250. And was everything else staying in there?
Yeah.
For now. All right, parks, I don't think we were dropping anything out of there. Schools, we were looking at the first 5 items, right?
That's a yes.
That's a yes?
That's a
Okay.
Cemetery, yes on the first one, no on the second. Dana?
All right, schools, what is what?
First 5?
Down to the high school phone system. Yeses.
Okay. Cemetery?
Yes and no. If you want to put a placeholder in the library, call it
You
300,000.
gonna take 300,000 out of capital?
Well, it's the same thing.
But that's what the spreadsheet's doing.
I know that. That's been what's
So you
been
want
discussed all
to change
along.
that to 300,000.
See how it looks.
Put that as a yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
does the school have any money in there for ADA repairs, like on the sidewalk?
We just did that.
Yeah, we just went through that. We funded part of that.
That's in there? Okay.
Yep, $250,000.
Okay.
Yep. All right, Park and Rec, where do we leave that? Yes, I know is the first one,
Yes, the first one.
That's
and
a big generic number. Is there,
So.
can you break that number down anymore?
No,
Really?
so we go through that money pretty much every single year. Some years, there's like a little bit of a surplus, but that goes into some of the other years. For us to be able to do all the playground inspections, we have to put wood chips down on the playgrounds. I just had to buy like $5,000 to $8,000 worth of wear mats that are gonna have to go in at the bottom of the playgrounds. There's loads of expensive stuff that just comes up from year to year. So we desperately need that to maintain those parks, and the bathhouse facilities. There's things that we do out there as well.
I don't mean to target your budget because you're one of the few people still sitting here. I just wanted to understand what the 50 looked like.
We get so little,
Yep.
please don't.
You gonna cut 39,000?
All right.
40,000?
the next, the items 3 and 4 were out, right? But the 2, I know Alicia was saying she wanted it here, but we were also entertaining the possibility whether that was a CPC candidate.
I think, yeah, we already called those no's. So we're $39,000 upside down right now. And depending on the breakdown of the seal coat versus the epoxy, there's 18 right there.
Wow.
We've got the
That's not
worst case
bad.
number in.
You said the epoxy was the priority? That's what the
Yeah, he
chief
said the
said.
seal coat on the driveways.
Oh,
And PMBC said that the epoxy was the priority, according to what Ed Mullen, the input from Ed. But the chief,
oh, he said seal coating's the priority. I just messaged him.
How often does that Ford admin vehicle need to be replaced for the policeman? Does it have to repair Next year on the 2 cruise a year, could it be 2 years out on the next 1 cruise a year?
I don't know what, but he has like a whole fleet maintenance plan.
He's talking the admin, the
Yeah, I
deputy's,
know.
the deputy's vehicle.
Yeah,
And
that-
if we end up going with 3 next year, it's just gonna be that much more of a hurt next year.
Well, that's what I'm saying, does it even need to be replaced next year? What is the status of this vehicle? Unlike other things, we don't know what year it is, how many miles, it doesn't
Start
get,
asking for maintenance
There
records.
isn't another.
well, I don't need to go that far down, but if it's not a cruiser, then it's not, shouldn't be getting the same kind of beating.
All his description said, that Bonnie had on the sheet, was deputy chief's cruiser utilized for response and admin duties, higher expense for repairs, wiring issues. Vehicle has close to 100,000 miles.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, it doesn't even have 100,000
Yeah,
miles on it.
right,
Like,
it's barely broken in.
I mean, I understand there are harder 100,000 miles, but still.
It's broken.
What do you say the differential was, 39,000?
39 and change.
And that's with both of the police station?
No, we could do both of the police things if we cut the admin vehicle.
And make our 39 or not?
So Anthony, go to the Ford admin vehicle, call that a no. And then
Just add an $8,700.
go over to PMBC. Call that a yes, and see what our delta is. We should be within 2,000.
Yeah.
That is a response vehicle, though, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't
All
agree with
the
that.
vehicles are response vehicles.
Right.
I'm not comfortable pulling that off.
No.
All right, something else, well, how about
I just
the,
think safety's a priority and.
all right, then back to the trucks, you got the $250,000 truck, what about the 72,000?
I want to go back to, not picking on Darryl, and again, he's one of the only ones
All
that are
right,
here,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
mean, if, you can leave if you want, we can have the same conversation whether you're here or not.
Wait, what about this? Maybe we split the baby here a little bit, though. We're talking about one of the DPW trucks. What if we half fund that this year and then we commit to funding the other half next year? We'd put we've got his replacement to the 1-ton dump truck at 72, I think is still in there, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah, but we
is.
took out a $42,000 truck. We already cut a $42,000 truck from this budget.
Took it
Again,
out because
that's
it was in there.
his
Well, who
foreman
said we
vehicle.
need to start with three trucks worth a total of, let's see, what were they, $360,000?
I think
Well,
it's
his
demonstrated a
equipment's
willingness to,
expensive
Yeah.
in general. I mean, highway department equipment's expensive in general. I don't think
And
it's
he gets 30 years out of a vehicle.
Well, he's not getting 30 out of his 2004.
It's all right. Chuck, I interrupted you when you were.
No, it's all
about
right.
to yell at
I just
Darryl, so-
think that.
Sorry, Darryl.
I don't think,
You're back up.
all due respect, Darryl, but I think that just to say that we need to have both of those projects done this year, I mean, at some point, we have to make tough decisions somewhere, and I just think,
We started them last year, so we did half of them. We intentionally split those projects up over multiple years, over 2 years in order to get them done in a relatively cost-efficient.
Well, how about on the windows, would it be possible to split them again? So if it's 30,000 here, which is effectively 100 windows, do 50 this year and 50 next year?
I don't know whether there's, what the breaking factor
yeah,
is for the
I don't
board.
either, and I'm just, to flat out say it's not part of the equation is where I'm having the challenge. I just think that,
Well,
It should at least
I'm
be
gonna
part of
just
the
push back on you, since it's a discussion.
Yeah.
You're taking at face value that the seal coating is a priority project at the police station.
I'm willing to cut that.
You're taking it as a priority that the carpet, I'm not picking on the police.
Yeah, I
But those
got
are
you.
just 2 projects, I mean, since I'm in, we hold our meetings there. We drive in, so I just see the facility. Those are not, given also, I think the police station was seal coated at the same time the high school was. We don't have the high school up for seal coating at this point. I'm just.
No, that's a good
You're
argument.
picking some projects, and I'm just asking you to look globally at all of the projects like that.
That's exactly what I'm asking you to do. And I'm more than happy to put
We started
the
the
seal
window
coating.
replacement last year. This is the second year of it, and likewise, the other project, sorry, I don't have the doors on it. We were able to get the HVAC done a year early because there was some extra funds available, so we were able to just get that project completed, so we didn't have to push that again into next year for it. So we're trying to manage the overall maintenance of these relatively large projects that go across the whole building in both a budget and time-efficient manner.
So what if we forego the police station and push that back?
Well, let me actually back up a little bit more.
Sure.
Was that $39,000 delta was with the $300,000 in there for the library? I mean, that's just, you're floating that as an idea,
Well,
as a
yeah,
potential funding source.
but if we don't do it now, it's like, okay, you're gonna get a tax raise when it's manifestly evident you didn't have to have one. I mean, it's right down to, I mean, we're pretty darn close here. It's like one or two decisions will seal that. And I could go in 100 different directions. I could get rid of a mower, I could get rid of the
Well, so let me
seal
ask this.
coating.
Did we put the seal coating in? Is that a yes or no?
At the moment, it's a yes, right, Anthony, in the version we're looking at?
The seal coating is, the epoxy is not.
But that's
I think-
20 that's
were they both-
26,000 and we're short what?
39. That's PMBC.
Seal coatings, yeah.
No, that's all right. We're struggling over this now. What happens if we go through the funding scenario you presented that has an impact on capital next year? Like, what is the impact gonna be on the capital budget next year?
Well, you get two things. One, this space has already been created. And two, we'd be trying to put roughly the same amount of money in there, maybe a little less, about 250,000 as opposed to 300,000. But it's to a bigger base number. We'd be starting with a bigger number to play with, logically. In other words, the overall pie that would be funding capital items is bigger.
But this, you stated earlier, that there's those folks that want a library but don't want the taxes to go up. There's those folks that want a library and don't care if the taxes go up, and then there's
Yeah.
everyone else.
Right, and
And so by doing this, the folks that, the taxes aren't going up, but maybe they in fact wanted, they were willing to invest and have the taxes go up in order to have a library, and they're willing to take that vote to make that happen. But by putting $300,000 aside, there's an opportunity cost here. So we're missing the opportunity to spend $300,000 on another cruiser, windows and doors.
But I'm saying, after having done that exercise, eyes open, we're at a point where we're only $39,000 off
So we
from satisfying things we want and things other people want under the same budget
Right.
and not raising the taxes.
So that's this year, but what happens next year?
Next year, then the same the base has been established, we're gonna add about another $250,000 worth of value. That would have to go in and compete against the next round of capital, but the next round of capital will be bigger by what percentage, I don't know, it grows every year.
The other thing that it opens up next year, and one of the library trustees brought it up, was the opportunity to look at the override, and if we need an override, look at an override in the fall that addresses a share of the library and senior center costs. And maybe it's not the whole nut.
Right.
Maybe it's, I think someone mentioned $2 million or $3 million, right? So we actually split it, so.
All right.
But that would ultimately take some of the pressure off of this, and that's where we give the residents the opportunity to decide, what's your appetite?
I know. So, and I'm just thinking bigger picture a little bit down the road. We're going through the space needs process right now. We need space for the town departments, we need space for Park and Rec. We don't know that a senior center is gonna cost only $3 million.
No,
We
no.
could get hit next year with a proposal for a much bigger project that's gonna cost a lot more money.
Which is why I would argue that what we need to do is come back in the fall with a comprehensive cost for how much are we going to need in terms of an override to do these comprehensive solutions.
Or how much more savings we need to do in any event, not do
Or
less
to
savings.
Chuck's point, right, the opportunity cost, how much opportunity cost are we willing to take on?
Okay.
did you look at this day, any of those projects, now I'm thinking back through them, that outside the windows can be paid in two types over 2 years?
Well, the one that jumped out to me was the windows, because they're already set up that way in sections, but, I'm not speaking to it from a place of knowledge about how that, whether it can be broken as easily as that. I don't know if there's anything else here that lends itself to that.
What do we decide on the police station with the epoxy and seal coat?
Right now, the epoxy
I think
is
it's
off,
yes,
the
yes.
seal coat is on.
No, is it? Oh, did I?
No, I'm just,
maybe
I thought we
Plugged it
took,
back in to.
what if we,
To take off something.
what are the thoughts on taking
Maybe I
both
need
of
to
those
take that
off?
Take both of those off, we're balanced, easy. It's just as simple as that.
I pull them both.
Yeah,
Epoxy right now is a yes.
he
and
just
seal coat
messaged me,
is a
said pull
yes.
them both.
Pull them off, God bless him, he's a hero.
He's watching from home.
He's watching from home.
I still have questions about that $300,000. I still
Well,
think.
well, that's fine, but,
But it's, we're pulling,
And does that keep Jeff some
I mean,
people?
I appreciate the effort that went into
Yes.
creating that possibility, but we haven't had a whole lot of conversation around that possibility.
no, I know, I've tried to introduce it as often as I can since we came up with it, but it was only when we noticed.
We didn't come up with it.
Well, I came up with it, when I noticed that nobody had a plan, period.
Right.
And that seemed to be like, the plan is like, we won't even discuss how to fund the thing, and then it'll be an override by default. I don't think that's responsible to the taxpayers. I mean, again,
Could you do 250 and that settles it right there?
well, I think we're gonna need to do 250 next year.
Well,
I mean,
I would
it's just-
also argue that we want to keep it at 300, because the way I would like to see this show up in the capital plan is not 300 for the library, but 300 for the space
building
needs
space.
infrastructure. So that certainly between the library and the senior center, you're going to need that 300, right, in one place or the other.
It's just kind of coincidental that it is kind of
We're
coincidental.
gonna need a lot more than 300.
Well,
567
you-
annually for
you-
20
both.
years.
Yeah.
What he said for the space needs.
But I don't view, although that in this construct, that money happens to fall under the library column.
You put it on the Board of Selectmen.
Well, it's gonna go into capital stabilization.
Exactly. It's,
Right.
it's money that goes into capital stabilization to address those infrastructure needs, period.
But
And
I
think
don't mind saying the
300
whole
is the right
intention
number.
in devising it was to satisfy that eventuality or possibility.
No, that's
That
true.
doesn't change what
But
the town may do with it.
there's a non-zero probability that the voters say no to a library or say no to a senior center. in
I
which
wanna
case-
give them the option, that if you want it and you wanna do it under the levy limit, you got a way of doing it.
I appreciate that, but I do think that we took a vote 3-4 years ago to allow them to go forward with the full understanding that it was going to have to be an override.
They're willing to do that, I understand that.
Right, I understand that as well, but, I appreciate the effort in trying to present other alternatives, but at the expense of some capital projects that we've told our department heads they are priorities for them to get done.
We've
So
gone
for us
well,
to
if we took that $300,000 and put it back into spending, you're going well beyond the priorities and well into everything on the Christmas list, kids, you get it. And that's,
We don't have to spend that $300,000.
well,
And then we're in better shape.
I, given everybody most of what they want, and then they still get an override. I mean, it's, I just think, I'm shocked at how close we are with very little effort, as far as being able to say, no, that can wait, no, that can wait. We're down to like within $39,000, and that could be 2 items that the chief already offered up. I mean, if it was just painting, if the difference between you have to go down and vote for your taxes and not for your taxes is that the parking lot at the police station gets painted this year or next year. I don't know, that's an easy one for me.
And again, it's money that's going into capital stabilization, and so to the extent that these projects don't come to bear, we can bring that back and utilize it in a different fashion down the road.
Town never loses control of the money. It has to be voted out, and it's a 2/3 vote, too. But, I mean, if the real pain is like, if you think there's too much real pain in terms of projects that aren't getting funded, that are being requested, well, that's a legitimate point. I just don't see it that way.
I'm just concerned down the road, if we,
It's not just this year, yeah, exactly.
right,
It's,
I'm just concerned,
The need for an ambulance is not gonna go away.
right.
Right, and it can reappear on the list next year and get funded.
But it, you know, there are not revolving 250,000 dump trucks that we need every year. You know, there are some, I think we're gonna see a couple over the next few years, but,
I just remember when Bonnie had said repeatedly, we need to be cautious, we need to be financially conservative, only because we don't have a lot of economic growth coming down the road. We have nothing. I mean, hopefully we'll get some
Amen.
retail marijuana in here, but we need that revenue, though. We need that revenue, or we're gonna be grossly out of balance.
Yeah, but if you say we need that revenue to do what? To buy newer and newer things than arguably we need. I mean.
Not to
right-
buy
right
newer
now-
and newer things, I think just to
Well, I mean,
function.
right now, this is right now on the list, without even being argued right now, is a replacement of a 2004 dump truck with a 2020 dump truck for $72,000.
Right, and I'm not talking just about capital when I make that statement, Paul, I'm just
Yeah, but-
thinking about in general.
I think
This-
you raise a good point, though, that we need to be cognizant of this going down the road. I think, looking at this specific budget, it makes sense and it's doable, and I would not be comfortable with it if we were putting $300,000 towards a specific project. What we're doing is we're putting it to capital stabilization, and we're trying to set up down the road the framework in which this is possible. Maybe it's not, right?
Right,
But I think that's part of what we need to present to the voters when there's a more complete number for a senior center. Frankly, when there's a more complete number for a library, that's part of what the 1.5 million that we're gonna address brings up. And that's when we
Yeah,
attack,
and space needs. I mean,
and
nobody's
space
talking
needs in
about
there,
space needs.
and it's.
Yeah, we can put $100,000 in there, and these are addressing space needs.
And
Both
then
these projects.
we decide in the fall what the override
The study.
needs to be.
Well, that's the $100,000, and then the $300,000 is one, creating increased money in the capital stabilization fund, which is for the specific space needs, and creating space for associated borrowing down the road. I mean, it's two pluses for the price of one.
But to date, all we've talked about is the library and,
the senior center.
Right.
Right,
and
we're not talking about,
the other space needs. It's gonna, you can't do anything municipally for $1 million.
Right. But I'd consider those the two big priorities by everything I hear in town.
Oh,
And I'd rather pay for the priorities under the budget and let the secondary issues be the ones that have to go, you know.
All I'm saying is, you're gonna have at least one more big project in the next 3
Okay.
or 4 years, which is gonna be space related.
All right, and
And at this point,
And shake a leg.
all the discussion is around.
you know what, you're right, we shouldn't do this, we should spend it all on vehicles, and then stand in front of the town and say, you know, an override's inevitable, it's the only way you can do this.
No,
And you know what, it's
that's not
baloney.
what I'm saying at all.
I know, well, it's like, I'm waiting for a competing plan, and getting funny looks to having put a plan up, but.
No, I mean-
Knowing we've got a $7 million expense potentially looking us in the face.
Space needs study done, there is no competing.
Oh, no, we already know on a couple of these items, at least the library is fairly specific about what we're gonna, what we're looking at, $7 million.
But regardless, the specific project doesn't matter for next year's budget. The fact of the matter is, there's a whole bunch of space needs things that we need to address. And if we're not putting money into a piggy bank now to address those, we're not serving the taxpayer well, and we're gonna pay for it
Yeah,
down the
well,
road.
I'll agree with you on the end as far as feeding the piggy bank, but I do think the specific project matters, because we just looked at an article where they're looking for their design money at 1.5 million, and made it very clear they're looking for the rest of it in the fall. So it will be on our plate just a few months away.
My point, though, is that whether the library is funded or not, the senior center is funded or not, the other space needs are funded or not,
we still have that
Shaker
placeholder.
there's a whole bunch of things out there nebulously that need to be addressed, even if we
Oh,
don't
if you chose
address
to
the
spend that money on
library
something else,
immediately.
fine, I mean, I would make, all right, as an academic argument, fine, I can accept that. There's gonna be
And what we're
competing
doing
needs.
here is we're putting that in a piggy bank to address those needs down the road, and we're being as responsible as we can be about that. And we're making hard decisions now about certain things that we're gonna defer and not do, so that we have options later. That's what the $300,000 buys us.
So can I know George wants to speak. Steve, do you have
No.
any thoughts or input on this? Mr. Chairman, if you.
No, of course, he's always welcome to speak, but sometimes has to be coaxed into it. But George, we'll get to you in a moment. Steve?
I think what you're trying to do, putting the money away into the piggy bank, is very prudent, and we should be doing that. The one fallacy in what you were talking about the pot growing each year, it's based on how much we have in free cash that we can generate. If you remember last year, we sucked a few years' worth of free cash out. This just got us to the minimum, so we had
But what's
nothing.
been the historic performance over the past 5, 6 years in a row?
This amount. We could regenerate the 1.2 million that we're doing. The other 900 was debt service that we're taking in.
Okay, well, that's,
Debt service has spiked up a bit with alumni, with the fire station, so that number could be going down just a tad over the next year or so.
could, may
Just
not.
have
I
to
don't
be
know.
careful and be cognizant that it's not an ever-increasing number.
No, and it doesn't need to work for more than 2 years to establish the amount of money captured under the levy to pay the debt service required for X number of dollars of borrowing. That's, I mean, it only has
You
to,
just have to be prudent
Right.
and do it. I mean, we thought that way with debt exclusion, stabilization, that we're gonna do it. Now, this year, we're not. So we just have to be cognizant that, we need to continue upon that path.
well, I mean, debt exclusion it's a managed way of addressing these problems, and it looks better, I think, I'd hate to say, in the accounting office than it does in the mailbox, because in the mailbox, it comes through as a tax increase, so, this
No, I'm
is
talking about the debt exclusion stabilization.
stabilization, okay.
That's a tax decrease.
Right, right.
And we're not funding that this year,
Right.
so we need to just be cognizant that we have good intentions when we start. and
I think we could
we
easily
need
take
to
another
keep-
whack of $100,000 out of here and put $100,000 toward that, debt exclusion. I mean, I mean, I'm not gonna argue that too strongly here, because I don't think there's support for it, but, looking at this request list is,
So, just to piggyback on that, would you recommend that we do just that? We take another hack at it and put, whether it's $250,000 or $200,000 or $300,000 in the, right now it's under the library bucket, but in case, I think you called it the space needs, whatever that.
I'd rather call it
that
space
nebulous-
needs bucket.
Whatever that
Bucket,
nebulous
it's-
bucket is.
it's going to capital
It's going to
stabilization.
capital stabilization.
Right. But the other one is a debt exclusion
Debt
stabilization.
Exclusion stabilization, bless you.
Do you think that,
Should we make some other tough decisions in order to facilitate the ability to?
I think you need to look at the list and judge priority against priority. I mean, that's.
how much
that's
of a
the thing.
priority is that against some of these? If $100,000 more to
What's
debt
the
stabilization,
value?
where does the value matter? When does it start hitting that with
The
impact?
100,000 doesn't allow us to take the next step this year, so it's basically putting that into the piggy bank. That's all. So it doesn't gain the taxpayer anything. We're gonna take the cut that we took last year. We don't have enough in there to take the next step. So,
Okay. So are you,
put money aside to build upon that. I'm just afraid that down the road, it's gonna get bumped and we're not gonna have enough to.
But then, why wasn't, if that's important, why wasn't there a proposal then to do just that?
Didn't have enough cash. There's only so much funds we have to deal with. We didn't hit that extra bucket that automatically puts money into that. So then it's up for grabs with everything else.
we have to make cuts here or
Yeah.
in order
And
to?
it's, I mean, everything's coming in on this budget, this piece of the pie. I mean, it's only so big. That's
You're
all.
trying to manage the best you can without getting and affecting the taxpayer.
Right.
I think we're trying to squeeze this, it's an impossible squeeze eventually over the next couple of years with all these projects. I mean, the space needs piece, it is looming with the town offices and everything else, and the money that's gonna cost to, refurbish potentially inside of the, if, say, the DCU center, or if that's the route we go, or or all the other costs, I just see somewhere, we're gonna have to look at the taxpayers right in the face and say, your taxes are going up, these are huge projects that we're talking about.
And I think we'll have
If
so
there
much
was-
more clarity on that, even by the fall, if not by
Yeah.
next budget cycle, and regardless of where that $300,000 number we've got ends up going, we're gonna be really glad that we put that money
Oh,
away.
absolutely, and those are,
Okay.
you know, and I wish, I'll go back, I've said this many times, that having these guys all here, not at 11 o'clock at night, but in other meetings where we're making these really tough decisions, when half of them aren't here, I mean, that's a tough way to go.
But to a point you just made, Gary, too, is taking the long-term, short-term. This was kind of brought to my mind with the seniors, were those that were pragmatically looking at the, maybe out back here is a better long-term solution. But the short-term sure as hell matters a lot if it's 2 to 5 years. So the DCU center, and that's in that context. I'm thinking also in context here. If what we're doing here now saves a couple years, buys a couple years before the taxpayers have to look at an increase, and an inevitable increase. Say the Space Needs Committee comes down with some spending needs that we just can't accomplish under the levy limit. Well, by the time that hits, that's 5 years out. You got, right now, the stuff we're talking about today is a couple of years out. So if you're talking about another year's study, then put it before the voters, then it's another couple of years. Take small victories, in my mind. I mean, who the hell knows? I mean, in the meantime, we're trying to ramp up revenue, and all the rest of that.
I get it. I just wish there was, we.
I just want to be fatalistic. It's like, gee, this thing might not work. Yeah, might not, but what the hell? Give yourself a chance.
No, there's nothing, I'll never say there's nothing wrong, but, I mean, putting money away to save for these things that we're doing has been strong fiscal policy last 10 years. I just think without all the managers sitting in here, I know it's tough decisions you guys are making, but I don't know,
Yeah.
I mean, you still got, if you want to do this right, you're gonna cut another 100,000 off the budget. I mean, if you want to continue to do what our policies have been doing and what we've been doing with our responsible, putting away money. But I just see how we're doing it. Everything was prioritized, but I don't think it might have been prioritized against each other perfectly.
Well, that comes down to being something of a subjective, that's where we're all left with that job. And I think everybody was respectful of each other going through, nobody was like getting pissy about the pet
But if they were
project
all
or
doing it right
anything.
now, they might be.
Oh, well, they might be, that's fine.
Right, it's easier to do it without everybody here.
Where is your spreadsheet now, Anthony? Did you have the police stuff in or out? Because that'll decide whether or not we're,
48, I think we determined it was out, right, sir? I think
that
you
can't
looked
be.
at that?
Well, in order to,
Come on.
Or something else went in.
The seal coat, epoxy floor is in, and seal coating is in
So
right now.
we're gonna take those out.
if those are out, what does that do?
15.
I thought we had-
Down to 13, 14.
Shouldn't be training. Oh, yeah, that's capital. I get you.
You're still the Delta.
How'd that happen?
14 grand.
If you take those two out, we should have done it, shouldn't we?
Yeah,
Well,
so-
weren't we at 39 before that? Do you have something in there, Anthony, that we don't, maybe? Possible? We were talking fast?
Brand new car for the assistant town administrator? Maybe that's what, damn it.
You got it
delivered in Malden?
I heard you had car problems last week. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sanders, jump in while we're looking for it. There's a missing $5,000 here somewhere.
Jeez, what was it?
George Sanders, 672 Gray Road. Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused about the fact that why are we changing windows in the high school? It's obvious that they're not broken and wind is blowing through them now. So I don't understand why this couldn't
I'm
be
just looking for.
adjusted to next year to do the windows. I think there are certain things that are in place that you need to put you on the budget, but at the same time, if the parking lot down there at the police station, you know, it doesn't have potholes and everything in, I think there's some things that you just have to make the hard decision and says, okay, it's not so bad, because if you look at the parking lot here at the town hall, it's probably got more potholes than some of the other locations have. I just think that the decision is tough for you to make, but at the same token, there's nothing wrong with putting money into an area, and you don't have to give it a name. You know, if you put it in the stabilization, you're looking towards doing something,
Yeah.
and as time comes along, you'll be able to see a little bit better as to what you may be able to do.
Right. I hope you can see that's the exercise we're trying to do right now, and specific to the school windows. I mean, it's worth noting that this is the second year of what was intended to be a 2-year project. So I think the concern is they've already gone halfway through that project, and we don't really want to disrupt it or in the middle of it.
But who said that it need to be done in 2 years?
Well, that was a question I asked earlier, but I don't really know the answer to that.
Well, I'm here as a taxpayer to speak up and say what I think, that, you know, unless the window is open and it's broken and we losing heat over there, I think sometime you have to move things and put it a little further out. And I find no reason when you start talking about windows, if they're keeping the heat in, I think that you can go another year.
In the general sense, I agree with you, obviously. It's the exercise we're going through. When it comes down to specifics, we all have a little different opinions, so we're working on it.
That's right, I understand that.
Yep. Somebody's got $5 grand they're not intended to get.
Is that what we're
Gonna
down
shake them
to?
down.
We're down to 2, I don't know what they adjusted.
Are we down to 2?
We're down to
So on the
1,900.
planning board, only one of those two $12,000.
No, I thought both of them, they're separate projects.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, they're separate.
Yeah, they were separate.
Back up.
I hadn't checked that one, sorry.
We're back up to
EMBC.
Did you zap the,
So
how about
EMBC, there's no-
the cemetery, that, the second item there, that was gonna go, the, storage thing?
Yeah, we got that, no.
You get that out of there?
Like HVACs, no. Highway roofs, yes.
How up here, see, you get just one there, we're going with the CPC version on that?
So, yeah, so police station water
Listen to me.
filtration is, yes.
I'm tired.
I think we got it, we're almost
Oh
there.
my God, it's
What's
going
that?
past 11.
Boxes,
Yeah,
no.
we're gonna have to just talk briefly on those other items, get the hell out of here. It's been a very good meeting, I think.
I agree.
Yes, right down the line, right?
Yes, right down the line, I agree, yes.
Careful.
Daryl, you know what's gonna happen as soon as you leave the room? Those windows live and die on whether you stay here.
Yes, yes,
He's
yes.
gonna go up and throw stones.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, yes for 250, yes for 20.
We'll take the windows from the police station.
I'll take the box.
2 yeses for the parks.
Yep.
Schools,
Yes.
no to everything. Just wanted to see if you were awake, Darryl.
I came with a bunch of no's
Capital
already.
Yes,
Capital-
yeah, you're
capital
good that way.
Yeah, but your list was already twice as
Oh,
long
yeah.
as everybody else's.
Don't let them know we're onto their game. Ask for a lot more than you ever expected to get.
No, but we vetted the list,
Yes, you did, yeah. Operating budget too. Yeah.
Like your idea.
put it all in there.
For this,
Or you just cut the
Oh, we
300.
dropped it
Can we just make it 287 and go on?
We just not.
230 and
so
you're
this
done.
one was no.
Well, we could, but we'll see if it's not already here, we can do
Not
that.
$200 off of each one of the vehicles, I bet we can get a deal.
Yeah.
I'm just, if you're looking for a tiny number.
Maintenance is yes, no. Oh, so that's, yeah, so we're up
Just
to
don't paint the
So
2,000.
the docks, the money for the docks, we're putting it in here or we're not putting it in here?
We're not, because we're
CPC.
gonna, so it'll be a CPC.
So what do you got? So we're up by 2,000, how about this?
Ah,
We got this number right
Assistant
here,
town
go
administrator budget?
298,000, and then we go home.
pretty damn close to going home. Well, that's a working document anyways, unless everyone wants to take a vote on it.
I think we're still off though, Anthony.
We're up by $2,000.
Up by $2,000?
No, we're off because the master plan number wasn't in there, so you added 12.
Oh, did you cut down the carpet?
Um,
Wasn't the police down to 2,940?
He already,
No, that's the part that was
that
cut.
was already deducted, that was the, yeah, that was,
We got both of the floor and the seal coat are both out of this version?
yeah.
Okay.
The carpet's $45.60.
Cut two windows.
We cut the utility trailer and the ambulance for the fire, right?
How many textbooks do they really need at school?
Right.
And why is that capital?
That's a bigger question.
Don't get me started about tires then. They're an operating
Where are you
expense.
at?
then.
That's off by 14,000.
Okay, 298,000 goes into stabilization, we can go home.
He said we're off by 14 now.
14.
So call it 260. And
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
Doesn't even have
back,
to be that, call it 287.
geez, I'm back to going to that, the windows, 50 this year and 50 next year.
Oh,
Gives us 15 grand.
do it in quarters?
Open space, put 86,000 in it and take the 14, go home.
Open space?
he's got his own budget back.
No.
About 275
I mean, is there a reason that the windows can't be done in halves again?
Hey, not me, Darryl. Just saying.
How much we off by?
Steve's not here to talk about.
$1,000, so if I just do.
1,000, that's all?
logistics of
Well,
what
I
was
dropped
We're
the,
up by
involved in
1,000?
I dropped the
windows
capital
in that way.
stabilization
I
down
can't
to
talk
287.
about the level of
Oh.
detail.
Was it
If I do
logistic, do you
two-
know if it was
285.
logistics on the contractor side or on our side?
It's gonna
I
go
think
into.
I don't mind making
the
a
rest is
headache for
going
the
into,
contractor.
No,
and say,
in terms of us also getting the
Positive is
rooms
gonna go into
prepped to
capital
do,
stabilization
you know,
anyway.
I don't know the
What is?
details of.
The positive thousand is going
breaking
back
it
into the
in
capital
half again in terms of
stabilization,
how much
as Steve
does that
said.
create a lot of extra work.
Okay, so 285? I'll
Oh,
be
Steve,
cool
do
with
we
that.
need 22,000 though, according to our policy?
It's already set aside.
Okay.
Oh, it's already set aside? Okay.
I'm hoping this is something everybody knows. There we go. And we're, it ain't 300,000, but it ain't bad.
I'd go against your principle. We sat here all this time to get to 300. Now I'm not happy.
Oh, always be willing to compromise on something. You're late.
Does FinCom have something in it?
Please take it.
To take all our capital.
Do we,
Well,
what do we,
for that matter, if you wanted that number to be 300, call the space needs 85.
that's your
the
money.
number. It's our money.
That's what, well, I know.
Because what's our balance in space needs? I don't know off the top of my head.
I don't know, but we won't miss it.
I think maybe that, if the Holy Grail is having 300,000 in that.
I mean, frankly, whatever's left in that space needs number ends up
Going
going
back
in
over.
capital stabilization anyway, so we're actually
If you
talking.
guys end up 15 grand short, you're gonna get it.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, got that
So
one?
if it looks better,
Thank you.
I like round
Brother.
numbers.
I get credit for that.
Yeah, he gets some props here.
well, that's an unpayable space. I speak George. Thank you, George. Appreciate the input.
And
Just don't say anything about my windows.
Oh, wait, don't vote on this yet. Daryl's leaving.
And the windows are intact now.
Yeah, 100,000 more for our.
We're in balance, it worked for today. We'll see, it'll change tomorrow. Does the board want to consider this the consensus to send off to FinCom for consideration, or do you want time to think about
I
it?
don't want to think about it again.
Send it off.
It's all yours, FinCom.
All right. Okay, moving right along, thank you very much. Town Administrator Search Update. Well, we met her, Nina, she's on board. Joe, you had some conversation with town employees that would hope that maybe somebody would stop by, and I'm thinking, Joe, I'm available tomorrow afternoon, Joe's available to go in and just talk to town employees, whoever's around, and say, get somebody new, she's starting, and, pep talk, I don't know. I mean, you have more contact than I
It's,
have.
at a personnel board meeting that it was brought up that the employees in town would love to be able to talk to us, just to get the feedback of everything that's going on and to be updated, because morale's a little bit down, and it'd be a good time for us to explain the whole.
It shouldn't be, or whatever, or at least it, you know.
And I'm available tomorrow, not tomorrow morning, but tomorrow afternoon.
Same here.
But how do we get everyone together?
If morale's down, just send Kazanjian up there.
We're lucky to have him.
Anthony, is that an email that you could just send out town hall if anybody who's interested in coming? We're gonna sit here and, not long, 15 minutes, talk to folks, just tell them,
Yeah. When?
you know, the hiring has happened, if they have any questions about the process,
Come on down.
come on down.
You drop in? Night, Fred.
Anybody wants to. Hey, Fred.
Good night.
Thanks, Fred.
All right. You'd mentioned something about liaison, but
Yeah, I mean,
Why don't you just let me know what time?
I'm not sure it's something we have to take
Time,
up
and then I'll
tonight
Forward it off.
specifically.
I'd like to do 1 o'clock. Is that all right? I'm sorry.
1 o'clock tomorrow morning?
No, no.
We're almost there.
But yeah, right.
Well, if he closes in half an hour.
Let's open the wall.
Yeah, the liaison, I think one of the 5 of us should be sort of like what happened with the AgCom land. If all 5 of us are kind of nebulously involved, it won't happen very well. One of us should be charged with the political liaison to
The onboarding.
usher Nina through.
Well, I'll offer this much, and you've been most involved because you were in the hiring process. You guys have just been involved with you were involved with the negotiation. I'm sitting on a lot of this stuff as chairman anyway. I would welcome that opportunity, but I'm open to what else the board has in mind. I mean, Joe hasn't been all that involved either, but if it's showing her around, the lay of the land,
People.
introducing her people, I mean, I got availability during the day too. So.
But also a point of contact to let her know kind of what's going on, you know? So we had some conversations about, you know, what do we copy her on? Do we, you know, do we set up a separate email address that she can access so that she can kind of.
Right.
keep
Well,
an
a
eye
lot
on
might
what-
start with asking her, what do you want to be copied on? You know, what do you not want to see? Need to see?
I'd be more than happy to take that on.
But Paul's point was that you and I have kind of had an additional role
I've had a chance to,
Yeah.
Would you take it on?
as the chairman.
I mean, you know, I won't be offended if you get a different idea. I just I haven't had as much to do
Oh, I
with
thought
her.
you didn't want to take
Oh, no,
it
I do want to do it.
Oh, sorry,
Because I
sorry.
think you guys have had a chance to interact with her a
Misunderstood you.
lot more in the past couple of weeks, and I got the availability, you know,
Right.
to be here if need be.
Did we talk about having someone from staff as well?
I mean, I think ultimately that's what we're gonna want, right? But I think that will happen a little more organically, particularly once Anthony and Nina get a chance to sit down and start talking
Right.
about what that transition
Right.
looks like. I'm not sure I wanna get in the way of whatever Anthony and Nina decide is the most effective way to make that
Right.
transition.
Yeah, well, we can kind of let those two meet and sort it out too and come up with an idea. But in the interim, if you want somebody that she can contact,
Right.
and if you want a conduit for information to her, I don't want to discourage anybody at this point from talking to her directly, unless she doesn't want that, but,
Right.
as far as processing most of the information through and to the extent that she wants it, just kind of bringing her up to speed on things, introducing her to people, I'm happy to, I'd love to do that.
Perfect.
So maybe Chase can do it, sort of a handoff.
Sure.
Yeah, we could call.
Stop bugging me, stop bugging this guy.
There you go.
Good, appreciate that. And if anybody wants to oh, I want to do this part with her or something like that, yeah, we can, split it up, that kind of thing. All right. Cindy and I had made efforts on other administrative, this kind of could go back to
Can
administrative.
we jump to,
What's this?
finish
Oh,
this, please?
Oh, yeah.
yeah, all right. Do we still?
Yeah, I think that motion's good. Get this out of the room.
All right, on a matter of faith, you've already vetted all of those?
Yes, so the updated articles that you got today, that motion right there reflects the articles that you got today, that I left at your.
And if there were ones we said get rid of, they're out of there?
Yes. like
Okay, 'cause I know there was at least one where we said get rid of it, we weren't gonna do it,
the
right?
sewer borrowing funding's out of there.
Article
Right.
5, special.
And the
town.
only thing that's still in there right now, because we can just, enterprise fund, it's not a big deal, but we can just leave that
How
in
about
right
word
now.
changing, like on the.
This is just to insert the article. As far as all the wordsmithing and all that, we still gotta do
We
work
still
on
gotta do
that.
that, though.
This is just inserting
I mean,
the
we got
title.
all the time in the world, we can just do that right now if you want.
I just got a 9 o'clock meeting, so we just, as long as we're finished by 9.
All right, well,
Thursday?
Thursday, yeah.
if anyone wants to make a motion, we'll take Anthony on faith, and those are all
It's good to go?
So
good to go.
So hold on, so Article 23 was the enterprise fund for common smart sewer,
Go to you.
but we struck it, right?
So it's not 23 anymore, right?
This specifically references the list of articles issued this evening.
Article 23 is established Littleton Common Sewer Enterprise
I
Fund.
thought we scratched.
No, then he has it in here, so we can just leave it in here and take it out later.
Okay.
It's easier to take it out than you
Leave
can't
it
put it
safe.
in.
At 11:30, it's one small leak,
Okay.
one giant leak.
So I guess we'll need a motion on that.
Okay, so it's good to go?
Yeah.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to insert the following articles onto the warrants for the May 6, 2019 annual and special town meetings, subject to approval as to form by town council. As identified on the list of articles issued this evening as special town meeting 5 and 6, and annual town meeting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Placement of articles be decided by the Board of Selectmen at a subsequent meeting.
Long meeting. It should be long meeting. That was a joke. Go ahead, good.
Too numb to get it.
Wicked long?
I didn't hear a second.
I knew it was 2 words.
Was there a second?
No.
I'll second that. But I'll also move to amend that motion to strike Article 24. That's the town bylaw amendment. We're not gonna do
That's
that.
the one we said we were gonna pull, right, the town
We're gonna
bylaw,
pull it completely.
for the town administrator search.
So 25 is now 24.
No, these numbers reference this.
Numbers reference that,
Yeah,
so.
I'm just moving, I'm moving to amend the motion to strike Article 24
You
from the
gonna
motion.
delete it, Anthony?
Red line,
Motion on the table?
second.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made by Selectman Napoli, and amended and seconded by Selectman Gerbig. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, great. Now Cindy and I were all ready to have it, we could have another couple hours, work if you wanted. Cindy had
Just say
provided.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were gonna begin the process of getting into the annual review stuff, so we did give you copies of what the form looks like. The first step I'd kinda like people to do, maybe between now and our meeting on the 25th, is look over the form and see if you think it needs changing. This is basically the same set of questions that have been used for probably quite a while, I'll bet, right? Annual review, okay. So, and then we gotta do assignments. Direct assignments for our board are, Anthony, Chief Bernard, Chief Wazinski, but we also wanted to go down to the next level and review make sure they get done and review the reviews of all the people who report to somebody else and have
Right.
reviews done. Cindy had also included this procedural timeline, which we kind of need to implement, and it had drafted the letter that goes out to department heads, but we don't have time to.
No, those are to
review
the committees that we
Committees, I'm sorry,
appoint.
not department heads, yes, committees.
The
yeah.
chairs of those committees, just
Yeah.
to have them give us an update
Yep,
and just to remind them of their responsibilities.
right. So if you can review that stuff perhaps between now and the next meeting, maybe include it again in the next meetings. Can we put it off the 25th?
Sure.
Sure? Yeah.
So when you say reviews, you wanna get involved in department head reviews?
Want to read them.
They're available to be read now, the ones that Keith and I did last year
Yeah.
for the department heads.
Okay, because part of the question was, are they getting done routinely? And, and what do they say? Are they followed up on? We're trying to make the thing meaningful, so,
We,
People don't get increases unless they get
right.
a satisfactory review.
Okay, but it never filters up to this level as to what's.
I don't know.
Well, I think that's what we're trying to get over. It's like, fine, you guys have your own charges to do reviews, but we want to be conscious of what the topics were.
Well,
You
you
know,
just-
what were
you
your
really-
strengths, what were your weaknesses, what were your goals, did you meet them?
You're really making that organizational chart real flat then, because now nobody's reporting to the town administrator?
No, continue doing them the same way. We just want to look at
We
them.
just want
Oh,
to,
but they're available to be looked at right now. That's
Well, I
all.
don't have them. Where are they?
They're with HR.
Okay, well, that's,
just making a conscientious effort that we get to look at them.
I mean, as they
I
get
think this
done,
is
they
a
should be
more,
circulated.
time out. This is a way more effective discussion 2 weeks from now.
Right, but I just was trying to explain what we were trying to get accomplished and getting pushback on it. I mean, we were aware we only have 3 direct reports to do the reviews for, but that doesn't cover the whole universe. And there was some minutes too from the hiring process. Did those? What?
Nope, I didn't bring them.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Cindy has them. We'll put those on
You
for
messaged
the.
me at 4:30.
It's a long day. I was working the whole day.
Yeah.
In addition to going up to the hospital
Yeah,
too.
they're on my computer at home, so I didn't have a chance to bring them.
All right, no problem. All you had to do was forward it. No, it's all right.
Really?
No, I just, they weren't, they're on my computer at home, not
Okay.
at work.
Really minor thing that Joe and I need to bring up our next meeting. Joe and I need to engage the board in discussion about essentially keeping our senior manager staff on grade step schedules or not.
Right.
There's some pros and cons to that, so we've started to flesh those out a little bit, and that has come up as Joe and I have been charged with doing some of those negotiations. So we need some guidance from the board as a whole.
You're
So,
talking about the
you're
3
gonna get that
remaining
on the
ones?
25th, Anthony?
25th.
And that's the Patterson and,
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is not a specific discussion of their contract
This is
terms
about
necessarily.
the
This is
steps.
more the pros and cons of keeping them on the grade and
Okay.
step system.
Well, we can have more
versus
discussions about that on, what's it, Wednesday? Tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna kick that around tomorrow, but I think the board as a whole needs to
Yeah, we
engage
can,
that
okay,
topic.
so we can outline how you want to do it.
Yep.
For the 25th.
Yeah,
tomorrow night.
exactly, and make sure that the 5-member board has the pros and cons.
At 6:30?
6:30
all right,
tomorrow.
so
Unless we
absent,
wanna kick that can down the road, in which case
absent the minute meetings I referenced, we don't have any other minutes tonight, do we, Anthony?
No.
Okay. And is that it? Oh, no, you have, now we get the town administrator topics. You've got some things there.
So the first thing we have is the Green Communities Grant. This is gonna be year 4 of submitting it. One thing that, when speaking to Nick Connors at Green Communities, we kind of were told, you know, you got it for a few years in a row, unless you want to put some skin in the game. So if you want to, they're trying to have communities throw some kind of match up there. So I says, well, if we do something, if we do a dollar amount, would it help? And he says, well, it would certainly help, especially where they're trying to look for communities to do that. So, so with the proposed motion that you have is basically throws in a town match of $20,000 that we're saying, hey, we're willing to put $20,000 up to get this grant. I think if we don't do it, we're not getting anything. So for $20,000, I think we have a chance to get 238. So, I think it's our best chance on that.
Can we cram the match into something we were gonna do anyway?
Like,
I don't know.
no.
No, okay.
So this is basically the last meeting before before we have to submit the grant. So if you want to submit the grant, you need to make that motion.
Where was it?
You got a check?
Allocate the 20, yeah, I'll read it.
Oh, good.
I allocate the 20 from
We already have $20,000 in the town administrator's budget for matching grants.
Move the Board of Selectmen vote to authorize submission to the Mass Department of Energy Resources, DOER, of the Town of Littleton's Green Community Year 4 grant application for $238,454.25 for energy reduction projects with a town match of $20,000, including high school installation of demand control, ventilation, humidity controls, and Digi-RTU controllers, replacement of gym, cafeteria, and library lights with LED, and installation of capacitors to increase power factor. Russell Street School, replacement of gym and cafeteria lights with LED. Middle school, replacement of gym and other high-intensity lights with LED. Weatherization at the high school, middle school, Russell Street School, and Shaker Lane School, and administration support.
Second. Motion's made by Selectman DeCoste, seconded by Selectman Knox. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. We couldn't squeeze in replacing some windows at the high school with more efficient
Unless
windows,
they're
huh?
energy efficient, yeah.
George likes it.
As I was reading it.
That was your opportunity. So the next thing is the annual town report, the dedication of the annual town report. The town clerk has identified 3 Littleton residents who met the criteria and who serves has been critical in maintaining our small town character and towards the community.
I hate not seeing the bigger list, which we always used to get. Now we're told we can't get it anymore. These are all fine people, and I'm all with that, but there's one that just jumps off from my memory that's not on here. Tom O'Day should be on there. Thank goodness. See, yeah, I mean, you got Arthur Silver, Denise Pegassi, Constance
That's
Smith,
right.
that's fine, but former police chief, fire, Board of Selectmen, Board of Health members.
Yeah, Tom.
Oh, you know why he probably didn't make her, I don't know, maybe because he lives in Florida.
Did he die in
He lived in
January?
Florida.
No, he died in the fall. Yeah, Walter that went
I
more.
wonder if it's because he
Probably,
was
yeah,
out of
lost track
state.
because he was out of, but that raised the question of, if we have what list are we going from? Is it just,
This is from the state. So she gets this from, it's one name per page on here. So,
Oh, so maybe he wasn't on there.
so that's what I'm
but still,
thinking.
I don't know if there's anyone else in there that might catch somebody else's eye here that's, is that the complete list?
This is the complete list.
Are any of us on the list?
Couple more minutes.
I would just encourage board members to, I would just add Tom
15
O'Day to
minutes,
that
it might
list,
be
but,
5.
but there's some value in people looking that list over to see somebody we might be forgetting. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
But is he 2019?
No, he was 2018,
Yeah.
It was the fall.
Yeah, Walter was 19.
right?
Which will be easy to forget next year if for some
Right.
reason it doesn't end up on the list.
John Hathaway, who passed away too. I should have mentioned him earlier tonight. I'll do that.
So
next meeting.
we can approve this, and in the event that we do come up with somebody else, we can, when do you go to print? Because that's when dedication is made, right?
Yeah,
22nd? Something like that?
it's towards the end of the month, yeah.
Come on, just
We have
add Tom
time.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we haven't
add-
even tightened up the language of the article.
Would you say you want to go through the list now?
No, it said add Tom now.
Yeah, I think
I think,
we do that, and then if we do come up with
Yeah,
somebody else, we make it
I'd
amend.
like to just, I could flip through that list in no time and for my part, and that'll satisfy my curiosity.
Yeah.
Well, let's take the action now, and you can
Right.
guess, because we have 15 minutes left on the LCTV.
Shot clock.
Shuts down.
I'll drop this up for you tomorrow
Flex
then.
capacitor runs
All
out.
right. Okay, so we're gonna go with those 4 unless we come up with anything new between now and printing date, right?
Yeah.
What, okay with that?
yep.
All right. Anthony?
I'll move that the Board of Selectmen vote to, we're entertaining this motion now, right?
Yeah, might as well.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to dedicate the 2018 annual town report to the ongoing service of volunteer citizens who contribute to all aspects
Henry Whitcomb.
of maintaining the community of
Longtime
Littleton,
school committee
whose
member.
service
Gotta
has
be
been
on
critical in retaining our small-town character and spirit, and include the list of whom we lost since the last report, who served the town in some official capacity, including Arthur Silver, Denise Pajacek, Tom O'Day, and Constance Smithwood.
I forgot about
And I
Henry.
think we, in just reading it, this is gonna take a couple of seconds, Henry Whitcomb.
And Henry Whitcomb.
Yeah, longtime school committee member and I think this bear looks, yeah. All right, let me just take it
Lots
up.
of contributions.
Okay, that motion was made by Chase. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Selectman Gerbig, seconded by Selectman Napoli. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anthony, I know you were looking into the part-time accountant folks, and I know, Steve, you have been
We,
on top of this. You guys been working together on this, to some extent, I hope?
yep.
Okay,
We
good.
put something out on Mass Municipal last week after the meeting. We got a couple of quick responses from retirees. We also got a response from a CPA firm, Clifton, Larson, and Allen, who are big locally as part of their business in filling interim positions.
And that's what the nature of the posting was for the interim one?
Yes.
Okay.
This is to get somebody in here quick.
Right.
We met with them, well, Ian and I met with them Friday afternoon. Anthony wasn't around. Bonnie happened to be in the building at the time, which was good because she could fill them in and on things that she does that nobody else does in the county area. They came back and said it's certainly doable. We agreed that it initially could be 3 days a week. It could go up to 4 if we wanted. It could go down to 2. They're very flexible in how they do it. They have a staff of 15 people, I believe, that can fill this position. They're experts in Munis, or the person who would come here would be an expert in Munis, so there's no learning curve for that. It's $110 per hour. It's $110 per hour. They could start next Monday.
Start next Monday, wow.
And is that your
That's fine
preference?
with me, that we need somebody.
What's the,
I hate to throw a monkey wrench in the works at 11:45. None of the individual applicants were viable. Just paying a consulting firm rate versus paying a,
They could,
More salary
the other
type
two
rate.
that he answered could come in. One is an interim in another town, works 4 days a week. They could come here on the 5th day.
Oh.
And believe it was the same thing for the
Same
second
rate?
one that came in. No, they didn't, we didn't meet with them.
Yeah, okay.
That's not gonna be any good.
what do you think, Anthony?
Whatever you guys would like to do.
We need something more than 1 day a week. That's all.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
And this is open-ended,
Just gonna
there's
say,
no
if
term.
they're
I mean,
willing to
it makes it easy to fire them when we're done.
If it's not
To
working
be
out, if
honest.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not
that's-
working out, we find
that's
something
exactly it.
better.
Yep.
We find a person who could do it, we could
Very
certainly make
much an
this work.
interim.
They're committing a single dedicated person. It's not just gonna be a revolving door of somebody with,
Single dedicated person.
John Massapequa? Probably equal to a couple of the other people, we think.
110 is a fully loaded rate. We're not paying anything above and beyond that.
Oh, he said, yeah, not as an accountant.
No, yeah, you're a long-time housing authority member. Okay. All right, do we need a motion? We probably should have a motion if that's a proposal. Somebody want to take Steve's suggestion and make a motion on it?
What was the
Oh,
name
do
of the
we-
firm, Steve?
Clifton, Larson, Allen.
CLA. I move that we appoint CLA to fill the role as the interim
Accountant.
town accountant position.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Selectman Gerbig, seconded by Selectman Napoli. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And we still need to decide what position we want to go out to hire.
Dick Packard, another one-time
So-
planning board member back in the day.
We want to kind of act quickly on this, but I think this is where your interim role with Nina, I think there should be some involvement with her
Absolutely.
hiring this level of position.
Right, did you guys discuss that at all with her?
Only in the broadest of strokes,
Okay.
that she would like to be involved.
Good.
And
I would like to have her involved. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta start figuring out when she can get over here to meet folks at.
Yeah, she
I didn't know Jack Applebaum died.
She has some flexibility.
Yeah.
Fridays, she's got some flexibility, and she said you can come over any evenings.
Did you? I'm sorry.
Any evenings or Fridays are she can be flexible with.
Okay. Schauberger, I didn't remember him dying.
Alicia, we're not gonna cut your budget.
Motion's been made, seconded, and voted on it, so you're good.
You can close the meeting, it'd be great.
Do we have anything else?
Anthony, was there, did you have a third thing in your item? No?
That was it.
That was it? Okay. And that's it. I hear a motion to
Second.
adjourn. And second. Motion's been made by Selectman DeCoste, seconded by Selectman Gerbig. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Good meeting.